we'll make amends here. Where the brings out, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, reap in this war. We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our odds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on, when they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands light to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Come on, I sing out to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, one and all, straight back to the LPL Summer Split 2024, and just the beautiful Shanghai unfolds before us. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and I couldn't be more excited to kick off this 3 best of 3 day because there's actually some standings implications here to finish off as we only have 6 days left in the LPL here.
Yeah, no, we're
In
really
Rumble
rattling
stage.
through our yes, we're really like rumbling through this stage of the competition, and you know, I think particularly yesterday we saw some big group Nirvana implicating series as well.
Everybody's locked.
We've had a fair amount of drama at this point, and I say that every time we come on a show, it feels like it's kind of a given at that point.
That's the LPL, I guess, in all actuality. Yeah, but I want to kind of take a look at that walk down memory lane that we had yesterday, as well as it wasn't all 9, but it was a lot of bangers. We had a 2-1 victory for RA. We had 2-1 for IG over RNG, although that series was a bit chaotic at the end. And then Weibo handling a 2-0 over LGD dominantly.
Yeah. So with that loss, RG are now locked out of playoffs, but I will say RG probably should have won that series. They looked like the better team, and Lodros, even with Tanyuan role swapping down to support, he picked up an MVP in that first game of that series, which is insane to me. But IG walks away with that win, and that leaves things in a bit of a different position now. We go on to our today's schedule. Today, the way that you described today, Mazal, was 2 gigabangers and a chaotic series, and I'm not sure which is which.
It fits though, right? It fits. You could close your eyes and throw a dart and see wherever it fits. But TT have some serious implications tonight to get to 4 wins and to possibly get themselves into that playoff there in the next stage. But then we also have like a true test of who's better in top esports and AO, tied neck and neck in Group Ascend, and 2 teams that have been up and down a lot in group stage, or at least the Rumble stage and the placement stage. Now we take a look at those standings implications. Obviously, the left side, we're all good to go. Everything's locked away. The right side is where some of that chaos might be rumbling up.
Yeah, so in the Ascension group, seeding matters because that will seed you into playoffs like that. The 7 teams you see in red there, Contact, are the ones which are already in playoffs. LGD and NIP will be facing off in the Knights rival stage, which is kind of like our last chance to qualify for the playoffs. And the top 4 teams from Nirvana on the right-hand side will be fighting for that. And you'll notice top 4 is not locked. So that leaves things very much in flux. Do you have TT today? They are playing to lock a spot in that top 4, and if they do, that's going to have implications for the teams which are not locked in there just yet, because that means one of those golden tickets is gone.
So I think it's time to focus in on the first series a little bit more, and maybe open up conversation that we can have as the series goes on, but a real conversation about this OMG team. I mean, they are 5-0. And you look at that Group Ascend and you see LGD and NIP not being able to pick up wins, and that real conversation comes of what does the competition look like if OMG are just this strong?
Yeah, I think it's worth really revisiting our expectations for this team. With the leaving of Cube in group stage, before that Abel not staying on the roster, we were wondering what the hell was going to happen with this team. And in group stage, I think they looked like maybe one of the 2 worst teams within the entirety of the LPL. They're not that anymore. Tiangen's come in, and whatever's happened with this team, whatever's settled down, whatever the change that Tiangen has brought in over Xiaofeng, who I also thought was a good jungler individually, but Tiangen has just, I guess, been a better fit for them. Playing a lot of these aggressive kind of initiators to go forwards has really helped this team in a lot of points for them to kind of play the big explosive style, which we've known OMG teams of the past to play.
And it's been really nice to see what priority mid lane lets Tiangen do with a lot of the aggressive antics he likes to do and move forward. I think PP God's had a pretty stable presence as well for OMG, which has been really cool to watch. And a lot of, at least shot calling seems to be coming from him as well. A little bit of leadership. Now on the other side for TT, we're still looking a little bit for that leadership, but we do know the trio that does breed success for this team, and it is Beichuan, Yucal, and Feather getting active on the map.
Yeah, and I also really want to look at this team and see if they can continually bring that activity, because the way TT have played has, at best, looked incredible in the team fights, incredible in the way that they kind of pick their skirmishes. I think that Feathers had some of his best play we've seen from him in the LPL. Of course, as a newer player, it's good to see him grow into that role. Also think 1xN has been absolutely superb for this roster. It used to be the case, if you look back to the last year, in spring last year, it was the UCal show, and that was all that this team would really amount to. Now it is 1xN and UCal bringing out the damage together, and they've done some fantastic, they've done a hell of a lot of shifts. They've done some fantastic work here, even in the Rumble stage. They've taken a couple of losses, which I didn't expect from them, but they're still firing with a good amount of carry potential across the board.
And you love to see the top 4 played there for Beichuan. Enable your laners, enable those AD players, and just go farm a bit. But it really has been nice to see how he's molded into the team with his bit of proactive style being turned into a facilitation style at some points for TT. But then it also has been a little bit of an up and down split for them so far. So want to see them try to secure this this next stage spot, but also find a little bit of that consistency that OMG have been able to find.
Gotta say, it feels so weird looking at Beichuan as champion pool and seeing that there's no Shins out there.
Right.
I'm just like, hang on.
It's like, wait.
Where are all the champions?
Wait,
See that?
he's not wielding a weapon? Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Yeah, but you know, I think that both these teams have also really relied on their mid laners. Like we said, this time last year it was the UCal show for TT. I think Spring for UCal wasn't very good. Summer has been much better for him, but he's up against Angel. Angel, all-pro third player in mid lane from Spring. I think that he has been a huge engine room through laning phase and through team fights for OMG. It is no surprise that we're focusing in on that mid lane matchup, and especially over on the Chinese stream as well. This is the matchup that they highlighted over there, and you can understand why.
Yeah, and I couldn't be more excited for Angel, who I feel like had a resurgence a bit in Spring, and I think UCal has consistently been a piece of the puzzle for TT, and being able to see these two guys clash, especially with the energy that UCal brings to the table, it's going to be a lot of fun here.
Not many people dye their hair the color of the team that they're on. You know what? Just for that, you got my props there, UCal. Thunder Talk and OMG, you know, these are two teams which I think have had, I think they have the real potential to capture the hearts and minds of people who watch them, because they play in such like high flair ways with like these big scrappy skirmishes between the two of them. You say that energy, UCal, that's the deadest I've ever looked him. That was like the 1,000-yard stare. Just hello, I'm here to play League of Legends.
Just you know, forgot. Hey, look at the camera.
Look,
you know,
just look how he walks out on the stage. I'm sure he'll be more energetic there, and his hair's cool. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, that's all that really matters. But he has been. Like, a lot of last year, I mean, he was the guy that was bringing all the dead bodies back from the front line, right? He was the one that was trying to
but they do that.
pick up TT a lot of the way.
Is he like a cat that brings back the kill with him?
I don't know, maybe. But he was the guy, I feel like, that was having a lot of really good performances while the team was kind of crumbling around him. So it was a little bit of a down slump, it felt like, at the beginning of this year. But it feels like we're starting to get the TT that holistically comes together. But it needs to stay that consistent, especially if they want this last spot.
Oh, absolutely. You know, TT ended up losing to EDG, I believe, in this stage as well, which is not something that we expected. So we need to see whether TT can stick the landing. They have that 3-win margin right now, but that might not be enough. IG also on 3 wins right now, but just below them, with a series yet to play, we have Ultra Prime WE and EDG. All 3 of them could technically get up towards those 3 wins, and while the Thunder Talk do have good game score, if they get blown out here and the others do well, it becomes a conversation which we did not want to be having. They're in a solid spot right now, and they do have a series in hand compared to the other teams, because they have themselves 2 left to play, but they do not want to slip on that last banana skin.
It's like Mario Kart all over again. We'll see what happens here. He's got the blue shell. But I think OMG, again, going back to the kind of conversation we started at the beginning of this, really feel like the real deal here in Group Nirvana. They must have been big fans back in the day, but I really expect them to show that level above, because they've been able to... What?
Did you know that the drummer from Nirvana and the singer from Foo Fighters look really similar? You know, for me, I discovered that the other day, and it changed my world.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to
It's
say.
really random,
Keep
but I
going
like
on.
it. All right.
You can keep going on with whatever point you were saying. I thought the people need to know.
Okay.
Look, we've got like only a few days left. We have to get like these last few days in.
You got to get all the puns you possibly can.
Yeah.
But it really has been a track record where OMG have had a lot of 3-game series. It hasn't been clean necessarily, but they've been able to win every time, and I feel like this team has shown the kind of grit that you'd want from a Group Nirvana team. But the fact that they're sitting at 5-0 and so dominant, when you look up at Group Ascend at 2 teams that haven't found wins, it's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, just being here in this position with their 5-0, that's crazy. Yeah, they have been made to fight for it, and there were definitely some series I thought that they probably shouldn't have walked away with. I kind of look back to the Ultra Prime series, where Ultra Prime probably could have taken that series off of them, but a series of oversteps from them, which were very well punished by OMG, allowed them to take that win. But then again, I think it's worth changing the perspective down to Nirvana Group as a whole. We are not expecting these teams to be flawless. There you go. There's the energy from you guys. We certainly have it. The hair on the entrance, very.
The hair's fading a little bit. It's getting a little bit lighter, you know? It's getting a little bit lighter.
Mate, it used
to be like vibrant blue.
Yeah, you know, he's gone like Super Saiyan God. He's got to make sure that the hair dye lasts just long enough to get through Nirvana at least. Maybe he can refresh
He
it
gets
before,
the
next
like
stage.
Super Saiyan power up in the playoffs, you know? It's just gonna go like full on teal blue with white stripes. Great. No, nothing. I thought we were getting a little something.
No, sorry, I was looking through some match histories very briefly while so sometimes when you speak, I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna look for the next thing I can say. And you just have to have a like, god damn, I remember the last time I watched Dragon Ball Super, but I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been a number of years.
We got the vibes on point here to start us off. But speaking of, TT, you're gonna need some serious vibes tonight because it feels like this team has had some question marks on what makes them win a lot of the time. I said at the beginning, right, the combination of Beichuan, 1xN, and Feather has been really big. Feather's impact is huge, right? He's like sitting over 80% kill participation in the Rumble stage alone, but it really has been about getting him out of lane and 1xN trying to play a little bit safer in the bot lane, and we need to see that consistently pulled off tonight.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with 1xN playing safer.
Yeah,
Because for me, when I look at the highlights coming through from Thunder Talk, is a whole lot of what Thunder Talk have been doing is, look, when they have managed to scrape out wins, it has been 1xN playing super aggressive and stuff like the Kaiser or the Zarya, something like that, and getting like some huge individual plays himself. So I would also include him on that list. Now, in the early stages of the game, when the roaming and stuff is happening, yeah,
who's making the car?
Yeah, so he's not the guy that's gonna play like your Draven right now and like play for like the crazy 1v1s, but I think I'd like to include him in the conversation.
He's in the back seat, you know, he's enjoying all the snacks and stuff while everyone else is like building the pieces.
Have you seen the games where they've been behind in games? He's in the driver's seat when he needs to be too.
He's like the 60-year-old kid that takes over the car in the middle of the road trip, you know?
Remember how Light used to play with Weibo last year? But it was kind of like Weibo would flip an entire game and it looked like a help, please, okay. And then he'd do something and like, help, he had some great games yesterday as well. But I do, however, completely agree with the point that getting Feather onto the map and getting Feather, particularly into those big team fight creative engages as well, has been so important for this team. I've loved his Alistair, of course with Feather as well when he's playing stuff like the Xayah. It's very topical for him and his namesake there. But yeah, I think that TT, they need a couple of things to go well for them. They need to make sure that the early game and the laning phases are stable enough. I think that we have seen a lot of better things out of Hoya, but I think we've also seen a lot of better things out of Harry. Both of these players have been going towards stuff like the Cannon, which I think is kind of like a win lane for free champion in some ways right now down here in Group Nirvana. No one's punishing that to the same degree as they are up in Ascension. Poor Shanji kind of got shown the boot when he played that champion just the other day. But that's one thing we have to question as well. Okay, do you have like a winning top lane matchup? There are a whole bunch of things, and will it unlock players like Feather because of this domino effect?
It's really exciting. Also, the jungle priority, because as we said, Tianjin not necessarily focusing on those high prio AP junglers. The Lilia still has been in the back pocket. We'll see what they get tonight. Rengar has been a consistent ban towards him. We'll see if TT will fall for the predatory trap here and let it open. But it is the Brand, Zyra, and Lilia banned away by OMG on the blue side. TT on the red side. They will ban away the Sejuani and the Rumble.
Yeah, so don't give Tianjin.
Don't do it.
Rengar.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
It's like going into a lion's cage with a bunch of meat wrapped around you.
Exactly, and you sat there, and then you turn to look. You turn your back to him as well. Like it's one of the two battles. You either make direct eye contact, which is the challenge, or you turn away, and it's a weakness. Either way, it's not very good, and that does allow with the Rengar coming through. It's a free ban for that Lucian to go through to Angel, which he's played an awful lot. I know that you were really excited to talk about him on the Lucian, and he has been great on it. I will say also, the Ashe, Braum, Leona kind of triumvirate are through right now in terms of the big mind game there. Ashe with Braum is utterly insane. You can also take away the Leona as well if you want to have like the better going forward in Engage.
And I think the most interesting thing is that this will be the 8th played game of Lucian for Angel. And he didn't play it in the placement stage, right? He didn't play like he did get subbed out for Linfeng at the end. But in the end, I think it's interesting that they've been able to utilize his strength to really let Tianjin play his game. And I think that's what's enabled OMG a lot. And we'll actually see the facilitation tonight from Tianjin to start it off with the Maokai.
Yeah, now the Maokai is less aggressive than some of the picks which he has in play, like particularly that that Sejuani has been very, very aggressive for him, and he's been an incredible go button for the team. The Maokai is still a go button, though, and that's really important. I think that Tianjin has really revolutionized the team by being that consistent engage. He struggled a bit in the first couple of games with the team with that, but he's starting to lock in a little bit more, especially with the teams in Group Nirvana all kind of looking to lock in a little bit more. The Ezreal coming through, that's a priority AD carry, and 1xN, of course, could play that Zeri, but the Ashe already locked in. Yukal, big player of that Zeri, specifically into that Lucian. He takes the barrier, looks to take good trades early, so we might actually see a contest of that prio early, because Yukal does take the barrier and he trades hard early to win matchups which other people would be more happy to sit and farm up in.
Imagine a world where this primo mid lane matchup is an 80 blast fest. I'm excited for it. We'll see Angel and Yukal go to bat, but it is also a little bit of the setup now also coming through from 1xN with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows and Feather on the Braum being able to get out of that lane.
The Ashe Braum is a nutty combo because Braum does not want to, is not able to go aggressive in the way that he wants to. The Ashe allows him to do that, and then once the Ashe arrow lands, then you get a free Braum passive because they're stunned while you're auto-attacking them. When you have double AD carries, it procs that even better. So now you have this best of both worlds, and one of the reasons why LPL has so highly prioritized that Ashe Braum. It allows you to block up stuff like the Maokai ult as well with the door if you really want to. You get rooted, then you can just kind of sit there and be the front line, which you want to be. So TT, kind of locking in a similar-ish trio compared to OMG. We have someone tanky with a bit of utility, and then you have those double AD carries locked behind them.
Already getting so much set up for the team fights. See what those 5-on-5s come to bear. We have the Leona, that Renekton by TT. Right now, it's all that focus on the AP junglers that Tianjin doesn't want to match up into. It is already the Karthus taken away.
So you got Brand, Zyra, Karthus, Lily are all gone. And the Sejuani. And the Sejuani's gone as well. So even if you wanted to play that into him, that one is now off the table as well. So Beitram, what happened?
Hey, I was going to say, there still was one more Predator in the jungle.
All right.
They have so many bans towards jungle this game.
They do, and you need to get that magic damage to somewhere. So you can either go towards something like the cannon from top lane right now, and give that over to Hoya. You could go towards that, and then you could go towards an AP jungle, or an AD jungle at that point. That's probably the easier thing, because then you're still picking a higher kind of level tier list champions, which the cannon is a higher tier list than whatever AP jungle you go towards next. Like, technically, you could have played AP Shyvana jungle, by the way.
I'm just saying, it is so despicably dirty. It is so ridiculous how much damage you can do on that champion. I would love to see it. I don't know if we're actually going to get it here since we are 4-2-4.
Yeah, I think the only person who's played the AP Shyvana is Levi and Gami Sports over in the BCS. I did have a check. He's an old-time player of it. I'd kind of like to see it as well. As we do get ourselves a last bit of engagement. PP God, Ezreal Rakan, one of the better, safer bot lanes, which is also aggressive. And Harry is looking to soak that pressure while Beitram considers his last pick.
It's got to be. I mean, the Wombo combo is looking supreme, though. I'm just saying, with the big circles, the Venn diagrams, like things could look really nice here. With all that lightning, with the double Pikachu comp for TT, fitting the thunder that they bring behind them. It is the Viego. So Beichuan going to go back to a classic, but also something that gets those resets in those fights. And the first time in the Rumble stage, we'll be seeing this for him.
So, this is going to be Ashe into Braum into Viego reset. What this means is PP God will need to get him Mikhail's first item on the Rakan. You absolutely can do that on that champion, but once you get to that Mikhail's, TT's composition gets a lot harder to play. So, I'm looking for the level 6 mark, the first ultimates of the game coming through from 1xN to be onto key targets that Beitram can then use to reset off of. What that probably also means is that TT will need to be playing heavily around early objectives to then leverage those resets into getting themselves genuinely game-winning advantages as well. So that's the big thing. Look for the combo. Of course, you got the cannon, which can influence those plays as well by getting huge flanks, which you can't just Mikhail's away from, because only one person can escape the maelstrom at that point. And on the other side, it is about being much more about playing around your front line, playing around that Maokai, the Cassante, to block out some of that damage. If the Cassante can soak the Ashe up with a W and then go backwards, that changes everything. But I do think on the whole, it is about OMG making sure they don't open themselves up to the combo, wait until they're safe to fire back.
And we said it hasn't been an easy road for OMG. They've had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of those wins they've gotten, but they've gotten 5 already with no series losses here in the Rumble stage. TT looking to upset that. A lot is going to rely on this mid lane, the priority gain there, and how they tend to play towards their junglers. So then, all eyes go to Beichuan versus Tianjin. It's the kickoff of our 3 best of 3s, and we're starting it off in Shanghai. We're starting it off right. It's a group Nirvana battle for TT's spot in the next round. And we'll see if OMG can put them in their place. We're getting into game 1 right now.
Poor guy was coughing like me, just in one of those. I kind of lost my voice a little bit last week, so I've been working my way back from that. So if you notice like any particular like blank spots, it's just because I've ended up just taking a moment off the microphone to do that. See, the good thing is I'm not shouting like a crowd chant leader like that, which is where you really blow your voice out. And you know, I have a lot of respect for those guys that that lead the charge. But look after your voice, stay hydrated.
Yeah, look after yourself.
Yeah, look after yourself. It's not an easy thing shouting very loud.
It's crazy. It's almost like health is important. Shout outs to Dimera, but also take care of yourself, buddy.
I hope Dimera's doing well wherever they are.
Yeah, I hope they're doing great, not coughing up. Do you want to take a look at some of this early planning coming through here? Because Tianzhen will be spotted out going to this, but he is going for an invade. Meanwhile, Beichuan on the other side is as well.
Yeah, you can see that Feather wanted to use level 1 Brawn power, allows Beichuan to go into the enemy jungle, take away a couple of camps, and then Tianzhen, he is known going over to the other side of the map, but it is in response still to the level 1 coming through from TT. Yes, both teams know what's happening, but it doesn't change the fact that Beichuan allows to get this kind of control over bot side. I think this is quite intelligent here from Starry and PP God. They get themselves the XP from the first wave, they can head themselves to level 2, and once they're level 2, with the Exhaustion and the Cleanse, I think they're quite safe down here, because they're both very mobile champions. You can see that Beichuan is on bot side, but I think even if he wraps around at this point, he's going to slow push back this wave now. And I don't think Starry and PP God are going to lose that much CS if they just sit and wait for that wave to come back like this. They pushed in early, great awareness from Starry and PP God not to leave themselves at the whims of Beichuan, who could have ganked them at level 3 while they were pushing up now. If they got that early push as they did, it's going to slow push back to them, completely safe.
And I want to take a look at some of that pathing coming to a head here, because Tianzhen was thinking about going to a path towards Hoya on that wave state that they have up there in that solo lane, but instead going to be looking to get back to his side of the jungle. So it looks like some vertical jungling will be pulled off here by both.
Yeah. One thing which I find quite funny about that term is that because it's vertical jungling, it technically should be horizontal jungling.
Horizontally diagonal jungling.
Yeah, because you're not going from top to bottom. That's what you normally do. That's vertical jungling because it's up and down. This should be
Wouldn't it just be diagonal jungling? But then the other one is also diagonal jungling.
Yes, it would be. That's the thing. I was going to say, oh, it should be diagonal jungling, but then at least you've got top to bottom that like, degree. Either way, our terminology, folks, is wrong. We call it vertical jungling. Everyone knows what it means. It's one of those things where just everyone knows what we're talking about, so we're just going to be quiet. We're going to accept it at that point.
We're gonna sit quietly and enjoy our peace. Speaking of some maybe not peaceful things happening in the mid lane, 4 wins to 2. For the Zeri versus Lucian matchup, but now apparently just a mainstay in the league since we've seen ADs just consistently go mid now.
Yeah, and UCal has been one of the big players of that Zeri as well, so I would imagine a couple of those wings have come from him. He hasn't gone for the barrier, interestingly. He's gone for the teleport. He was the guy that was taking barrier in every matchup, but with those AD carries mid, but he gets himself that first back now, gets himself towards that goal. And I think that this brings up a great conversation about mid lane AD matchups in general, because we did see that, you know, the Corki Tristana came through, but then when the Tristana was on the table, but the was off the table, but the Corki was still there, then we were questioning, well, what goes into the Corki? And a lot of people found this answer of the Lucian, because the Lucian could hop over the Foss bomb, he could hop away from the rockets as well. And you could trade through the wave better than the Lucian, than the Corki, because his Q could tag the minions from a longer range and do significant damage in that early game. So then it was like, well, okay, well, we'll just pick the Lucian. And then people were wondering, well, what's the solution? And stuff like the Zeri came through because it's a lot of point and click damage from the full charge passive. In the early levels, Lucian can actually struggle to trade with Zeri because of that full charge. Sparks ready, which you will hear a million times in each game, or whatever voice line it is in your own local client language as well. And it does mean that the Lucian can struggle sometimes to trade back against the Zeri. I think that's why UCal's prioritized it so much.
And I also just love how much damage potential it brings when we've been seeing teams go for the kind of double Pikachu comps with the Zeri and the...
True, I forgot about that. Great.
the Kennen. I find, like, obviously there's the big AoE combos that can come through, but the consistent damage max with the burst damage that Kennen brings, it just is such a lethal combo.
Yeah, and Now we have ourselves a situation where, of course, that cannon is in, and it means that PPGO's gone for the exhaust. We were seeing teams like JDG going towards double exhaust combos.
Yeah.
We have like a fist of fate between as well. You can't lose the gap, it's just
Ooh, he
you
gets
see.
the flash onto him. Now he's in trouble. He has no dash, no escape. He doesn't have anything. And first blood goes to none other than Angel for OMG.
Yukal uses his E in a very poor spot, and Tianzhen, the guy that has slotted into the roster for OMG in this Rumble stage, makes an impact early on and gives that kill over to Angel, who is, of course, one of the most important players on this team. Yukal, it's a bit of a cheap death. Could have eaten over the wall maybe and then flashed over towards Raptor Pit. I think he chooses the wrong angle, puts himself too close towards Tianzhen, and it's a pretty freebie first blood over to OMG.
Now, the biggest thing is Beichuan's been focusing on the jungle clearing. He's up in CS a little bit while Tianjin has been trying to be active, but we're also getting the XP catch-up mechanic right now with the Grubs going over to OMG immediately. See if TT want to hover over. They've already brought up Feather as well.
See that Harry doesn't have the teleport. He's down towards bot side and 1xN doesn't have an Ash Arrow to influence things. So this will be no interference from the bot side of the map just yet. 1xN not reaching that level 6 is kind of important for TT. So it's going to be one taken away by OMG. Tianjin was potentially looking at all of them, trying to AoE them all down, but Beitron will be able to take away the remaining 2 from this set, which means, sadly, Bizarre, there will be no showing of Grubbageddon this time around.
Unfortunately.
You know, we've moved away from the Grubby Tubbies. We're on more mature topics now. We're on to Grubbageddon. We've grown up in this world of grubs and void creatures.
From
and
children
sadly,
to teens to adults.
Yeah, Grubbageddon is like a young adult fiction here on Summoner's Rift.
I love it. Here comes the arrow, though. We're kicking things off wild style here as PP God going to dodge out. Sorry, also going to arcade shift out of that one. It was all for the Scuttle Crab as TT will take this one out, but it is a big move, at least by Beichuan, to be this far ahead of Tianjin so early because he is a major win condition for TT.
Yeah, he is. When you have this this Viego is a win condition of it itself, particularly in a draft like this. And I think that Beichuan, you know, he's moved away from stuff like the Shin Zhao, which he was playing pretty much on cooldown the entirety of the last kind of era of jungle metas. When he's gone towards the brands and the AP jungles, he's actually looked pretty good. I didn't expect him to have this level of form coming through in summer, but he's slotted well into the AP jungles. But stuff like the Viego is also a farming jungle win condition. It's just sort of a physical damage variety and a slightly different way to play. You're not positioning like a mage, you're positioning like, of course, the frontliner in some ways too, and using your ultimate to kind of keep yourself unstoppable going into the fight at the right time. So if he gets himself onto the board, and even more so than now, and gets himself on the end of one of those Ash Arrows with a Braum being put into the mix as well, it is going to be an absurdly good win condition for TT, especially before PP God gets something like that Mikhail's, which could, of course, break the part that combo. Beichuan shall be someone we've got to keep a huge amount of eyes on.
Keep up the proactivity. Well, 20 CS up just about over at Tianjin. I also want to look on the side of OMG a little bit on how they use Angel now that he's gotten 1 kill, but also that we haven't really gotten much Dragon focus now. There are some pings coming out from TT on that side of the map, but it is going to be a later game objective focus, and OMG are now starting to bring people down this way.
Yeah, the Ash Arrow's back up again. So, remember, if we get ourselves Ash into Braum passive, into the Spectral Morph from Viego into a reset, that is very, very powerful. As it stands, I think OMG, because they've knocked off the spot product completely right now, it'd be risky to go towards this. There's a sapling to the brush, but I think realistically, they're giving this one up because TT has himself pushing mid top, and that'll be the Dragon going over fairly easily.
Nice start to the stacking objective for TT in that regard, but now we also have to look at repositioning for the other side of the map because both teams going to be wanting to get at least 4 grubs to get those mites spawning. But right now, Tianjin going for his still style of play and actually looking a little aggressive in the jungle. We're going to get the engage on bot side. True Shot Barrage going to be blocked by the Braum. Feather still getting poked down by Starry. We did have a tussle in the jungle though. Beichuan forced away, does end up losing his blue buff because of it.
Yeah, it doesn't end up committing his flash or his ult. I think because 1xN and Feather were fighting, they didn't want to throw the Ash Arrow into the jungle as well, which could, of course, ended up starting something from an unexpected angle for OMG. But because Starry and PB God were trading well, they didn't necessarily want to lose a 2v2 turret for their own sake. You are, in fact, allowed to be selfish sometimes, folks. You can use your globals in your own lane. It can sometimes. Trust me, it is okay sometimes. I say that. I'm endorsing you to get your own leads.
I love that you say that in the AP jungle meta where Bey just farms and doesn't interact. Beichuan about to get interacted on by OMG as they watch him slink out of their own jungle. Tianjin will be taking some wards on this top side, but those grubs spawning about 20 seconds here.
So we're getting people coming out of base. We have 1xN with the Rectrix and the tier 2 boots. And so what that means is that 1xN does have a lot of move speed available right now to chase down people, especially with the approach velocity. TT, I think they're ready to really brawl around this. And if they do get themselves away with multiple grubs, that's going to really help Hoya. So that's why they're really angling towards this quite heavily, even though they're second into the river.
Biggest thing to watch out for here is positioning. Beichuan, all he's looking for is the first soul going down in the fight, and he will find success on the other side. It's all about Angel and Starry navigating these, but we're already getting grubs here, down and out. Culling coming out. There's the Enchant Crystal. Everything's going to be used. The knockup for the Glacial Fisher is not going to be enough on Tianjin, but they are just focusing on the grubs. Hoya looking for a deep flank here as OMG stepping up. They want to try to deny one more, but they don't really have their jungler here with them, as they do end up getting the end-up denial, at least, of the last grub. They'll get 2 in total. TT will get 4, so they will get the mites, and OMG come away with not as much as maybe they hoped.
A bit of a mistake there from Beichuan. He could have held on to the spike for the last grub, I think, because Tianjin wasn't, I don't think he was even in range to contest that second one going down. Maybe he did on the first one. I need to look back at the replay for that, but just ends up being the Ezreal Q. We see so many Ezreal stealing one of those grubs away. It's still going to be 4 up to the side of TT. That is going to unlock the Might buff, which will help them tank up extra turret shots, which will help them get just more turret plates in general. So Hoya's going to be happy with that. Of course, the cannon does bully out the cannon. Now TT need to ask themselves, okay, how do they get themselves out onto the map and getting themselves into side lane turrets? Of course, on the other side, we've got players like Angel who could potentially contest that as well. Lucian very strong in a side lane, so it is going to be about the side lane allocations. Where are these solo laners going to go, and to get their best matchups to get those turret plays, particularly with the side of TT, but also maybe with the side of Angel trying to mitigate that.
Take a look as the smoke clears a little bit on a potential next moves for TT, as I do really want them to have a lead with Beichuan. They might just find it here. A little bit of dash dodge from PP God, and Tianjin right around the corner to make this a 3v3. Maybe they don't want to take. Yukao was on the way here. Looks like tempers will cool just a little bit.
So that is the kind of play which, if you see that Brawl Q hit, you will understand very quickly why Viego Brawl has been a combo in the past, because as soon as you hit like an ability from the Viego, you get the double stack, and that means that the passive instantly procs. So Feather missing out on that Q means that the threat massively drops, but wait for that in the future. I'm sure that will grace us at some point.
He was spotted. I don't know if he was trying to be sneaky or not. There's a wild Maokai in the bush. Going to spot out some more of the wards, but they are looking at a bit of a dive. I think 1xN might be able to get some poke down to clear this out, though.
Yeah, Feather's quite low. Double skill shots heading onto 1xN. It's taking a long time, though, on the way it's not pushed in, so they're not going to be able to do a big play based off of that. They need to be a little bit careful because there's an Ash Arrow available, but those saplings doing some good work. We've seen this build a lot through this one. We go towards Scorched Claw and the Leandries. It gives you some magic damage. Of course, you don't have a huge amount of magic damage. The Ezreal will bring out some. And yes, Rakan can do this. But Rakan does a surprising amount of damage.
You've been holding on that one for a little bit, yeah.
I'm not going to say, look, if you're an 80 carry and a Rakan hits you with a full combo, you're not leaving without a bloodied lip, at least. But yeah, particularly when you see the Maokai being the sole magic damage, it is still fine to go towards this kind of build, despite the AP Maokai not being nearly as strong as it was throughout points of last year when we saw the I saw multiple builds coming out of him, which just did. Wasn't it Tarzan that had that 9,000 damage team fight with Brush Sapling's Wall? Anyway, that's thinking of the past, but when he has this item combo, he can go towards the Warmogs afterwards anyway, and he can still perform as a frontline. But for now, he's also going to be significant damage for TT. They're going to have to wade through with those saplings. Dragon has now spawned. Will that damage mean anything? If he can tag on some people, maybe that'll chunk it down.
They're just going to go straight into the fight here. TP behind. This is big. Hoya is finally getting involved here and has an angle for a huge slicing Maelstrom. Feather getting low. Dragon goes over to Beichuan. Now they're re-engaged. Trying to catch Angel, but they end up getting PP God in the end. He dashes out. Angel also going to use his dash. Here's the TP from OMG trying to get out, but here comes the resets for Beichuan. And it's a ticket for one to Reset City. TT find 2.
TT is second into the river, but they are first into the fight. The Ash Arrow is not that well followed on by TT, but it does get them enough, and they get themselves that huge Viego reset win condition, which we were asking for. They don't have something like that Mikhail's yet. They don't have something to prevent that coming through. So TT walk away with kills, they walk away with 2 dragons, and OMG, this is exactly the kind of fight you needed to be wary of. 1xN hops around the brush. They have vision, but not on the other side of the brush. I think the geometry wouldn't have worked out that way. We have to check before the ball, but I imagine they didn't actually see him, so he hopped around that corner. Hoya cuts him off in the pass here as well. And while the Ash Arrow wasn't necessarily the killer blow at the start of it, it started things off well enough for them to get themselves to follow up with the odds.
God, the follow with the concussive blows there at the end too. My God, it's ridiculous. In the end, though, it is TT running away with this one. And that 20 CS lead that we were consistently seeing for like the first whole 7 minutes of the game by BH1, well, it's like 40 or 50 now. And I think Tianzhen is going to have a lot of trouble finding relevance in a lot of these fights. He will still have the Nature's Grasp, some of that CC set up there, but the frontal attack from TT is looking ridiculous, and now OMG trying to get scraps left on the table.
Yeah, so TT, they have themselves the Ash Arrow back up in a few seconds. They're teleporting. There's a Herald going up. There's no exhaust this time. Hoya has flash and ult. This is not a good fight for OMG.
This is not a good fight for OMG, and they're going to fight it anyways. PP Gun finds out the hard way that 1xN hits ridiculously hard. Now Tianzhen going to try to go over on Hoya, and this is a catastrophe for a team that we were lauding coming into this best of 3.
I mean, TT, they just play off their ult cooldowns. What more do they have to do? They sit there and like, well, thank you for giving us the combo. Thanks for standing here and exactly where we need you. You understand why OMG wants to deny the Herald, because they do want to make sure that they're not bleeding out too heavily. But by giving them a fight and then also giving them the Herald, you're giving them even more than they would have left with if you hadn't done anything. At that point, Safari League of Legends, where you just watch the wildlife and you don't contest the objectives, that would have actually been preferable at this point. But TT, they're walking away now with a huge amount of gold again, and also the promise of more gold potentially with that Herald. This is the Ash Storm. It's the Ash Arrow into the concussive blows, into death. Tianzhen is completely out of dodge, doesn't have that flash. He has to get himself a W side at that point, and the reset's gone. Fun fact as well, did you know that Viego Ultimate also counts as an auto attack, so that can also pop the brawl passive as well? It's nasty as hell, is what it is.
Yeah, that's why he on that other side fight, he was like able to stack it up out of seemingly nowhere. Didn't even know that concussive blows was on the champion. All of a sudden, you see all 4 stacks and a CC going down. It is a situation where TT are playing to their highest highs, and I think this is something we kind of set up in the beginning for them. Is if they can find success between BH1, UCal, and Feather, that's huge. But 1xN has had a huge role in setting up a lot of these fights through the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. I love that he's using his mind for this one.
Yeah, and for a player that came up from the LGL, I think 1xN last year didn't necessarily get all the flowers, which he maybe should have deserved, because we've seen players like Milky Way have come up, and obviously, understandably, he has been the real focus of a lot of good potential. I think 1xN has done a hell of a lot of good job work on a team which has not necessarily had the best days at the office. I think that 1xN has been so key to this team. Games like this prove it. Definitely all the more so as well. His arrow is back up, and we're watching to see how he continues to impact this game.
Arrow's going to be up way more often than OMG would like. I'll just say that right now. It's 2 dragons already for TT, a 3rd one on the horizon with the Mountain Soul to boot. It would be huge for their composition to dissuade a lot of the poke that OMG are able to do with Starry and with those saplings for Tianzhen. But they will need to wrestle control back to this side of the map, because OMG do not want to continue letting them stack this up, and they will have their first item spikes to work around here.
It will do, and that does help, but it also isn't. It isn't something again like the Mikhails, and I'm even wondering if PP gods even go towards that as a first item. It might just go towards the Warmogs, which I think would be a mistake in this case, because anything which can shrug off that Ash Arrow means more. I think what this means is that the only person who can deal with an Ash Arrow is Harry pressing W, and that means there's a lot of pressure onto Harry, not just to do that and stop the initial combo coming through from TT, but then also somehow getting into the backline after that's happened too. So while we look towards this Dragon Spawn, watch to see how OMG try to deal with this combination. I don't think they have the tools to do so very easily right now, so they're going to have to improvise. One of my favorite things in League of Legends, but one of the most difficult.
I will just say also, as the Dragon spawns, we get the setup by OMG and TT, but the Viego's looking like a bit of an answer to the laid-back style right now that this is presenting for Tianzhen on this Maokai. We'll see if it continues to be so. OMG keeping these saplings up and keep the vision strong over here, but Prio in mid lane is important too.
It is, particularly when you're trying to open up different angles of attack, Hoya still hasn't used his flash in a lot of these fights, so he's going to be chunked out. He has to teleport. If you can recall, you can get back to the fight, but now OMG have like a 12-second window to do something with before Hoya can influence the play. Spotted on the recall, Angel really doing well here to stop Hoya from influencing the fight. That opens up a timing window for OMG.
4v4, but TP coming in. Angel has the prio. The back still coming through from Hoya, but he does have really good defensive wards to TP2. Dragon going down low. Here goes PP God, but the Dragon going to Tianzhen. Denied so far is TT, but here comes the lightning storm that you've been waiting for. Slicing Maelstrom from Hoya. Nobody can follow up on him yet. They just need one kill, and here he comes. Base One will find the soul of OMG, and he gets sniped in the end by Starry, denying him the resets, but TT still able to fight their way out of this one, and OMG, they're showing their teeth.
They do that improvisation. They find a way to stop Hoya getting into the play by Angel's side lane, and Angel really carrying that whole phase of play. OMG, they managed to escape the combo, teleport back in now from UCal.
He wants to come join the fight. Doesn't really have much, but the second item proc here with the shield bow completed, but they'll try to push down this mid lane and get this outer tower if they can.
So TT, they lose themselves that dragon. They lose the fight as well. Question mark, trying to remember exactly how many kills came across either side, but OMG, that was a so much better fight for them than it could have been. The fact that Hoya didn't get himself on the perfect time, the fact that TT didn't have a great ward for him, so it took him longer to get towards that play, gave OMG a window. I mean, a lot of this starts from the fact that Angel stops the cannon teleporting in. He can teleport in earlier. To one extent, does get himself from out of vision, but it's onto Cassandra. It's not onto Arcana or something like that, which he can kill a lot easier. He has half the HP down on Harry, but this is something which he needed to do. The fact that that was the target which was selected was kind of a problem. And then Hoya goes in, he's immediately exhausted, and that's Kennan's worst enemy. So while he does get one kill out of that, it's not really enough. Starry gets sniped towards the end of that too. What does that make it? A 2-for-2 all in all.
And I think he'll take that, especially for Starry, who is now on his second item as well. Still waiting for the evolution there. But it's where you're starting to get a little bit of the damage profile. That giant CS differential that Base One has, not going to be as impactful because Starry and Angel will have some strength to them. And OMG starting to play that 2-item power spike here.
Absolutely. This is the point where if you get that first reset combo, that's great.
I don't know. That's just the solo bowler from Harry. I was wondering if he was going to be able to dash his way out of that one, but Harry's just waiting like a patient monster.
And Harry doing really well now in the individual matchup. Kennen is a champion that wants to really be ahead in the side lane. I can't remember which pro was saying it, but one of the pros was saying in an interview saying that if Kennen doesn't win lane, it's not a very good champion. Basically, words to that effect. And now suddenly, even in gold, Harry getting a really good last fight where he tanks up the arrow, and now a good solo kill in the side lane, opening up another option for OMG. OMG, we said they needed to improvise a little bit for periods in this game. I think they've done quite well at that level. And TT, they are now going to have to pray that their next combo puts them back into a stronger point in this game. They are still marginally ahead, but it's not as far ahead as they could have been, and not as far as they would like to be, especially now with the Dragon going up to OMG and them not having that early sold point. They don't want to throw another arrow, which doesn't necessarily get them the results they want.
The big thing is, though, it does feel like you're always on a cliff's edge. If one thing goes right and you start hearing that thunder talking, it gets a little bit terrifying. Now Hoya gets solo boloed by Harry. Really nice combos.
Yeah, no, he just gets everything on target. Has those Merc Treads. I think after you get yourself a couple of items in, you get yourself towards a bit of that magic resistant HP, Kennen does need to take longer trades. If he does leave himself too close to you and doesn't space well, it is very, very dangerous because Cassante is still Cassante at the end of the day, and Kennen is not the tankiest person in the top lane. Rob, TT going towards that top side now, potentially fighting on that Skull arrow.
That's
hits.
a long CC chain, but he does have the Merc, so it'll be shorter. They still follow it up. Concussive blows, join two, and Base One takes the life of Tianzhen.
Mercury's treads are not going to matter at all. There is too much CC. Jungler dead. Baron started. TT, one fell swoop. That arrow, that combination gets him onto the Baron.
Angel trying to get over here with the culling. Starry here with the poke to try to deny this one, maybe even steal it away. Hoya's coming in though. Shadow Flame has been completed. Baron getting low. Baron going down. And now TT, they want the souls of OMG again. PB God almost down there. Hoya's looking for his angle. He still has everything available to him. And it will be TT and walking away with 5 purple Baron capes.
Yeah, what I said, his accuracy has been genuinely very, very good this game. The arrow hits the right target, the perfect target before that Baron. And yeah, I mean, Merc Treads are great and all, but it doesn't matter when you're hit by the arrow, and then into the Braum ult, and then into the Viego stun, and then into the Braum stun. It is too much CC, Lizelle. It doesn't matter if you have capacity. I know they've removed a lot of it. Even if they hadn't, it would be very, very hard to survive that kind of combo. Now with the Baron buff, TT have the 4 grubs. They could potentially even look to go towards sidelines, but they're stacking up this 5. They want to take mid lane, and mid lane, they will take.
I mean, there's so much
Dragon
standing gold on the map still with this Baron buff up. Like, there's going to be so much gold for TT to pick up, because that was literally their first turret they took from OMG. Now Angel will get a response on the other side, but you're giving up soul point of a mountain soul to TT's comp.
Yeah, at least Angel does get that cross map. I think OMG rightfully understanding that, yeah, kind of hard to fight, especially just after that Baron buff went down. They were behind on the map. Puts down the ward, spots that Tianjin just around the corner. So see that time the geometry does work. In one of those
Between 2 rocks.
Great. Yeah, that's a great combo. But then it's the arrow, it's the ult knocker, it's the circle more, it's the curse of blows into death. Tianjin, yeah, discovering how unfair this combo is. And it makes the Viego look so much stronger because someone CC'd in front of you for a million years. It is the ultimate first pick combo for Viego right now to unlock those resets. It is a really nasty combo.
Here he's getting a little bit of revenge put onto him down here. They just really want to force this onto him for that solo he got onto Hoya earlier. They got Feather down here as well. And Chance and Crystal, oh my god, the man is a marksman and it fits his name so well. What I said does end up finding a big Chance and Crystal arrow, but a double knock up there. True Shot Barrage across this half of Hoya's health. They're going to have to TP reinforcements down here to pull this one off. They're going to bring in Yucal, but he immediately dashes away. Turret does go down. Look at Tianjin. He's got the angle for the Nature's Grasp. Oh, he can't get the Heartbreaker combo there. Base 1's just going down low. Now they try to get the other side of the fight here. They will find the trade back. Starry is now the focus for TT. Yucal stepping up, and he's going to make sure to flash for those kills. 1xN finds himself a double kill for TT.
It's the Zarius, the Canis, the Thunder duo for Thunder Talk, and they will run through the bot side of the map, and they'll take themselves even more structures with it. TT, they did have a lot of that standing gold. They did have a lot of ability to get even further ahead in this game, and the combos have worked at the time for them. If they'd missed those arrows, they could have been stalled out, but OMG, they've sadly had a target pointed directly on their foreheads, which 1xN has been spiking arrows into all day long here in this first game. Teleports back onto the map now from OMG to try and potentially punish, but nothing really to be found. TT, this has been a great combo game from them. They've been playing really, really well around the Asher into those resets, and you can see that, you know, once again, 1xN playing really well at dipping out of vision, giving himself the best angles, making sure the arrow is coming out of fog of war. Like, the fact that he's doing this out of fog of war means that the arrow gets to speed up across the map too. It makes it so much harder to dodge it, and of course the stun increase in duration too. It opens up so many options. 1xN has been a marksman in the true sense of the word.
God, the angle on that. Like, I know nobody else is going to get it, but honestly, he should have been a quarterback in another life. Like, that's actually insane. As Base 1 does end up buying a lot of time here. I think 1xN is a true hero on the top side of the fight, and especially both Yucal and him willing to flash forward in a moment of greatness for TT.
Absolutely. I mean, TT done so much work through that mid lane and that bot lane, carrying potential, and Batron, of course, in that trio there. Another arrow.
They're going to keep it going. Double knockup city here. Glacial Fisher coming in. Here's the TP, and guess who it is? It's the Pikachu, and he's going all over you. He's predicting where Starry went, and this is just dirty. As they have the calling back from Angel to rebuff the fight from TT. You're already missing Starry, and there's a palpable feeling in the air of a TT domination.
Yeah, this one is all TT all day. They've hit the skill shots they needed to. OMG did not hit their item breakpoints at the right point, and they have not approached the map in the right way to survive this Ash arrow. So few ways for them to escape that engage. I always wonder whether Starry should have been tanking one or two of these arrows with the cleanse at this point, because no one else can do it. And, you know, people went for that first item of Warmox. It only came in now. It was a late first item, but it should have been a Mikhail's, and if he'd gotten it earlier, it could have potentially saved the team. OMG, it has been a little too late for them. And CT, they have hit their power spikes at the right point. They have pulled their combos at the right point, which is why, you know, they have sat here now at a 3-2 scoreline. they have shown us a lot more than that in their wins. I think in their wins, we've seen that TT
Yeah.
have had some incredible, upper potential. And you can see that in some games like this too. This one's pretty easy though. Once again, 1xN sits out of
the
it.
goat.
He's on a control wall. And he hits the skill shot. And the CC is absolutely disgusting.
Hoya here.
How do you deal with this?
Hoya is an absolute despicable monster. Like the fact that he is just, he's like, I know where your only exit is, and I'm just gonna flash into it.
Yeah, I agree. I think in that case, it's like, look, you're not getting anywhere, buddy. If you're going anywhere else but here, you're going to die. And if you're here, I'm also going to personally deal with you. Now we have Baron and Dragonstorm just falling up in 30 seconds. There's every chance of an objective flip, but from this far behind the game, it is so hard for OMG to fight at all. TT will be looking once forward for their marksman to see if they can land that key shot.
Big setup from Tianjin. If he wants any hope of this one, Nature Grasp is going to have to get the right targets. The biggest problem is, though, that they will always have that big answer into you with 1xN. Now they're just completely surrounding OMG. H1 was actually looking for a deep flank there. He did end up getting control ward back there, so they do know that there's nobody in that vicinity. All 5 are present, and they're just going to take the double knock up there. And already Harry's gone. You give a Cassante over to base 1, and you're going to be paying with your lives as TT absolutely eviscerate OMG in game number 1. It's over a 10,000 gold lead. It's almost a flame horizon for base 1, who has had Tianjin's number all game long. And that's going to be a game 1 victory for TT.
Yeah, Thunderdog are done with this game. They make the 5-0 OMG look easy in this first game. They hit all the arrows they need to. They take all the kills they want.
1xN, a masterful marksman, might even be rivaling Robin Hood at this point, but it is a TT that stands strong in an undefeated OMG's face and yell to the skies in a lot of ways, just like you, Cal, did to start us off.
Funny you mentioned Robin Hood. I actually grew up around Sherwood Forest, so I feel like I have a little bit more of a personal.
It's feeling like home now, you know? The arrows hitting on
does.
top of each other.
Yeah, no, there's this. For every apple I've got in the house has just got an enchanted crystalline arrow in it. I love the way he played through that. You know, just the micro of stepping out of vision, making sure he's on a control before he fires the arrow. Also in that last play too, the thing which blocks your arrow is Cassante going unstoppable with W, and Cassante's tankiness comes from that W. Waits for him to channel it, fires the ult from when he goes forwards. There is no way you can outplay that. I love the extra decision-making coming through from TT. Really well played by them.
TT can smell the next stage cooking for them. We'll see if they can put down OMG or if OMG can bounce back here. We'll step away for a little break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we are already into our second game of the day, and it comes off the back of a TT win in the first one. Not something maybe we were expecting, but my goodness, the execution was beautiful.
It absolutely was, and the arrows were beautiful. I think he gets my show at Forest Pass. We can put him onto the Robin Hood roll of renown. Fantastic arrows. The micro of how he was positioning himself in regards to vision and into what tools the enemy had to dodge those arrows was absolutely fantastic. And this was the core of the composition. It was the Ashe into the Braum into the Viego resets. Now, I do think that maybe OMG on the other side didn't quite know how to play defensively against this combo, but the fact that the combo landed so consistently made it that much worse when they showed that weakness.
And honestly, the pressure that we saw put into the jungle role with all those bans definitely being felt here. I mean, when you're getting Flame Horizoned in this meta in the jungle, it's not going to be good, and especially against the Viego. But I think it was a holistic performance from TT. I think Hoya had some incredible flanks, but it also was just a TT that was making the same calls and had that very clear strategy. Whereas OMG, they had a clear strategy, but it more so was trying to default to a lot of reactionary gameplay.
Yeah, it was. They were on the defensive footing in this kind of team comp because you just have to catch the arrow somewhere, but catch it in a way that you can survive. They couldn't do that. Now we go into our second draft. OMG, maybe they would like to give themselves some more aggressive options. Maybe they'd like to ban away the Ashe as well in this one. That was very, very powerful and unlocks a very unique way to play the game.
How many jungle bans will we get? Already just the one, the Sejuani ban for the Xianzhen. Again, we had already talked about Xianzhen not necessarily going for all the big AP meta junglers right now, but we'll see if that continues to be the case here, as LeBlanc is also banned away against Angel, another signature pick they've had this Rumble stage. It's the Lucian Ashe right now that is banned away by OMG on the red side.
Yeah, so I think that UCal is also a big Lucian player, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that Lucian be either first picks or red side ban between either of these two teams. We know that Angel obviously prioritized it, but UCal also much better on the Lucian Zeri than he was on particularly the Corki and the AD carry matchup, and I think that's one of the reasons why TT have come up to prominence a little bit more. So with the Ashe gone, does that open up something like a Leona first pick as well? TT. Typically, the Ashe Braum has been answering the Leona. With the Ashe gone, you could just lock that in if you want to just get yourself a tier list pick.
Do you feel like there? I just get this weird feeling there's something watching me now.
Yeah.
It just feels like we're walking around the jungle right now, and I don't know. There's just some yellow eyes in the bush that are just like they're just peering into my soul right now. We'll see if OMG are gonna pounce on that one, but it is the Zeri for TT to go with their nomenclature.
Oh yeah. Rengar's not banned. It's just such a rare ban that I forget about it. But OMG, Tianzhen is the one Rengar player in the major regions. They absolutely could go towards that. Why wouldn't they? Tianzhen's been fantastic. At that pick, the Leona's going to get locked in now for OMG. We did say that that's very powerful with the Ashe Braum off the table. And
so many times, Nymera. So many times. We see that when this pick slips through, there's a reason why it goes back to being the priority ban for like the next 5 OMG games. It's crazy to me that we actually see this slip through. But now the question, the spotlight is to TT. What do they have to answer? Beige1 had an incredible game number 1 against Tianzhen, and he's going to need to find an answer here.
Yeah, so you're locking in double AD carries. Rengar is pretty happy to press ult and run at them if he wants to. So Tianzhen has been great at playing out these kind of like bitty skirmishes where he gets his empowered W to tank up some CC, cleanse it off, and then kind of revisit the play with more HP again from that battle roar. It's been one of the better parts of his play. Also his double bowlers as well have been very impactful. So TT, they do need to have some way to deal with this. Now something like that Alistar, at least it can knock him out of his jump with the Q. You can be a frontline at the start of it, but I don't see what TT are going to do proactively against this Rengar, which is a problem. They might go towards something like the Lilia, because the Lilia can go towards the Zhonya's quite early into a build compared to some AP junglers, and also it gives you some really good like close range fighting potential. But right now, OMG, I love what they have for themselves because it's much more aggressive options. Last game, they were playing defensive. OMG do not want to be playing defensive. They want to be on the front foot. And I think that the Leona, the Rengar, and the Kai'Sa really speaks towards that.
Yeah, I think as Trouble would say it, just pressing the W key is what OMG's goals are here. And I expect them to round that out here in the second part of the picks and bans, because right now they are a go-all-in composition. And I love that we are completely centered on that here. In the second phase, though, the Kennen already banned.
So the thing about the press W thing is just like keep going forwards. The thing is, Rengar kind of does the opposite too, because
Go back and then forward, back and then forward.
If Rengar ends up getting fed, the game is no longer the genre of MOBA, it is no longer League of Legends, it is a survival horror, and they are the horror. So yeah, at that point you kind of like, you struggle to walk into that dark creepy room where there's obviously something waiting for you. It's got those bright yellow eyes and some sharp pointy teeth. Going to that second round, and yeah, TT, I think they probably should be aiming for something like a Lilia. I think that would help them in terms of engage from the jungle as well, especially with the cannon gone. Well, that's why it's been banned out from OMG, and you start asking yourself, well, okay, what do you have? Do you need to go towards something like the Zyra or the Brand? And if they do you need to go towards a Zhonya's second to stop that engage coming through, rather than something like that Rylai's? That could actually be a very important build adaptation from whatever Beijing goes towards.
I really like the Lilia ban away here. Does beg the question of if we'll just see the Zyra or things like that come through. It is the Azir banned away, so more of that kind of setup potential from mid lane being taken away by TT against OMG. It is the Gnar, though, speak of setup for Harry.
Yeah, and it's a good blind pick. Top lane blind picks were probably better last patch because we saw the Rumble and the Renekton both very, very powerful. The Rumble's taking a bit of a hit, but the Gnar is still a good blind pick as it stands right now. It does well into your tanks, and it means that you kind of have to play kind of like weirdly carry versus carry. Hoya could go towards something like that TF, which can obviously spot out that Rengar. That can be quite powerful for him. Before that, though, Beitron does go towards that Brand. It is going to be a target for on his head. Against that Rengar, but at least you can instant stun with the EQ if Rengar does jump you, but I do think you're probably going to need to go towards the Zhonya's second item instead of third against this kind of comp.
You need more CC, honestly. As long as you can chain that CC into the Rengar, it's going to feel really, really good. Love this TF pick here. The yellow cards are going to be so potent against this would-be Predator, and TT set themselves up with a bit of a squishier comp against a kind of all-dive comp by OMG.
You know what TF's also going to be really good against the Rengar for? Pressing R when he does, just to reveal what the Rengar is. He's not going to be invisible. You got eyes on, you got the CCTV. You're looking for a buff and say, okay, there's a cat on your 6. Get out of that. So that's going to be important to see how Hoya uses his ultimate. Angel goes back towards the way. We haven't seen nearly as much mage gameplay in summer in the LPL. I think that with such a heavy focus on AP junglers, mages have fallen away from things. But Angel on the way was incredibly potent on this pick back in spring to my recollection. So he's going to be a good follow-up as well. But Leona can go forwards, and then you put that QW down from that way. Need to see how that lane matchup is going to go into the Zeri, though. We haven't seen that much AD carry versus mage gameplay.
Yeah, true, but I do like the stability it brings. A ton of utility, but also just the consistent damage as time goes on, and the spacing that Spiraling Despair can bring. But we have two very different comps this time around. OMG, they've decided they're done resting on their laurels. They want to go forward. They want to fight, and the leading man of that charge, Tianjin, on his Rengar.
So, OMG looking to recover. Currently, 5-0 in series. They have not always had a clean series. They are somewhat of best of 3 merchants, and they'll have to prove that again here in Game 2 when they do pick up those aggressive tools.
And this is a TT who are fighting for that spot in the next round. Try to get to 4 wins here. We saw them come and give a bit of a surprise to OMG. But the battles have just begun here in Shanghai, and OMG have fought tooth and nail for every single victory they've gotten, literally, with the Rengar here in this one. It's a game of comebacks for OMG, and it's a game of TT trying to put them down a peg for their first series loss. A 2-0 would mean so much going into this one. It is Game 2 of TT versus OMG. The OMG fans are not impressed with that first game. I'm just going to say that right now. The cheers have gone down significantly.
Tell you what, I saw one of like the original OMG logos on their shirts as well, way back from like 2013, 2014. That was a bit of a blast from the past. God, I remember that back in season 3 and season 4 well. That was a time to be an OMG fan. We kind of thought last year that would have been a time, you know, that was the fan favorite roster for OMG of recent years. That was a good time to be an OMG
constant
fan
dark horse.
Yeah, sadly, couldn't quite get over the finish line in any of those, and then of course, they've lost a lot of the key pieces, which made that roster so special. PP got the only member who's remaining from that era, but you know, OG, even though they've lost a lot of those members, they've given us a lot more to be excited about than I thought they would do, and there's a serious credit to that. You know, they lost even Despair, their coach. They lost 4 out of their 5 members, and they're still playing fun, scrappy, improv League of Legends, which to me is one of my favorite styles to watch play the game. It's the fast food of League of Legends. So what you see here is that Hoya's trying to bring the wave away from that rush, so Harry can't just hop in and hop out to make use of that, dropping his minion aggro and of course not being able to auto-attack back. But Hoya drags that wave away and makes sure that Harry doesn't get value out of it.
So big spotlights on the jungles here. Tianjin going to be pathing up towards top side of the map. Gotta see how proactive he wants to be. H1 had his number last game especially, but this time around, I will say TT not going to have as much setup tools that they had in that game number 1. Level 2 has been completed by TT, and PP God going to be forced to flash away.
Yeah, to what extent, just keeping pinging those Qs onto the wave. I think the OMG's bot lane thought they'd hit level 2 a minion or 2 before that, but one extent, managing to get that leveled up on the other side of it means that PP God loses his summer. Support, man, it's just so easy. You've got to hit level 2 first.
Alright, Afro move.
What else could I say?
Love to hear it. Any supports out there, make sure to feel confident in that. You know? What?
The saddest thing about that is that most people will probably have not seen the original clip of that.
Oh, probably. That's old, man. That's we're showing our age a little bit here. Still one of my favorite players of all time, though.
Man, one thing which I would really like to do at some point is like go through all of the old terms which are named after players, some of the big moments, and kind of like go and revisit. Because one of the things is the League community that we're not always great at doing is revisiting some of like the key moments which we've ended up like revisiting over time. That's focusing on the farming carry. Wow, that's like,
look at it go! He's getting all of them.
You know, how many people saw Mad Life play now? How many people saw Insect when he was actually doing kicks within the LPL as well? Of course, he came over to him. He was jungler for Royal Club for a while as well back in Season 4. You know, it's been a while since those players have been active now. And while they are part of the bedrock of how we understand like some of the game now, it's just been so long. It'd be quite nice to just revisit some of those goals.
Yeah, it's also hard to set up those new moments, right? The named abilities don't come often anymore. Now let's take a look at the map here, though, as TT looking to be proactive on the top side. Go for the flash play, but get Harry. They're going to flash for it anyways. Harry going down, and first blood yet again for TT.
It's double flashes invested by Hoya and BH1, but they do get the kill onto the Twisted Fate. The wave is not in a great spot for Harry, so he's going to have to teleport back in and immediately hard shove that in as quickly as possible. While this is happening, the Hoya's going to go back for his first base of the game and immediately get himself to tier 2 boots, which means he's going to be able to chase down even harder. He uses that flash, didn't even need to use the ignite, which is taken on this TF so far. So if he can get himself another kill trade, that could be very, very important. That's
the Lion is looking. And they actually find 1x in on the angle here. He's getting the cleanse out, trying to go for his own kill, but Tianjin will pick that one up. And I'm just going to say, as a former zookeeper, my favorite animal is a lion, and that's a 400-pound sucker right there.
Yeah, so he's going to be put that all of that bite force down on the jugulars of the targets he is choosing. One extent very nearly turns that around. One more auto attack would have gotten himself a kill, but Starry ends up winning out the trade between AD carries. That Feather is going to get that freeze out in bot lane as well, which is really annoying. You get a kill and suddenly lose a load of farm after the punch. Hoya does just a quick auto attack reset, quickly gets himself that freshly attack. Of course, he's got top lane Twisted Fate, just a lot more damage than you think when you get those auto attack resets through. Gets himself that stack deck. And that's the dead little mini yordle.
Little thing, I think it's really funny. In the wild, actually, female lions are the ones that deliver the food to the male lions, which I think is hilarious. But in this concept, in League of Legends itself, the bot lane just delivered the food to Tianjin. So he's going to be sitting happy. But they are also looking to stay proactive because there is an objective coming up with the Grubs, and they are moving PP God and Starry over to this top side.
Would have been perfect if they had the new Anima squad skin for the Lion. Hoya doesn't have a flash this time. Chance that people could go.
Oh no! He has the yellow card, but they are just waiting for him. If they're going to get the Zenith blade, they're going to get the CC combo, and OMG now gets Starry his own kill.
So we talked about it in the game, first game, talking about how Feather was important for TT to get him onto the map. Were OMG going to try and pin him down? Well, they get a kill in his lane, and immediately they're the ones who start roaming around the map. After that, as a bot lane, Grubs have now spawned, and TT were not really prepared for that one. Hoya doesn't even have himself level 6 to get himself even further up. Tianjin has himself that ferocity. He could start jumping forward.
The double control ward.
a little bit careful going into the ring like that at some points. We might just be getting ourselves to the point where we can
Get the AoE there. True Shot Barrage comes across as well. Look at the double CC chain here. Feather is pulling off some agile tricks on this big cow. Now UCal comes in too. Smiling Despair. It should pick off Hoya. They get one back there too. Starry is in the midst of everybody. And TT are picking them apart here. They've gotten all 3 grubs. They've gotten a couple more kills. And they are taking OMG to task.
Hoya comes in, Hoya dies, but he's done his job. 2-2-1 on that Twisted Fate, and TT as a whole picking up the grubs that they need and the kills they do. OMG, they have themselves a more aggressive composition, but that doesn't mean you can be playing like this all the time. Tianjin gets bitten by the brand as he goes into that brush. There wasn't really any available follow-up beyond that. Tianjin trying to stack up his ferocity again, but the brand passive ends up spreading from the grubs onto two people, then does the combo afterwards, and then you get yourself the Q stun after.
My god, the damage transfer over there with the double knockup from Feather as well. Oh man, I love that Starry is in there trying to find as many kills back as possible, but now you have a UCal who's 2-0 on the Zeri, and there's going to be so much pressure wherever this pick is.
Yeah, and you know, it's so good to see UCal have good games like this against you. Spring wasn't great for UCal. Honestly, group stage wasn't great for UCal either. He's looking a lot better here in the Nirvana group, and last year, when TT made themselves that playoffs, he was absolutely ecstatic. And when they missed out on playoffs by just a series in summer, he broke down in tears because this team, despite it not having all the results, means an awful lot to this. You know, UCal's had a hell of a career. And you just come over here to TT. This team means an awful lot to him. They can get themselves that one step closer towards playoffs again. I'm sure you'll see those emotions on full display again, as every time he comes out on stage, he makes them known as well. It is very hard not to root for someone like UCal because he's put so much of his heart and soul into this league and into this team.
Yeah, and I think specifically into this team, it's been really nice to see him kind of be the pillar for TT through all this time, going 2.5 years now. Feels really nice, obviously, coming over from Case from the LCK, but it's also the fact that we did see that slump and the fact that we've seen other people from TT step up, but we always know that UCal will find his moment to shine here and again to yell at the sky. But we also take a look now that we have had no focus on the Dragons for yet another game, but this one's going even longer into it, and we still only have another 2 minutes or so till the next spawn of grubs.
I think particularly when you have Gnar, Twisted Fate, and like AD carry like this area in the mid lane, you do love getting grubs because they allow you to hit towers and snowball gold advantages out of control. I think that LPL as a whole did not necessarily adapt very well from Herald to grub meta. Having stuff like this now, we can play around these big combos.
To get the flash out though, 1xN gonna try to poke back, but that is gonna be the Summoner Spell revisited, no doubt.
So PP God also not able to like flash Zenith Blade forward as well and help Tianjin get onto the map. Of course, Tianjin has his level 6 markers as well at this point. He's ready to pull the trigger. And as you were saying before, no real Dragon Prior from TT. I think that they have focused very heavily on top side because they have that Twisted Fate. We want to play towards those grubs and getting sidelines. You can even see UCal heading towards top lane right now. Of course, he can combo for wherever he wants to clear out that ward. But it's Tianjin who's left to kind of pick up the traps around bot side of the map. And yes, that's going to be an objective for them, but you do not want to be letting now Hoya get into a side lane with multiple grubs. They don't want to be letting the second spawn of grubs going over for free. TT, they've got 40 seconds to set up for it, and I feel like they are very, very happy now to take what trades they can to set up well for that top side of it.
Yeah, I mean, you have Leandry's already completed for H1, so his fight potential around those grubs just got a little bit terrifying. There is the Sundered Sky Archangels combo for the mid jungle of OMG there. Obviously still needing a lot to stack that one up for Angel, but more the Sundered Sky for Tianjin. As he jumps to the separate targets, we'll be getting big bonuses off that.
So, what is this setup going to look like? Of course, we have level 6 on PP God. He doesn't have that flash. There's an important tool there, and an important tool missing as well. UCal fell up. 1xN not roaming up right now. He's pushing out bot lane and trying to, I suppose, force Harry into responding in bot lane, so he's not going to there at the start of the fight. Have that yellow card.
Immediately get Tianjin out there and try and get out of that situation. They bring Starry down from this top side. OMG looking prep for the fight. I do like that TT are utilizing this vision bush here. They will just get the frontal engage by PP God. They're going to get a big power blast back to the face, though. Got to be very careful as OMG have withstood the first charge of OMG. or TT rather, and now OMG with that predatory instinct is going to move back over to the grubs. I don't know if TT are going to be willing to go for this one. They do have a lot of AoE damage still.
That's going to get rooted up by this. He's the one face checking.
Spiraling Despair. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Just a little bit of healing back for Feather there. PP got looking over on the angle. The grubs are starting to fall. Already won the way of OMG. Nice little severing bolts, get 1x in a little bit lower. Another grub goes down the way of OMG, but TT want to move forward. They want to try to get this one, and they do. So they will end up getting 4 grubs, and now they want the engage. Big move from UCal. He's gotten 2 kills, and he wants more. Look at that yellow card splash from Hoya as TT have come to town, and OMG can do nothing but what?
OMG have just not dialed in on these grub fights effectively. I think that they did pretty well with Angel getting some damage beforehand, but they overstayed on that play, and as soon as the smite has gone down on the second of those grubs, you can't stick around for the third. There's every chance that UCal can get himself an answer beyond that. You used your Rengar ultimate just before this too, and you see right here, Tianjin smites through onto this second grub as it comes through. And after that, you're not getting that third one. You're looking for a big engagement. He doesn't have that flash. That's an important missing summoner for him. UCal gets the wall right. Tianjin doesn't have his ultimate right this. Rengar without pushes and without that ultimate doesn't get that same ability to get stickiness onto targets and get himself that velocity stacking up for the empowered abilities. And that was a huge difference maker there. OMG once again misjudging an early play, and now they're starting to fall behind. And that's a problem. Suddenly, you have grubs over to the side of TT. They can start using it to hit sideline turrets. And Hoya is very happy in his own position now too.
Really, really love to see UCal stepping up. Game 1 was 1xN. Here, UCal in game number 2 at his own marksman again, trying to make something happen here. Tianjin left wanting as he spots back and try to go for the red buff down here. We did get Triforce completed for 1xN now, so a lot more damage behind those Mystic shots as well. And we have to see how OMG can stay proactive, because this is not a composition that is going to feel good being behind.
Yeah, to the point where, so in Champions Select I was saying that maybe you go for like a Seeker second instead of the Rylai's or something like that for the junglers. I think actually at this point, because you're getting significantly far ahead now as TT, and Baytron is going to be happy with the amount of gold he says. One of the bonuses of the AP junglers like Zyra and Brand right now is they build both the Liandry's and the Rylai's, which are both HP items. Now compared to a mage like, I don't know, the Wei or something, yes, you can go towards that Seraphs, and that's definitely items you can go towards, but not every mage goes towards double HP. This is much more survivable than a lot of people would assume at that point. So Baytron's very happy to just go towards 2 threats and say, okay, jump on me, got a load of HP. Yeah, I can just stun you right back. And Tianjin is going to struggle to play from behind in this game. And credit to TT, they let this pick through and they're dealing well with it. Not many teams have done so far.
Surprised that so many jungle bans did not come through for OMG, honestly. After that game 1 where we had like 5 jungle bans to start with, all the AP junglers were taken off. The fact that Brand got through it, it's so perfect into the jump in that you want to do as the Rengar. I mean, TT have been cooking this one up. That game number 1, they were starting off the appetizers, but this is a beautiful entree. And now it is also a situation where the Rift Herald is already going down. OMG are trying to collapse. They have the predatory instincts popped. The Rift Herald goes over the way of TT now, and they have a front-to-back fight. Starry's trying to make that a little bit different, but True Shot Barrage made the difference there. Now UCal, he's going forward yet again, as he already burned the flash. Starry's going down to Hoya, and UCal's picking up more here. Baytwan ends up getting one for himself. Ultra Shock Laser going to be dodged out of, but he has the dash, and there you go. Another kill for TT, and we might need to start calling them the Merry Men, because UCal is starting to look like Little John here, and Robin Hood with 1xN.
We had Robin Hood in game 1, the Ashe was on point, and yeah, why not? Let's call it the whole band of thieves there from Thunder Talk, and they have absolutely stolen from the rich of 5-0 from OMG. They're not so poor themselves, but they'll be taking that win, absolutely. TT, they're looking to secure themselves playoffs with this series, and OMG, they have been slapped in the early game both times around now. The thrill of the hunt from Tianjin has not really been that effective. He's trying to get in towards the smite cell, but he jumps in and is immediately CC'd by Feather. Tianjin has basically 0 impact on this fight beyond that point. The Rengar, which has been so important for him, just hasn't had that same value. The other side of it too, Starry, he gets zoned out, he gets a couple of the 380 carries, which TT are bringing to play. It has been a very, very shutout performance in this early game so far. OMG have just not been fighting well around these top side objectives.
And it's just really rough to see OMG in this kind of state, but it's really, really awesome to see for TT fans and TT alike, because this is a situation where OMG were undefeated. They hadn't easily done that, but still sitting undefeated in a group Nirvana that we expected to be extremely chaotic is a stability that we didn't expect. And I think OMG now are facing the tough task of fighting back in this one and bringing us to another 3-gamer. But TT, they have shown up in force here. Hoya actually taking a decent trade on Harry, gets half his health taken, try to bait out for Tianjin.
I mean, Hoya still has that ignite too. You jump too far forward, this guy's gonna kill you. Feather's here, he has ult, he has flash. You can't really dive this while Alice is there either. They pop themselves the Rengar ultimate. And of course the Rengar ultimate, that thrill of the hull, gives you the vision of the closest target. Tells you the Alistair's there. Means you can't really go for that dive. And that's now, what, 3 Rengar ultimates we've seen now with 0 gain from it. TT have been playing very, very well around this. We haven't even needed to see the interaction of, the thrill of the whole being popped, and the destiny from the Twisted Fate revealing them with the cards above their head. That hasn't even needed to happen at this point. So OMG, they have been giving over a lot for free. They've not been achieving much with their big ticket ultimates.
Page 1 feeling very comfortable getting to that second item now as well, and just struggling to see the proactivity from OMG pulled off. Something that has been, it feels like their namesake a lot of times in this one. We're not seeing the similar combinations early that we might have expected, and now you can take advantage of a very, very meta team composition from TT to win out these objective fights, which we won't have up for a little while. So maybe giving a little bit of onus to OMG to find picks if TT are caught slacking.
Which is why you'd love to use that Rengar ultimate round about now, but you don't have it. Suddenly TT can push up, and they have themselves the Destiny Gate, so they can use that wherever the hell they want. Hoya has himself almost a 2,000 gold lead. Hoya, a player which I've definitely criticized in the past for someone who's not taken leads and done very much with them. I think actually weirdly Hoya and Harry both have been in weird situations like that before. They were big cannon players, but they weren't always determining games with that. Of course, Hoya in game 1 very much helped out with that. What huge amounts of damage, and now suddenly on Twisted Fate with a 2,000 gold lead, has the rapid fire cannon. He can very much control this game. So Hoya, it's been a good showing from him in this series so far. TT, we've known that they do have this upper level of potential hiding in the shadows in some of their series. It's just kind of guessing whether it's going to come out to play, especially against a team like OMG that are 5-0. It's good to see that they can do it against any team in Nirvana.
Well, hey, and I love that you highlight Hoya because it's kind of the 2 pillars right now for TT over the last 2 years between him and UCal. So really good step-ups from them in their solo lanes after 1xN giving them something to raise the level to in that game number 1, because I still think if you're a 1xN fan, you should absolutely go watch that game. It was absolutely incredible for him. But now we're getting to a point where OMG have not been really proactive in this downtime. We still have a little bit of time. It's not like TT are going to pull Baron on play or anything, but Harry is the play now in the side lane as UCal has come in with the shield bow completed. There is no Mega Gnar, and there is nothing to save you from the horn.
This is the problem. When you don't have your tools, you fall behind on the map, and then suddenly TT can use their own weapons to Destiny Gate comes through. And this game has just not been about Tianjin in this mid-game on the Rengar, who should be kind of corralling the enemy team to stick together. They're sticking together now, but others, they want to kill you!
Oh, look away! Oh my god, Feather, that was disgusting! 1xN goes into, and OMG are scattered to the wind.
We said that OMG wanted to be more aggressive, be more proactive. They absolutely can't be. They've tried to fire their shots. They've gone wide. TT, they've been the ones which have been hitting home with their big ultimates. And OMG, they just haven't been able to withstand the big engages. It's been Hoya, it's been Beidou, it's been UCal, 1xN in that first game. It's been Feather in this one too, with some huge combos, both around the Herald fights and then around this play as well. TT, they have found their playmaking tools, and now they are continuing to increase into the lead. I mean, this is a 9,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. You don't see this kind of lead very, very often.
Yeah.
And TT, they have so many items coming out of that. They haven't even hit the Ramada transformation on Ezreal. It's only going to get worse for OMG.
And we take a look back at this one. I mean, Feather, this is a montage-worthy play. The flash to make sure a 3-man there on top of it.
Look, when you got the Rengar in the game, you'd think that, you know, the lion would be the most dangerous animal on
It's
on
malnourished,
the Savannah.
all right?
There's a cow here. I was actually speaking about this the other day. One of the most deadly, in fact, the deadliest animal, at least in the UK, is in fact the cow. So for me growing
That's
up,
so sad.
yeah, those things are really, well, you say that, they're also really heavy. If they get angry, they're carving. You don't stand next to those cows. Feather, you know, it's a little bit different in that case, but just don't walk up to the bull. He's got a lot of, he's got a lot of threat. He's a dangerous animal.
OMG, this is what we were talking about, though. They have collapsed. They have that dive. They get another kill for Tianjin. Tianzhen. That Pyroclasm will not find as much as maybe they were hoping for, but Tianzhen getting locked down now as well, still burning. Here comes Yukao. He's the one with all the gold. He needs to get in there to get the damage down. PP God giving his life over. Feather goes over too, but look at Yukao this entire time, like lightning, making Thunder Tuck click. But now Harry trying to get his Megadar here to get a setup. They do end up getting Feather in the end as Angel's sustained damage is coming in so ridiculously clutch. But Juan cannot find the angle there. Does get CC'd out, and TT do end up losing a couple bodies.
This is how OMG would have loved to play most of this mid game. They want to have that Rengar coming out from unexpected angles with very, very fast move speed on that Thrill of the Hunt, and they do manage to find 1xN finally. Now the problem is, they do win that fight, but not cleanly enough to stay on the map. Atron now can stay up, and he's got stronger regular abilities than Tianzhen, of course, who goes down. So you can stay around, you can burn down his dragon, there's no spike from OMG, so even though OMG win a 2-for-1 fight overall, they don't get to stick around for the objective, and sadly for them, they also don't get something like that shut down onto Hoya either. Hoya had a great turnaround onto Tianzhen at the back part of that fight too, so OMG, it's not even the clean victory they're looking for, and of course it's very hard to get them because he's so far down in gold. If you can catch one of these carries, great. Well, what about the other three?
And you have to remember through all of this, OMG are sitting at the top of Group Nirvana here. They're sitting in their lofty towers as the rich, and it's TT who have stuck up on them. The merry men here, able to steal away the fortune, maybe give it to the less fortunate here in Group Nirvana and make these last couple series super spicy. And we are getting TT's play here on the back end where OMG finally took advantage of what they're strong at.
Look, I've had a lot of praise for 1xN recently. This isn't it. You're a Rengar, walks up too far from it. It's a really good punishment from OMG. Very, very quick time. Also, another thing which happened there is that Feather was stunned when he was looking to deny the Rengar jump in. Couldn't get himself a headbutt, pulverize. Because of that, Hoya does get engaged onto, but Hoya is so strong. This is the problem. You kill one of those targets. You can't kill all of them. Hoya is so strong right now because he has a free entrance into the fight. He's not the one targeted. He's completely fine to work through that. Feather dies to the Scorch as well. From Angel. That's
actually really funny. It just burns just a little bit extra. But it also was some nice smooth mechanics there from Tianzhen on his signature here. The ward jump into the jump onto the top lane. But now I specifically want to see OMG set up around this, try to use some of those tools. They are still down for a long while, especially more importantly, I think PP God's Solar Flare is that ticket in. Obviously Harry can have big entrances, but they are looking at a side lane play right now.
Yeah, once again, they have that Thrill of the Hunt.
He's going deep.
He's going deep. Yukal, he's found himself.
Oh, gets the lightning crash. Look how much healing he has back, though. He's taking a 1v2, but going to be CC'd down. They got the TP killer instinct too. Starry picks up the kill. And now OMG have presence around this top side.
Yeah, OMG, they're using that Rengar ultimate. They keep going forwards and they keep finding plays on the side lane. In group stage, TT showed pretty poor understanding of their side lanes. This might have cost them a Baron hit. There is no Rengar ultimate now. There is no Starry Kaiser ultimate either. Can TT fight without Yukal?
Yukal was a massive center of damage for them. They need to get 1xN in there. Solar Flare goes on to Hoya. They do get the Spiraling Despair on him too. He's going to bring it back to the team. Here it goes. Harry, it's the big Megadar. Big four-man and Pyroclasm on top of that. You thought you had it, but we had the high ground the entire time. TT's 1xN stepping up for his own kill onto Angel, and that's going to be straight to the Baron for the Thunder Tuck King.
OMG have consistently now in the last few minutes found the first person in the fight, but they can't find the second, the third, the fourth, and TT, they always have another carry waiting in this game with this kind of gold lead. They're going to get themselves the Baron. It's not been the cleanest mid-game from them. They probably split too far and allowed Tianzhen into the game on the Rengar, but it has been enough. Even with Tianzhen going towards a more aggressive second item, going towards the Ravenous Hydra for quicker burst damage, it hasn't been enough for him to have the extended fight beyond that first combo. They use a lot for this. They use the Rengar ultimate, they use the Kaiser ultimate. You don't have that same ability to turn off the Baron. And this is a big problem, because the TF ult means that TT can walk up and be a lot more impactful with this first intro and things. That doesn't mean that they deny all the enemy walls at the same time. So
Feather here, though.
This is about as good as it gets for taking down the first carries. Whoa. But again, this is so much working through. The Brand gets a big combo because Feather gets another huge headbutt pump.
I don't even know what to say. He's like, is he Friar Tuck? Like, I don't know who he is on the Merry Men, but he needs to be somebody because, my God, this man is having an incredible performance. 16 KP out of 19 and multi-man knockups here for Feather.
I'm more interested about who's going to be like main barrier.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm trying to figure it out as we go. K9 I'm working through it.
Look, we had this game one was very obvious game. Oh wow, they hit the arrow as Robin Hood. Well, yeah, what happens after that point? Well, they might need to find themselves a castle to hunker down behind. Tianjin's popped the ultimate, trying to find another split target. Doesn't find himself onto those carries now, so it's going to be just an ultimate for scouting and nothing else.
Gonna keep sieging this one down. They have so much siege potential with UCal and 1XN. And also a lot of the CC chain that can follow them up. Dragon is coming up, but that's not nearly the focus right now as they want to get some of these inhibs down as they have time.
So, OMG, particularly because they use that Ranger ultimate, it probably does mean that TT have a lot more time to do whatever the heck they want for the time being. Tianjin's ultimate going to be down for the start of the Dragon play as well. So TT, they keep walking up. They have themselves huge items. They do have that Muramana transformation onto 1XN. They've had that for a little while now. TT have so much power to work with. They have themselves a lot of waves at their back.
And you have to remember what TT are fighting for. We made jokes about Robin Hood, but they truly are stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, getting themselves a playoff play-in spot here. And it's really important for TT as a whole to kind of bring back a season that has had its big trials for them.
This has not been the easy, well, it wasn't easy year last year for TT. TT have been a team that have had to, they've had to strive, they've had to grow, they've had to bring in different players. Feather coming into the roster, of course, at this time as well. TT integrating the pieces to try and build towards something more. They have shown an upper level, which we know can maybe get them into playoffs, but they need to prove it. They need to go further. Tianjin popping the ult.
They spot him out. PP God's already gone. Now Tianjin all by himself in two-man cage there. And the lion is going to be put on display at the local zoo here because OMG are going down. Starry trying to get the master play on the side. Can rebuff TT a little bit as the siege has been relayed. The big next minion wave is going to be the question as two hit by the True Shot Barrage, and here come the cannons.
Can they use the wave play? There's still a way in the game. Good wave play. Is it enough? It might just be for now, but maybe not for the first Nexus turret.
And TT fighting tooth and nail. A 4-win series score gets them that ticket. Oh, it's just gone. Oh my goodness. The Severing Bolt is starting to do some serious work here, and Angel is showing why this pick was picked from the draft, because in the end, it will be the stabilizing factor. And we're talking about stability here. OMG getting pounced. Harry didn't even have Megadar. And UCal just absolutely shrinks him down to size. Tianjin now looking for it. They find him. They get 1XN. Spiraling just buried him as well. Angel picks up the kill. Double CC chain over here with the Solar Flare. PP God trying to stop UCal. They will end up getting Feather. And TT overextend, leading to a double kill for Angel. And OMG's second Dragon.
Yeah, TT overstay. The overstay in the base, they do get all three inhibs, so they will get themselves probably a Nexus Tower as well, because there's no one defending that. There are super minions on them, and that will be one of those towers going down. God, even the second one might go down. I don't think Starry's got the wave play.
Oh my goodness, no, it's going down.
It's minion dip. It's Winion dip.
I'm looking at the TPs right now. I'm looking at everything coming out from TT as they move in. They took the Dragon. What? OMG reverse Uno'd themselves into a potential loss.
What? Oh, gee, the trade is going to be Dragon for Nexus. They didn't even get the Dragon. It's even a failed trade deal and one of the worst ones. OMG, they lose the Dragon. They lose themselves Nexus turrets. And when you have UCal with Teleport and Hoya with his Destiny Gate, you can see why they're hovering over him with the Spectator. We have seen Twisted Fate backdoors for many years in League of Legends. And he has himself so many items to auto-attack down towers and a Seekers as well to keep himself safe. OMG, they have been shown the ropes by TT. This has been a shellacking. OMG, a good punish at the overstay from TT, but they couldn't stick the landing. TT still have a ridiculous gold lead. They still have a ridiculous amount of map pressure, and now they're teleporting back out onto the map.
I love that we just watched Hoya clear like 4 control wards there. And now Tianjin is just out by himself trying to get wards and just goes down to UCal. This is signaling the end, and what a shocker. This was the Chaos series for me. This was the one that was supposed to go to 3, but OMG, their backs against the wall as we welcome the Merry Men of TT into a 2-0 victory against the undefeated OMG, and that is what we love in the LPL.
Thundertalk Gaming will qualify for the Knights rival stage of the LPL, where they will compete for those last vaunted playoff spots. against the bottom two teams from Ascension. That'll be LGD and NIP, and of course alongside them will be, of course, OMG. They're also in that bracket right now as well, so they'll be facing with them alongside those teams. And Rare Atom, of course, with one other team left from Nirvana yet to be decided. The last remaining team will be one of Invictus Gaming, Ultra Prime, and Team WE. Right now it's Invictus Gaming with a bit of a lead on the others, so we're expecting them to potentially make it through, but there is still drama yet. We have not solved who will be going through from that Nirvana group, but TT, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They played very well today. We know that they do have this kind of potential. It has been quite frustrating not to see him throughout the entirety of this Nirvana group stage, but they've shown that they can make it through this battle of the bands and go through to the next stage.
I mean, that wasn't showing. That was showing off. Like, the fact that they handled OMG. We came into this day like, all right, we have to start having a real conversation about OMG. There's only one series left for both these two teams. OMG are undefeated. Could it go with the undefeated split? Of course not. Because that is what is, in essence, the chaos of Group Nirvana. And that question of what is OMG now is a serious one.
It is, because OMG, they were shown that if they're put on the back foot, they can really struggle to stabilize in this series anyway. I think that TT, they found themselves great aggressive options. They found multiple carries across the rift. I'm so used to TT kind of just, it was the UCAL show for a while. 1xN came in from the LDL, and what an incredible career he's had up at TT here in the LPL. In a lot of ways, I hope that 1xN, I want him to stay on TT and find success with this team, but I also wonder if there's even bigger teams for him in the future as well beyond this one, because this guy has been such a star over on them too. But also in this game, I think that Hoya had some incredible games in this series too, and he's a player which I've normally seen as a role player for the team. The fact that he's carrying him means a lot. Beitron has some great moments too, and of course Feather. Oh,
there
my
we go.
word,
There we go.
I think Feather. We're saving the best to last for this game. I think Feather is going to be my MVP. Those combos were utterly ridiculous. Punished the jumps in from the Rengar time after time. Feather, for someone who came into the LPL last year, was the youngest support in the LPL, I believe, in 2023. I don't think he is nowadays because of some other support players coming into the league. He has shown incredible growth, and I love to see that. I love to see underdogs flourish. I love to see these players make a name for themselves in the LPL. To be here at the start of their journey feels quite special.
God, I'm just like in my mind repicturing some of those Alistar combos. I want to hear comms. Like, I hope we can at some point in the far future hear comms from that, because Feather was popping off. But again, it was a holistic performance from TT, and maybe not one we expected to be so dominant, but they have shown that they have answers into those more aggressive AD picks. And I think it seriously comes to a conversation for OMG of, can Tianjin get a little bit more focused towards these more meta AP junglers?
Well, he did play that Lilia. He hasn't been prioritizing it. The thing is, like, with the Rengar, I mean, when you have a Rengar one trick, it's fine to play towards it. I think the first game was probably the Maokai. I don't think the Maokai is what I want to see. But if it's the Rengar and you're losing on the Rengar, that to me speaks of bigger issues. I mean, we've seen him even on stuff like that. He had probably the funniest MVP game I've ever seen, where he was 0-0 and I think 0-6 and 7 or something like that, or like 0-7 and 6, and he ended up stealing 2 Barons and got the MVP anyway. That was hilarious to me. It's not like he's not had his own less impactful fighting games on the AD junglers anyway, but he still managed to have some kind of impact. Here, he managed to get some pickoffs in some split map state, but just as a whole, OMG were really struggling to press that go button first. I think particularly their topside objective fights in this series were not good enough. They ended up waltzing into TT's comp and then just getting blown out. They had to play the rest of the game from behind.
Yeah, I know. That was the case a lot of the time, but it also was the capitalization of using what was strong early, right? Like, obviously 1xN came in clutch once he got level 6 in that game number 1, but the fact that they were able to lean towards UCal's win early, where his 2 kills ballooned into even more, and they were kind of trying to move him around the map as well. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, so now we move on from this series, and we say, okay, well, TT and OMG, they're going to be in the next stage, which is called the Knights Rivals. Funny thing about that, so we had ourselves, we had the Ascension group, the Nirvana group, we had the Knights Rivals, stuff like that. They're meant to be named after each of the, like, the World Championship rosters. You have, like, Nirvana, which is about, like, rising from the ashes, and FPX weren't in there. We had the Ascension group, which was, I believe, from EDG. They won't be in that. No, they're the Knights Rivals. Yeah, IG were meant to be in Ascension. They weren't in that. Then we had the Knights Rivals, where EDG won't be in that either. That's the naming convention, by the way, which I find it really funny how each of the teams that were named after those stages, or those teams
it's
which
a curse.
those stages named after, weren't actually involved in those stages, which I do find quite funny.
Again, we look back at the games, though. 2-0 victory for TT. Very shocking for OMG's track record, but when you look at the gameplay that was unfolded in front of us, not shocking whatsoever. They were heads and above the better team today. Still see that 23 kills there, 85% KP for Feather, but again, it's hard to choose just one because in the end it was everybody stepping up. UCal here in this moment was pretty big, carving up a lot of the pieces that remained.
Yeah, and also Hoya, great series from Hoya. His gold cards were insane. Just getting huge value. This play from Feather, we'll see a great many Alistair combos, folks. Like now again, the double knockup as Tianjin tries to jump in, more gold cards. This team feels like they're in a bit of a flow state. They just have so many tools to keep throwing at the enemy team, and they're comboing off each other really, really well. The fact that every time a gold card comes through, every time a combo comes through from the Alistair as well, there is someone who's capitalizing on it is the big difference. Because there are other teams where they can get the big play like this but then no one follows up. This one here, it's not just the fact that the combo comes through, it's an immediate Pyroclasm after it. It's an immediate jump forward from the Ezreal, and then suddenly just the whole play just completely falls apart. That's what's been special about TT so far. I mean, credit to OMG for getting some pickoffs like this too, and opening up some parts in the game where Tianjin could use his ultimate to catch people across on the map, but they were doing that for like 9,000 gold down, and it makes it just really hard to make that it's a game-winning place. If they'd done this without like throwing the early game objective fights earlier, maybe that would have worked out. It didn't for this one.
So we saw the baby version of that big Feather combo earlier, the Pyroclasm. Oh, it's beautiful. It's great. You're about to see the adult version of it here, because this one, absolutely incredible for the setup. Watch the timing.
Yeah, you know, he gets rooted down by the bowler. But, like, just everything goes into the choke point. And, you know, we saw Milky Way get, like, that huge play. That to me is, like, that is montage-worthy in any region from any team. That was absolutely insane. The fact that OMG had the problem of there are too many carries to kill. You can kill the first one well. What do you do about the others was so problematic. So they dive in for that first kill, and they leave themselves at the mercy of clumping up towards the Brand or the Zero, the AoE. And then, of course, Feather is keeping them stuck down there as well. And that was the real difference maker in a lot of these big plays. Feather, he's had some fantastic games. His series throughout this Rumble stage have really made me respect this guy, particularly on that Alistair. It's a specialty pick of his now. And TT, I want to see them do more with this. I want to see what they can do in their next stage. I want to see if they can get themselves towards a rare playoffs performance for this team, this organization. They haven't made it towards playoffs nearly that much. That's all. They made it through in spring of last year. That was the last time that we saw them. Now the question is whether they deserve to go there again. They look good in series like this. Let's see this again.
I think TT reaping the benefits of the JDG developmental side. Obviously at different times, but both Feather and Wax. And interestingly enough. But it is the conversation of who gets MVP as well, but also a conversation who see how we finish out the season, Rumble split at least for both these two teams, because when we look ahead for both of them, it is going to be RNG left for TT. Pretty big wins, still some seeding implications there in Group Nirvana as well, but OMG, they're going to be trying to take down RA.
Yeah, and RA are one of our other teams which are locked through into the next stage of the competition, and they've looked pretty damn good in their own way. I think that Xiao Hao is on incredible form again, so now we're going to have to see Tianjin versus Xiao Hao, and if Tianjin didn't have the impact he wanted to today, it's going to be even more difficult, potentially, against Xiao Hao, who's been absolutely on form. This guy is one of the best players in the entirety of the Nirvana group, and I want to see exactly what he can do in the next stage as well. So, and even, you know, talking about the RNG series as well, RNG, they've been playing autofill at LPL. They've been just kind of flipping players around the place. Even with that, they probably should have beaten IG. They already did beat Ultra Prime. Feather walks away with the MVP. 2 MVPs, fantastic. He absolutely deserves it. Incredible stuff from him. But yeah, I feel like Feather has developed so incredibly well on TT. So now you've got a whole bunch of players, particularly you've got like 1xN and Feather, which have grown so well under this organization. And I want to see how far they can go.
Really, really bright futures ahead, but as well as really nice to see TT cleaning themselves up after being the cusp team, it feels like, for the recent history here. So really nice to see some success going the way of the Thunder Talk again. They are, I'm going to say they're the merry men of the LPL now, because that was absolutely incredible. The first ones to crack the armor of OMG and steal all the riches. But that was our chaotic series, at least my labeled chaotic series, and now we have 2 bangers back to back. Next up and foremost, it is Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you there.
closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands fight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer 2024 Split. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, likely candidates as we've already been here for one series. We're getting into the second series now. It's a continuation of
Surprise,
I got him with that one. I got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We're going off into our second series, though, and this is one of the bangers I was lining up for this day because it is Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. Neck and neck in series scoreline, but very different trajectories to have gotten here. Top Esports turning on the Jets, AL cooling down a little bit.
Yeah, AL were a team which I kind of called quite early into the split as one of the teams that would be fighting for world spots. I think they were for a while. Now the question is whether they can reach that again, because they have been a bit battered and bruised throughout the Rumble stage so far, which is a good thing in some ways because it exposes their flaws and it explores where they can go towards as well. And as you can see, both of these teams on 3-2 with the +3 game differential between them, but there is a big difference in the fact that Top Esports is on a 3-win streak and AL is on a 2-lose streak. They are not on the same trajectory right now, so AL would like to reverse their fortunes, but it is a hard ask against Top Esports. Top Esports have lost 2 series, but they are against BLG and LG, our 2 top teams right now. So,
Exactly.
Don't judge them too hard, folks.
And the fact that Top Esports are 3-win category in a row, but it's also all 2-0s. So they have been absolutely dominant. But you have to remember, everyone's locked away. We mentioned it earlier in the day, but seeding matters in our gauntlet. If you don't know what the LPL playoffs is, it is disastrous. If you are part of that long gauntlet, you have to work your way all the way through. So every single spot matters, especially in Group Ascend. And we have 2 teams who are vying for some of that movement here today.
And also, if you get that top 2, if you can fight towards that, get the Guardian Angel too. So you have effectively 3 rounds, and then it goes into a double elimination beyond that. So you have a 3-round gauntlet where you've got teams waiting for them. If you start the first round, buddy, it's a hard road. Occasionally we see one of these teams having a miracle run through that, but you want to make sure you have the easiest draw possible. The Guardian Angel, where you get towards that top 2 or qualify for the top 4 in the playoffs and you make it through from round 3 to round 4, it makes a huge difference. So Top Esports, of course, they had that back in spring. Question is, can they do that again back in summer, especially after losing to the 2 teams which are currently up at the top of that table. Top Esports are one of our MSI representatives, but they they didn't have an easy start to the Rumble stage. Starting off 0-2 was not an easy start for them.
Not at all. We'll take a look at the roster now as well, and I think a big proponent of their victories has been Tien's aggressiveness, but Jackie Love and Mako having some wonder carry performances. Cream, interestingly enough, has leveled up, it feels like, from over in spring as well, using some of that international experience to his benefit, but it's also been towards the Azir, which I find really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's also got a world record win streak on the Tristana right now, but that's been nerfed.
We're not going to worry about that one. Don't worry about that one.
This is the first time that we're seeing them play on 14-14 as opposed to 14-13. I really want to see how the patch affects this, because if Cream doesn't have that Tristana, does that change? Does he mean he has to go back towards that Azir more and more? And is that going to have the same impact? Because that Tristana, it's been like a 15-game win streak, and he's done that against some of the world's very best players, including a load of solo kills against them. But yeah, also on the other side of that too, Tien has been so important, and that means it's so important now for Anyone's Legend and their roster roster too. For them to compete, I think particularly in that jungle role, they need to have Croco back on form. I think he struggled a bit recently. I think in the early games he can get blown out, but he does have a very high upper level from what we've seen from both him within the LCK and here in the LPL. If he is not in form, and if we see Croco and Kyle fall behind Tien and Mako, this will not be a competitive series. They need to make sure they stand up and they compete in that jungle support.
That's the engine that runs this Anyone's Legend roster. Been a little bit faulty recently, but I got to put some highlight on Hope. We have 2 legacy AD carries going at it tonight, and I think they deserve some due. Hope in a massive impact, I feel like, on this roster. A lot of games that it felt like maybe were a little bit out of grasp reach. Him and Shanks were able to pull out, especially in late game situations. So I want to see what kind of fireworks we're going to be getting in this 2v2 in bot lane. I know we've been leaning to a lot of supports leaving, but I do expect these 2 AD carries to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I think, they're both LPL champions. People forget that about Hope, that he was an LPL champion in a meta which was one of the more AD carry-centric metas when you had, like, the very severe late-game teamfights. He carried that meta, by the way. He was really good at that. And I still think that Hope, well, he's probably not, the top of the tree when you've got probably Ruler on current form, but Jackalove's probably above him. Gala might be above in that kind of top 3 as well. But Hope is still probably around like 4, 5, 6, that kind of margin, right? He very much can be a threat if you give him the right kind of tools. I think he's a great Ashe player. I think that he can play towards the utility very, very effectively. So if he can, again, just match some of that damage output from Jackalove and make sure that he doesn't get an easy laning phase as well, that will be an important thing. But this is the whole problem with this matchup for Anyone's Legends, is that there are so many matchups you need to keep in check. It's really hard to step up to the plate and then not just keep it in check, but have something you can win through as well, rather than just nullifying.
And I think it's also a little bit more introspective looking at that matchup and a little bit of the legacy between Jackie Love and Hope. Obviously, at the time when they were both coming up, it was Jackie Love who was getting the call up, going on to Worlds and winning the first championship for LPL. And at the time, Hope was coming up in the EDG youth system, but then, look down the road later on, domestic success not necessarily coming to Jackie Love, and then Hope finding a lot of that in the track record. So it's been really cool to watch these two guys grow.
Against Jackie Love,
obviously,
too.
Exactly. And the fact that we've seen Hope do so across multiple teams, Jackie Love finding his true new home in top esports as well.
Yeah. So Anyone's Legend, for a long time, they were quite funnily known as Awesome Logo for a while because they had the panda. But really, what else did they have? And suddenly, over time, they've added piece by piece different parts of this puzzle which could build up with something new. They started off the group stage and Group D so well. But the problem is when you have a team which is building up, you need to know where that foundation is lying. And if you haven't quite correctly made that foundation, whereas you're comparing that to teams of many years which have had much more time to visit that and figure out where their strengths are and what they rely on when all else goes bust, you can fall apart a little bit in regards to that. So, AL, I think they can have carries in any one of their lanes. I think Hope is a good carry. I think that Arl is a good carry, particularly when he's on choice lane matchups on. Of course, Shanks has had moments now in the summer where I think towards the end of group stage, I was viewing him as maybe the best mid laner within the LPL. I don't think he's that currently, but he has he's had that kind of performance recently. Now, if AL can recapture some of that and put it together with some strong macro play, which we've also known they can do, this should be a competitive series. I hope it's a competitive series. They do need to match that kind of potential, though, because they are up against top esports. I don't care if they've had 2 losses. They are still top esports.
It was at the beginning of the Rumble stage. Don't worry about it.
They're on that 3-win streak. Top esports are no slouches. You can't overlook them.
And I think, even though crocodiles don't necessarily like to keep their heads above water, I think this Croc in Croco is going to need to keep his head above water with the help of his team. And I think Shanks is going to have a lot to say with that one.
Don't they keep just the nostrils above water?
Yep.
Don't they keep like the nostrils?
Exactly.
They don't keep the whole thing there. They just like give the little eyes, the little stab. Like, oh yeah, there's a croc in that.
So you got to be able to breathe here for Anyone's Legend. Yeah. Hey, I had to work with animals for a long time.
Yeah.
I got to find a way to use it. Okay, I can't just let that all go to waste.
I have a fun fact about them. Crocodiles can jump out of the water to about a 10-foot height, even if they don't have any legs, because they use their tail to jump instead. So crocodiles
and you
can
know how
jump out
many
of
muscles are in that tail? It's actually ridiculous.
It's kind of scary, but fascinating animals they are. But anyway, that's Anyone's Legend. That's all we got for you. Pandas,
the croc,
the crocodiles. So much wildlife there. On the other side, top esports. They're feeling a little bit more knightly today. Of course, they have that in their logo, and they'll be armoring up for today's confrontation.
Now I'm just picturing a medieval knight versus a crocodile. I honestly still feel like the crocodile wins. But anyways, we won't get a chance to test that one out here in this best of 3. I think it's also important to take a look at the kind of jungle priority. I think over his time on Anyone's Legend for Croco, he has been a massive addition in terms of the drafting styles. Him and Kyle bringing over some really, really awesome styles to the table, and that was huge in the first stage, especially using Fearless and playing towards that a lot. But then we started seeing draft not be as impactful for Anyone's Legend as time goes on. And now in this kind of middling era, it feels like in the Rumble stage, you need to see them pick up the tempo a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, so Croco, he did go very well over to the AP jungles. I think particularly his brand has been very, very good. His Q, Flash, E combos are some of the slickest within the entire league. But then the problem is, you say, okay, well, he's gone really well over this. Al's picking his champions again. The lane dominance he's being aiming towards. He tries to get those winning lane matches, stuff like Renekton or Kennen to snowball through topside. Okay, well, you're against 369, one of the best laners we have on top lane. Okay, and you're against Tien, one of the most versatile junglers we have on the other side too. It is not good enough to be good at one style of champion. You have to be versatile, and it gets quite difficult against top East, because I do think, despite top East was taking a lump or two in the Rumble stage so far, whether that was due to schedule or not, there are caveats, but they still took them all the same. I do think that Top Esports are a very versatile team when it comes to our top teams in the LPL. They can play towards, Tien first picking the Sejuani. They can play to him on stuff like the Nidalee as well. He has the Nidalee pass here at the LPL. Him and Kadavi particularly. Like, I got a little bit of flame saying that Shun doesn't deserve it right now, but he's been subbed out of his roster, so he doesn't deserve the pass.
Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me. I will. We're gonna move forward. Anyways.
Yeah, keep going.
In all actuality, though, it is a situation where, like, we have seen, especially in the carry age of jungler with all the AP stuff coming through, it is really nice to be able to play through that, but you need to have lanes that are stable. And I think that's some of the growth that I've really liked from Top Esports, because something we saw from them in placement, something I know you really liked, was the fact that they were able to contest double objectives a lot of the time. They were always trying to look for those proactive fights early, and that can be a ticket to success against Anyone's Legend as well. That's
a really good point. Yeah. Funnily enough, I hadn't gone back. My mind hadn't cast back to that at that point. But yes, at the start of group stage particularly, Top East were the one team that would run into River and just fist fight you over both objectives. And a lot of that was because a lot of that comes from Tien. If Tien's on really good form and he's on an aggressive early jungler, he will rock up to one side of the map where you think you've gotten the ability to just take grubs or take dragon. He'll just contest you for it all the same. So Tien, all smiles and reclining in his chair there. If Tien is feeling it and if he is in good form, it is very hard to get a leg over on Top Esports. And I just hope he's in good form today. I always love to see Tien in good form.
Have you been perusing on social media and see all the drawings that he's been doing?
I saw that he released a T-shirt with his drawing of Brand.
Yeah, he did. I was leading to that. I don't know if they're actually drawn by him, but I think that, they're led to be that they are.
I think so. Yeah, I think they are, because I think there was like some content that the team put out, or maybe it was in an interview, so they were like, yeah, draw this champion or whatever.
Yeah.
I saw a particularly egregious Nidalee. Like the worst
great.
thing is they're not good drawings, but I can tell who the champions are.
Iconic.
So the thing is, they are good drawings because I can tell exactly what the champions are they like so?
Think like a league player.
Exactly. Maybe I'm just thinking the wrong way. This is why I'm not on that stage, Marcel. I just can't draw Brand the way that he does.
I'm not gonna lie. There's probably a lot of reasons why you're not on that stage right now, but that might be one of them. I wish we were there. I wish we were getting to feel the energy of the crowd as the lights go out. Shanghai comes alive, and we get into our second best of 3 of the day. No more fun, no more shenanigans. It's all serious. Anyone's Legend on the blue side going to be taking the Ezreal, the Tristana, and the Leona away. Top Esports on the red side take away the Renekton and the Ashe, and maybe a little bit more top lane focus to finish out here.
So this is important information we're getting. First time we're seeing Top Esports on 14-14. Tristana has been nerfed, but it is still cream. You do not give him Tristana, so that's gone. On the other side, taking away the Sejuani, we have seen a couple of teams move away from AP junglers to go towards very early Sejuani picks. Top Esports are one of them, and IP are another, and of course Croco can play towards that as well. What are we getting through now? Stuff like the Ezreal would have been a great pick, but that's been banned away too. We don't typically see that in the first round of bans. Are we really going back towards the utility engaged tank junglers? The Maokai locked in. It is a flex for AL, but it's still an important jungler. I think it's better in jungle than support, because support is a quite weak laning phase, and you don't want to do that against Jekyll and Mako.
Try to find the setup right now, which I actually like. You just have to find follow-up. You have to find things that go well with this kind of spacing of the ultimate that Krako will be bringing to the table. See if they go for the Wombo combo on the other side for Top Esports. MF been a heavy focus across in terms of getting those big Wombo combos off, and that'll be the direction that Top Esports want to go.
So you want a heavy CC support with that. If you go towards something like the Alistair, or even something like Xante in top lane as well, you can also use that kind of front line for Misfortune to stand behind and then also press that bullet time from behind that Maokai ultimate. Cream's going to get himself that Lucian, very, very powerful. Shanks goes towards the Yone, that is massively comfort pick for him.
Post 25 minutes is a death sentence against that pick, but it's also just scary in the meantime. I'm going to be looking at the dueling between Shanks and Cream a lot. It is the Ziggs in the end for Hope, though, and look how much spacing ultimates they have. A lot of that AoE damage they can pull off in a big team fight.
So now what you can do is you can flex that Maokai down into the support role if you want for AL, because Ziggs Maokai is a good combination, but you need to survive those early levels. And Top Esports, don't know if they're going to allow them to do that. Lilia has been probably weirdly the highest priority AP jungler of the last couple of weeks. We moved from this flowchart of Karthus was the best first one, then we saw Brand, then we saw Zyra. I think nowadays we're going towards the Lilia because one, our players are kind of cluing in how to teamfight with it better, but also you allow yourself that big engage. Great combo here as well as a secondary into the Misfortune. If someone is asleep and they're hit by the bullet time, they do not wake up, which means that they are CC'd into the entirety of that Misfortune ultimate, which is far too much damage. That'll be good team fighting presence already from Top Esports, but they do need to lock in a front line.
It was interesting, like between the Karthus Brand era, it was like there was like a little bit of Lilia sprinkled in there, but then fell straight through the basement for a lot of it. Now getting a little bit of resurgence, but it also is something of a setup where a lot of CC can be very detrimental, and I think Tien's pathing is going to be super important in his activity as well. It is going to be in the second phase of bans, a big focus on any CC tools available, but also some safety in the top lane as Top Esports ban away the Camille. It is the Nautilus by anyone's legend on blue side.
Because AL, if they have anything in top lane that can combo up with this big Wombo, that's very dangerous. Top Esports, top of Prols, probably also looking for 369 to go on something like a Xante or something that's just a stable tank frontliner in that top lane. You don't want Arla to get himself a snowbally matchup which can kind of blow out of proportion and then go into the team fights as well. I'd imagine we're getting ourselves some tanks being locked in from Top Esports one way or the other. I think the Alistair is completely fine down here. Just something that can provide CC, and particularly now you have that counterpick top lane. If you get a good matchup for the Xante, you can have Alistair Xante blocking out a lot of this big initial CC combo from AL.
And also the own CC setup yourself. We saw Feather do some masterful stuff with those multi-engages. Imagine with the bullet time over top of it. Maybe a calling even as well. So Top Esports setting themselves up for success. A lot of CC to follow up their combos here. We'll see what anyone's Legends choice is going to be. Looks like they're going to need to blind the top laner, and it's going to be Ala's Xante.
It's a good takeaway from Top Esports. We were talking about how that could be a valuable last pick for 369, so Ala takes that away instead. So it's not a snowball matchup for Top Esports, for AL in that top side. Probably leaves last pick for 369 either being something like an Ornn or a Gnar, depending on what his flavor is. Does he want more sideline pressure, or does he want something more kind of frontline-y? Krako can go towards this Brand. You do have a decent amount of magic damage in your team. You're not obligated to go towards it, but Krako gets his Brand, one of the best Brands within the LPL. Last pick to 369. I'm expecting either the Ornn if you want to play towards heavy team fight frontline, or towards that Gnar if you want to be bullying out Ala on the Xante a bit more.
And don't we just love that it's Krako and Kyle playing with the heads and the minds of Top Esports, able to utilize some of that flexibility in this regard too. It is going to be the round out of the Mordekaiser, something that 369 has liked this split, especially when Skarner was a big answer into the meta itself. But here we go, a lot of team fights set up for anyone's Legend in Top Esports.
Yeah, the last bit Mordekaiser, didn't expect that to come through from 369, but it's still something that does well in tank matchups. And if you play with your ultimate right, you can deny a lot of the combo from anyone's Legend. If someone steps into your ult range while the combo's coming in, you click on one person, you remove part of that combo, and you then get yourself a window of safety to start racking up your passive and start stacking up stuff like Rift Makers and Leandries. So 369 will have to show his mastery of the champion. He played it, he was the first one to bring it back out again in LPL Spring. He was playing it into LPL Summer. We'll see if his mastery can extend into this game as well. Big Wombo combo coming out from anyone's Legend as they look to recover a lost streak for themselves. On the other side, Top Esports, they have themselves a bit of Wombo themselves, but playing heavier towards that front line to see if they can give space for that bullet time to shred through anyone's Legend.
As you said, anyone's legend, 2 losses in a row, but not only that, it's been to 2 top teams in JDG and Weibo in regards. But Top Esports, they have been bringing the heat. 3 2-0s in a row. Here is a chance for anyone's legend to claim back the remainder of their Rumble stage. And I'm looking all at this jungle early, especially between Tien and Kroko. But then it's all about the gunslingers as time goes on. Jackie Love and Hope, 2 mainstays in the LPL, fighting each other every step of the way. And we're going to get more of it here in game number 1 as we kick off and we see Top Esports take on anyone's legend. They say maybe the fandom is a little one-sided here, I think. But in the end, we still had some cheers for anyone's legend, and rightfully so, as they have had a start of the split that has maybe caught some people by surprise, but looking on paper, maybe some of us not so much.
Yeah, I think for anyone's legend, as soon as I saw Ala and particularly Tabe were added to the roster, Tabe as coach, you could sense something was happening with this roster. They went from being a team that was struggling a lot in spring. People will remember stuff like the ridiculous Baron fights where AL had to bail things out with some hero plays from Shanks and Hope because realistically nothing else is working for them. AL have had a much better summer. They are getting invaded here. Tien on that Lilia can very much go towards strong early invade starts. He's going to be presence in the enemy jungle immediately, but still, good damage back from Hope means that Jackalov and Mako are going to take some chunk on the way back to lane.
I love me some Ziggs gameplay. Oh, the sapling's so annoying as well. As we will end up seeing the bit of invade continue here for Tien as he goes for the red buff as well.
Yeah, so Tien looking to have some bot side pressure. Hope and Kyle should be able to get level 2 fairly easily. The chunks they've had have helped. We did say that in the start of the draft, Malco not the strongest laning support, but getting that kind of level 1 chunk can help you an awful lot. Tien's going to get himself a quick level 3. Don't really think he's going to have an angle towards bot lane. With the wave crashing in and the damage done to the wave already, I think that Hope and Kyle will be happy to soak that wave under turret, and they know that now Tien is leaving bot side
The Kroko being able to take a little bit of advantage over this here, but it does look like we'll have a bit of opposite side focuses here. So I do want to focus in on where we can see Kroko and Tien go next, and if Tien is looking, as we see, crossing the map to answer.
Well, Tien, I don't think he's necessarily looking to fight in the lanes too heavily. Kroko can do because he has himself that Q flash E combo. Might go to a 369. Let's see if he can get it.
Just a zombie waddling forward, 369, trying to get out the stun. Does flash, ends up getting away from it as well. And now 369 stops the early play from AL.
Yeah, really well played from 369 because he holds on to his flash for long enough so he can flash behind a minion, so there's very few ways that Kroko could play towards it. Of course, he didn't have that flash as well. Now Tien might find him in his own jungle.
No way. Kroko is so unsuspecting. There's just a deer in the bush.
Oh,
he even
no.
starts up the Gromp there, but he still has some fight pressure. We have the red buff ticking away. Kroko getting in trouble. You can't let Tien get on top, and that's first blood for the tippy top Esports.
Yeah, Kroko didn't have that level 1 from early on, and it didn't have that flash from that early on. And Tien pops out the thumbs down. We've said that Kroko can be exposed in the early game, and Tien has done exactly that. Kroko shows on top side, Tien follows him into his next kind of logical path, and Tien gets on the board. If Tien is getting off the ground in the early game, you've got to be so afraid here as anyone's legend. That Lily with extra gold is going to be an absolute nightmare. Kroko even uses that vision plan, and he thinks it's safe, I think. He pulls that across, and then of course he uses the Q on the Gromp. Brandon, he doesn't have any one of his abilities before level 6, can't apply that passive. Of course, without the Q, you can't get the stun either. As soon as that Q comes out, he is a dead Brandon.
I mean, Tien is just playing 4D chess while Kroko's playing 3D. Like, that's incredible. And knowing that he was in his topside jungle, being able to path over there, sneak around all the vision, and then have that play. Tien having a wonderful start, and that'll be represented in his kill and the CS differential. And now they just have presence on the map. You have Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. You have the Grubs coming up in about 1 minute and 30 as well.
And we did say that Tien is someone who he can test you early. It's Tien. He is a very aggressive jungler, one of the best at kind of contesting early in the entire league. And with also the Lucian pushing in the Yone early on, which you expect from this matchup. Yone doesn't always have the best push in early levels. It just means that Tian has an extra degree of safety. You've also got that push in bot lane from Jackie with Mako. Tian has all of the pressure in the world to work around. And also, I mean, yes, Ala and 369 are going to be kind of trading off, I suppose, in their shove at points in this matchup. But as it stands, you know, Tian has all of the pressure he needs to go anywhere. He can go and hopefully, for the side of top east, let's go and contest again.
Cream gonna have priority in mid lane for just a little bit. Shanks is gonna be forced back and TP back to lane. We do have no focus on the dragons still, which honestly has been a trend today, at least so far. But we did end up seeing Mako on the roam. This is going to be the state of the game, it feels like, for the near future, because both bot laners can be feeling perfectly fine in the 1v1 down.
They're just going to wait there for a decently long time. Both these champions put the impact. The team fights later on, it's not like the Ezreal Kai'Sa where there is very minimal Bjorn pressure at all times. Shanks is himself level 6, going to get combo down, lose some HP. This is level 6 on the top side as well, very important. 369 doesn't have the passing just yet.
Ala holding out the all out there. 369 wants the angle. He does have the shield, but they need to get the damage down. 369 in some trouble. Ala with the Intofus takes the solo bolo.
Ala takes the solo kill, and 369 on this matchup. He picked his last pick, doesn't work out.
Dominoes continuing to fall. Big fade sealed. Shanks trying to get away from that, but now we'll go back into the fight. Now Ala flashing forward, going for Mako. The flash will be returned. It is chaos in front of the Grubby pit here. Cream still stepping up. The Grubs traded, though, 2 for anyone's legend, as we see 1 going the way of top.
Yeah, still, the extra kill going the side of anyone's legend because that solo kill very powerful. Jackalope comes back into the slow. Level 6 not hit from Jackalope.
No mana, yeah, and Hope does just hit level 6 as well, so has the Mega Inferno Bomb, just in case Jackalope wants to overextend.
So, let's talk about the implications of that, because we've got 2 grubs over to AL, which is nice for them. They do have themselves the Yone, which can hit side lane turret fairly well, because he uses that Solan Bound to get towards turrets later on. That's actually quite big for them. But this is huge here, because 369 picked this matchup into the Cassante. Mordekaiser is good into tankier matchups, but you can't just give up these early kills like this, because you need to get to a certain degree of power. Ala uses the extended E range on the footwork as he goes towards an allied minion, and just gets right away behind 369 and gets him down into a point where even when he has the full charge of his Invincible, just can't get the damage down. And manages to, I believe he traded ult for ult there too, using the all out to cancel out that rather down.
A lot of damage. Does play very confidently and nicely done. 369, a former, feels like pillar of strength for top esports, falling short in the start of this series here. See if he continues to be a focus as we move forward. But now we also ended up seeing that dragon go the way of top esports, so they got their first dragon stacking to a soul. Shanks getting pushed off the wave again and doesn't have TP this time to bail him out.
Can I just say, it is a real pleasure to see Ala be able to shine as well on this roster. He's had a great summer coming through, and when he was added to AL, I was excited. Even though he came from the EDG Doom squad, which found very little success back in spring, and of course find themselves in dire straits here again in summer. This guy has continued to have pressure, and he might even have another go at 369 here. It's probably a shorter trade this time, but he does have the all out.
He's getting traded pretty heavily now, though. As 369 built a little bit of AP to help him out in the lane matchup itself, at least. I love that you bring up Ala, though, because he was obviously one of my favorite parts of the LNG Dream Squad. But it has been a while since we've seen him really shine that EDG roster, maybe bring him down in the dumps a little bit. So nice to see him start off here on the Cassante. We'll see how they utilize that in any regard, though. But we're getting a slow early game by these two teams, setting up for the objective contest along the way.
And I think in some ways, slow early game, that works out well for some members of anyone's legend, because I think that Kyle on the Maokai rather, not great in the early game in the laning phase. And also you've got Hope that wants to get online too. But I mean, top esports, they're not particularly unhappy about getting Lucian in an individual lane like this too. Cream has been bodying Shanks in the early lane, which you highlighted just before this, so that's going to be something good there. Olive doesn't hit the Q3, and that's the Ramadan.
See if he actually is able to take this one. Does have the big shield coming, needs to use it to tank that tower shot. He did have the collapse from Tian. He does have Lilting Lullaby here, but not going to pull that one off. And that's the next thing I think that we need to talk about in terms of setup. We have another Grub coming up in about a minute. Ultis are available everywhere. Brand loves those tight-knit situations where you can get a big Pyroclasm off.
so that means that control of the terrain matters an awful lot. Of course, you could argue that Lilia loves those choke points too, because getting those bosses and get the chance to get multiple people in there. And Alistair, we've seen how valuable Alistair can be in those moments. There are definitely ways that the terrain will impact both teams. So it turns out geography, quite an important subject here on Summoner's Rift, because if you are now on blue side and you're taking grubs, you get multiple ways to split apart and safely retreat. You can't really do that on red side of the grubs, because you just look at the minimap and you say, well, okay, there's that one corridor which leads into what the Craft Pit and there's the Tri-Brush. That's only really the ways you can get out of river safely if the enemy is contesting you in there. Of course, that's flipped around Dragon Pit, so if you're on Dragon Pit, that can change a little more. But I think that terrain often impacts these fights so much, especially when you're talking about so many champions which affect that trouble.
Ala just going at it. Look how much damage he does. He's just going for it. 369 able to fight back now, though. A little bit more dicey for Ala.
You can see the Mortar guys are pretty good at turning down some damage. Harder to take down than Ala maybe expected there. Now with the grubs spawning and Ala not having that ultimate, that's going to be him having very limited impact on this top side of the map. AL, I think with that top lane matchup going better towards 369 in that trade and him getting the wave in, means that AL can't really contest that one. Instead, AL will look towards the bot side instead. Maybe they can get Ziggs onto that bot side turret, maybe they can get themselves a Dragon Star. When they come up in a minute.
Yeah.
Problem is, then it's top being able to respond in kind there and say, okay, well, we go towards those grubs, you can go towards that dragon, but we'll be there to contest you in time. It's not quick enough. It's not coming up quick enough.
And that's the point I want to bring up, is we were right on the money there. Top Esports have contested every single neutral objective so far. And that is right as rain. We've seen them play here in the Rumble stage and a little bit before that. Now Jacula finally gets to go back into his lane, as Anyone's Legend was collapsing on that bottom side of the map. They did steal a little bit of Tian's jungle, but at this point, Tian is so far ahead of Krako, it's not going to matter. I mean, he's been taking out so much of the jungle, and this is a premier performance from the man himself. He has the Leandries as well.
Yeah, that Leandri's completion is huge for both of these AP junglers. And Tian leveraging well off of his lanes, getting into the enemy jungle, farming up the Storm himself, and getting ahead of this matchup. When you have carry junglers, farm on carry junglers can be a win condition in itself. Ala has the level up, no all that, so there's no real threat there. I love that we're highlighting on that one.
He's going there. He has to use the Fate Seal to get out.
Good trade from Cream. I'm not sure if Shag's expected the Blade the Rune King slow down. You don't see the Blade. You don't see Blade as first line of evolution that much. We've seen a lot of that Kraken Slayer. Of course, in the past, when you could go towards Kraken Slayer and then Lord Doms or blah, 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 whatever you went towards, Kraken had crit then. I mean, Blade doesn't have crit, so you're not losing out crit by going away from the Kraken. And it's fine to give yourself those extended laning phases where the sustain makes an awful lot of difference. You see that slow is really annoying.
Yeah, they do so. Oh, wow, they actually caught Jacula out down here. Kyle has made the move. Nature's Grasp may immediately cleanse out of Tien is here to save him. Hope wants it and gets him. The double bounce there. Jacula falls. Tien gonna end up taking this dragon for it, though, in the end.
Yeah, the world's deadliest water balloon thrown from the hands of the tiny Yordle. Hope gets himself onto the board with that Luden's completion first item, very important. And now that does open up options here, because Tien has to peel off the dragon.
Mako going in, double knock up there. Cream stepping aside. Pyroclasm going to come through. Krako flashing away. Now the double knock up. That Fate Sealed is huge, as well as the Q3 at least. Not Fate Sealed, rather. Now Shank's going to be slowed down, sent to sleeping, as Tien making the plays. The burns are killing everybody. Not gonna get Kyle, but those 4 feet run real fast. He can't get him at the end. He is one with the trees, but AL are one with the dirt.
AL, they contest really well with Hope getting that kill onto Jacula, but they can't stick the landing. Cream, I think, really outplays them in that bot lane river fight, denies a lot of the value from the Brand ultimate by spreading from his team, and Top Esports, they get to run it back, and 3 kills now onto Lilia is going to make this Lilia absolutely obnoxious later into the game. Top Esports showcasing that, yes, you might have got an early kill here or there, but you are still against Top Esports, and they are very, very potent in the early game skirmishes when you give them those angles. Go back to this replay. This is going to be the solo kill on Jacula, but I just don't think he expects Kyle over the wall. They cancel the ultimate as he tries to get some good damage around, and then, of course, the last shot from Hope puts him down into the sepia screen.
Balloon.
The world's deadliest water balloon. There you go. Jacula taken down on that one. This fight's really important. Watch how Cream plays this up, because we've seen so many fights like this where Brand ends up getting a million passes. Look how Mako and Cream play this. The Pyroclasm doesn't bounce off between Cream and any other member, his teammates are of course the brand themselves, which can bounce that ultimate through. When you don't have that brand passive coming through easily, it opens up extra realms of opportunities, and of course Croco goes down to the burn after from Tien.
And I'll just say it's been really cool to see duality on this top esports roster. I think Mako has brought such a nice veteran voice to the team. You see the literal shot calling unfolding, even if we don't hear it happening. Mako always front and center in a lot of the setup for top esports, and it allows Tien to play the more carry style, to play the more aggressive style we've known him for at the top of top. And I think Jackie Love on the other side providing a lot of late game damage, but it's really nice to see Mako and Tien combining so consistently this split.
Yeah, I think Tien and Mako have been such a good jungle support pair. The core of any great team is their jungle support, because that's where your macro comes from. That's where everything else comes from. There are 4 grubs on the side of top esports. You do have the double taps coming through from Lucian once you get those abilities through, but it's not going to be enough to get the first turret, I don't think. Actually, no, with the waves dying on both sides, we'll have to wait another time for the split screen view. Yes, there's a nice little stale race if that's how it's going down.
I think they have signaled that it will be Cream securing that one first, as 369 did go in bot side, and deny that one for the time being, as we'll see actually in the end it is Cream that gets the first turret there. So really nice standing goal for top esports. They do find themselves up a decent amount even after those early kills going over, and again they've had really good neutral objective control. They've been there every single time to contest each one.
They just like fighting early, and they trust themselves to fight early, and credit to them, they fight really well around that. So, hey, it's working out for them. AL, they've been kind of outvalued in a number of roles now, particularly in jungle. Tien getting ahead of Croco is a huge problem, because I mentioned this at the start of the series before we came into game. If AL are going to contest for top esports, they need to contest in this jungle matchup. Croco has been fantastic for AL when he gets ahead of the early game, when he manages to make those big plays. If he's the one put under pressure, though, we have seen him get exposed. Occasionally, not as often, but he has been exposed at points, and I think that's again kind of just really running into his jungle and showing that Croco is just not safe either from the level 1 or beyond. That is a big problem now for AL.
Oh my god, even that one auto. I mean, you have all the magic resist in the regard. I think Kareem's going to have a lot of fun in the side lane now, but he's getting collapsed on. Maybe having a little bit too much fun, as Croco will be spotted out by that control ward here. And top esports going to make a play on mid with the Rift Herald.
So that'll be damp. That'll be a nice takeaway. Top esports will be taking away most of the outer ring of turrets. Haven't got that bottom just yet. Right, this as a taxi. I don't think there's a big play coming out. I mean, I say that. Is he going to go into the top side to look for a play?
Oh, we got a play on bot side, though. Oh, my goodness. Shanks with the Blade of the Ruined King completion. I love that both these mid laners have said as soon as they complete the Blade of the Ruined King, we are just fighting anybody we see.
That's Aurelia gameplay right there. Got Blade, full build. I mean, equal, I guess for Aurelia it's Vamp Scepter. But hey, yeah, that Blade spike is so nice. I guess you have time to do it. Shanks, sadly for him, is still down. 1,600 gold. I think Cream's early laning phase was very, very destructive. And Shanks, sadly for him, you know, I think earlier into summer was looking like one of the very best top mid laners within the LPL. Cream showcasing that there's still a while to go, yeah, though, Sunny. That he's going to take this match on his own.
I also want to put a little bit more of that Otis on anyone's Legends composition here, because we said it from the draft, you know, Shanks, post 25 minutes. That 25-minute mark, that's going to move a little bit. It's really the 3-item spike you want for the Yone in a lot of cases, but it's also in anyone's Legend who need to have a little bit of stability under them if they want to take these teams out. They had all those spacing ultimates, all that AoE damage, but they have to be confident enough and stable enough to pull that off.
And the fact that you know, that time mark kind of moves in terms of getting those 3 items for that unit is going to be quite problematic for AL. So seeing their top esports, they're very willing to accelerate this game, and you know, when we come round to the next dragon coming up in 30 seconds, that'll be Soul Point very early for top esports, and that objective prior they've had is going to pay dividends. Top esports, considering that this is a team that were not always known for their macro, to say the least. This is the team that were kind of like Unga Bunga run at you and just try to look for the big fights. The fact that they've now actually managed to level up in terms of their macro, bringing in, of course, Maokai over from UDG, who Mako used to work with in that World Championship run as well. I think it has really helped top esports in the way that they've approached the game, not just to be the skirmish teamfight game with huge individual carry performances. The fact that they also have a better understanding of objectives, a better understanding of side lane and macro as well, has really helped elevate this team to a new era.
I think the Grubs change has been really interesting for teams like Top Esports who are willing to fight around constant objectives that are spawning. As we do see that soul point going over, it is going to be traded for an outer in mid for anyone's legend. But look, they have a flank. Mako's the one they go for first, but you have to watch 369 and the rest of Top Esports. You've been pincer maneuvered, and Tien is singing you sweet lullabies. Mako finally goes down to Allah, but it's Top Esports who try to pounce on a Shanks. He's going to get slowed down, Fate sealed away. They're going to collapse on a Croco now. He's on vision. They do have an angle. Tien so fast. Blast cone. It's not going to be enough just yet. Cream stepped it up and tried to get the damage. Shanks wants to turn it. Shanks wants to go, but he gets hammer smacked by 369, and the whole of anyone's legend is out of it.
369 swings the hammer down, obliterates Shanks, and that is on the Baron spawn. You have the AP jungler, you can burn it down with Leandries. The Top Esports going to call everyone to the play. AL, they have not respected Tien in the early game. Croco has been blown out in the individual jungle matchup, and AL have not been able to contest. Hope has himself a bomb and a dream. It's not going to be close though.
Not close enough. As the Baron is take a Jack you love. It's fine. It all goes to the same team anyways, and it is Top Esports who are running away with it.
You know, and Arlo tries to get on towards Jackalove, trying to get something onto Mako. This is an okay part of the team fight for Alex. He takes just a solo bullet time, but then look at this ult from Ciel. This ult is absolutely disgusting. 369 gets his own honorable 1v1 as well as the definitely not Obelisk the Tormentor, because exactly what the Egyptian God card can do, cast obliterate onto all of them, and he takes one person out of the fight really easily. Hope cannot influence this fight. This to me feels like I'm coming to help. I'm coming to. I'm not helping. I'm not helped. I've died instead. Shanks. It has been a difficult game for him as he now sits at 0-2-0, 0 kill participation.
And all the love, all the praise to Tien. I think the whole team, obviously, we've seen really good moments from him, but just the mind games he was playing into Croco early, the early kill, and now being able to utilize that so strongly, had the early seekers. I mean, this is a man that was emotional after making it to internationals, right? And being able to make it back to the mountaintop. Yes, and also emotional when they lost to BLG in spring finals. But it is a situation where Tien has had a massive resurgence here in summer.
So one of my biggest worries about Top Esports is what happens when Tien is not on form.
Oh my god, Ola they need to be checked on. He might not have ankles anymore. I'm pretty sure Cream just broke both of them as he's dodging his way to Ola's god, and he's going to be sent straight to the medical tent. We got to figure out if he's even going to have limbs anymore as Top Esports are breaking down the doors of anyone's legend in this game one.
Even dodged out of the 6 ultimate. This Cream is sweet. Welcome back to the Lactose Tolerance Club, everyone. We love Cream here. Top Esports mid laner has run the laning phase, has run all of the skirmishes he's been in, and this is such a quick game for Top Esports. They're taking themselves a 22-minute inhib with the Baron, which they claimed just before this. AL, they have barely put their foot in the door.
We just hit the shortest game of the split, so they won't get it so far for Top Esports, at least in the Rumble stage. And now they will have a ton of money to spend. Going to be getting to those 2 item spikes, even maybe close to the 3rd. And they have shown what it means to be just that next level up. Again, this is a team that is on a 3-win streak, and all of those being 2-0.
Yeah, no, Top Esports, they have 2 losses in the columns, but they're against the 2 top teams in the LPL right now in LNG and BLG in terms of the top of the Ascension group. Anyway, it's quite hard to tell who the top teams are because of the fluctuating nature of our LPL teams' forms and the individual matchups and how they work out. All the same, Top Esports are definitely counted amongst them, and this team has just gone from strength to strength in their win streak recently. Now, the problem for me is that, you know, this team, fantastic at looking in games like this. I need to see them do this kind of gameplay again when they're under pressure and when they're in those elimination matches. Sometimes, it's not all the time, maybe it's a bit of an overblown narrative. It's just that one game or two, sometimes they lose this sharp edge to them. Love to see it right now, though, as they continue to hammer down.
They're just going on to Croco there as well, as Jackie Love gonna flash away. Gets fate sealed anyways. Shanks can get one back. Kyle by himself now, but Allah and Hope have come down. Top Esports, they've overextended. Cream, I don't think he's got the same move, but the lilting lullaby, it makes the difference, and all of a sudden it turns on his head. Hammer down, as that's Top Esports destroying anyone's legend in game number 1. They have everything they can ask for, and they're on to the Nexus turrets.
There's barely a panda to be seen. Anyone's legend, they are being sent back into the wild as Top Esports claim this first game.
It didn't even look like anyone's legend was allowed to show up to this one. It was from early machinations of Tien, putting Krako into the ground and never letting him dig himself back out. I think an incredible performance from Top Esports. Cream constantly keeping priority in mid lane early, trading his health bar there. It enables Tien so strongly.
I think that Lucian performance for Cream was absolutely godlike. The way that he danced in and out of those team fights was absolutely said. This is the first time we've seen Top Esports on the new patch 14-14. We're wondering, okay, well, without the Tristana, does that take a hit towards Cream's potential? And yeah, his Tristana was still godlike. It was still banned away in this draft phase, but the Lucian was incredible. Shut down Shanks on the Yone, who has done incredible amounts of damage and montage plays on that champion before. It was just nowhere to be seen. Kroko shut out of the game. Shanks shut out of the game as well. This was not really a contest.
And the lethal portion of it was the early moves from Mako, allowing some of those combinations to just be so despicably dirty. Now, we are done with our first game, even though it was so short. We do have another one coming up soon. We'll take away a little break, and we'll be back with game 2.
Just another vacant place. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face him up, oh, face him up. For we are true to our name. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. When they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once.
clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and that was a doozy of an opening game to our second series of the day. Top Esports playing mind games with anyone's legend, and so far continuing their dominant streak of game wins.
Tian absolutely monstered that game. We know that he absolutely can. 8 MVPs. He had a streak of 4 back-to-back within group stage as well. Tien's been on incredible form, and I think that this is almost worst-case scenario for anyone's legend, where Croco is someone you can exploit in the very first couple of minutes of the game, where you can get under his skin and stop him from having much of an impact. Tien is one of the best junglers at doing just that. Croco got killed in his own jungle. He couldn't impact the game. Tien monstered this. As soon as he started getting ahead in that jungle matchup, he didn't let up. There's a tiny, tiny sliver of blue. Trust me, around about 12, 13 minutes, there's a tiny sliver of blue, but that's all there was for anyone's legend. It was a red wall there from Top Esports.
It really was, and started off with that early invade into Krako's jungle, sneaking around the vision, and then from there, it was just a snowball. They even tried and had some success for anyone's legend playing around that top side, but in the end, Mordekaiser becomes something you just can't deal with because you still have the utility as well. So I think as a whole, Top Esports came out very strong in terms of the direction they wanted. They were contesting at every objective, something we laid out for them. And now it's more so for anyone's legend, who are on a huge slump at this point, find a way to turn it around and find Krako some more safety.
Well, yeah, it's just something to shield him more. Is it a side lane matchup or a solo lane matchup that can start pushing in? They were playing largely with 3 losing lanes in terms of the push that they had. Yes, Arlo got himself that 1 solo kill, but it wasn't consistent pressure which Croco could play around. I think Croco has struggled under that pressure, but he's not exactly had help from his teammates. It is a 2-way street when it comes to that. Now we get ourselves into this draft. So, AL, are they going to leave that Tristana open? Are they going to let that go through its screen even on 14-14? It feels like a bit of a gamble to put that over to him.
I would be curious if they're willing to, but it is already the Sejuani, the Ziggs, and the Jace banned by Top Esports on the blue side, where anyone's legend on the red side, banning away that blind croc of the Renekton for 369, and the Leona Rumble here so far.
Oh my god, some different picks there. You know, we're long gone from first pick Ari meta. That's changed quite a lot. Wow, yeah, Neferi, so meta right now. So what do they want to go towards? You can go towards the Ashe Braum if you wanted, so the Ashe could be put in as part of that, and Top Esports one of the first LPL teams to pick that up. So now this opens up some very dangerous combinations for Top Esports, where AL, they probably do want to lock in something tankier and engage support. There isn't that much which can deal with the Ashe Braum and in a way that can really stop that combo coming through, but also have good laning phase against it. They might have to take away the Braum. Kyle's played a decent amount of it. But then you're playing Braum without the Ashe, and that is a much less effective form of the ball.
Now we'll have to maybe see some spice thrown their way in the bot side. Right now, though, it is going to be the safety in the bot side, also potentially mid lane, but the Ezreal locked in immediately. So trying to have a little bit of that poke damage, maybe some of that peel back.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Ezreal mid at least attempted at LPL.
I know, right?
We've seen it because we've seen it a decent amount in LEC and in LCK and across the world. Yeah, we've had like 88 games of it, all of them in bot lane. Come on, like we've been experimenting a fair amount. We have 7 cities. Surely one of them will experiment. That is really the problem. They do take it away from that Ashe. That's understandable. The Ashe Braum is a combination. Both those picks synergize so incredibly well with each other that it makes no sense to let that one go through. Ezreal Braum find defensive bot lane. Now that does mean that AL will need to find some engage elsewhere. Very hard to get quick first picks with this combo because they can just flash and cleanse away from it quite easily.
We were asking the question, what happens now on the new patch here? It looks like it will be locked in Tristana for Cream.
So Cream currently has a bit of a historic win streak here on the Tristana. He is very, very happy to keep that one coming through. His top esports consider their own kind of champions beyond this point. But in this year, folks, Cream is 15-0 on that Tristana. Yeah, it's been nerfed, but it's still Cream's Tristana. They need some magic damage from elsewhere. Tien, very happy to go towards this, and now suddenly you have Ashe engage, Lilia engage. Both of these are very good into the Braum as well, because Braum can struggle to close the distance against those two. And yeah, Shanks goes towards this Corki, which is fine into... I can't believe we're going Corki Tristana on 14-14 if we killed this. But yeah, top esports, they have themselves a real happy amount of engage here from range, which the Braum can't do that much about.
Yeah, I do like some of the poke, so be able to fire back some shots as you go, but you got to be careful when they can just completely dive onto you as you go. So right now, Tien locking in something that maybe sends a couple shivers down the spine of Kroko after that first game. Absolutely living rent-free in his head. It is going to be potentially some more of that jungle focus in the second phase since AL haven't gotten that for themselves yet. Right now, their focus is the Bard for the bot lane plays.
Yeah, so it's just anything else which just adds into the obnoxious combo of things which can lane well into the Braum, but also bring about either map plays or engage plays. So the Bard, like when he's throwing those meeps, but by the way, the way that Bard treats meeps really does quite disturb me. I don't know if they ought to be thrown like that. That's a conversation for another time. But yeah, just banning away the range supports where, you know, Mako, he had an R5 Karma in one of our games earlier in, I think it was against JDG actually, where it just ruined the game. The Karma can just ruin a laning phase like that. So banning away strong laning supports to stop the Braum getting abused by higher range champions is not bad. There is still something like the Rakan which can do pretty okay. Like that. I think we're also okay to play stuff like Rel into Braum a lot of the time too, because even though you don't bully the Braum, you're not as like abusable as something like that Leona in the laning phase.
Really want to see if it's going to be some fight back from Kroko into Tien. I think the brand provides so much that team fight potential. Does also provide that 1v1 strength, but I want to see him get the claws out here. Maybe not in the Nidalee, but just in general to try to fight Tien. It will just be the Cougar Claws anyways coming out for Kroko.
But that's a Nidalee with very little setup. Croco's played the 2 games of the Nidalee. He has won both of them. But yeah, you look towards this last pick, and Arla's going to have to pick something which you can play towards the top side. You could maybe go something like the Camille if the Casante's locked in and try and go for the hook shot Nidalee combo like that. But this is not the... There are only so many players which we give the Nidalee pass to. Tien is one of them. Very, very good at that. Croco, we'll see if he can make this work with a difficult composition, basically. Like, it's fine into the Lilia, it means you can survive that early game, which, I mean, if you need to pick the Nidalee for Croco to have an early game, I somewhat understand it, but now you need to have Arlo with someone which can set up more easily, because there's no CC easily available elsewhere.
You need something to be able to play around this early game as well, and try to buy time at least for some of the poke to come down. Right now, they are just poke central, right? You just send everything at once, and maybe you get some good health trades onto a very squishy composition for the most part for top esports, but this Rakan for Mako might just unlock everything for top.
Yeah, that Rakan is very, very good at kind of getting those engagements, but also good at kind of bullying out lower range champions too, because you just keep pinging that Q onto them. Braum hates playing as longer range supports, but then also one which can engage too is exactly everything that we wanted. We did highlight that Camille earlier. It makes sense. It is set up as good into that Cassante. 369 likely knew this was coming, but 369, the gentleman he is, takes that losing matchup and says, well, the matchup which is kind of dangerous to the Cassante, you can sometimes win through it, and says, okay, fine, I'll take this pressure, I'll join you in team fights, I'll peel for your carries later, that'll be fine, in the way that 369 ever the kind soul does for his team.
And love to see maybe a little bit more onus given over to Ala in the side lanes. I think they had to find something to be able to help Krako in some regard, and they're going to need to rely on Ala again, a big addition to this roster, but a guy who needs to find his own voice to be heard on the team, because Top Esports are quieting everything coming out of anyone's Legends camps right now.
So there has to be an early game step up from anyone's Legend. This team showed a lot of promise earlier in summer, but it has started to slow down. That momentum has. And Top Esports on the other side, they started slow and they're starting to pick up steam again in the way that we know they absolutely can. Top Esports wants to make a surge towards the top. They have been left out of that conversation a little bit with LNG's resurgence and losing to BLG, but they are still Top Esports and they're still looking to take some heads and take some names.
Both teams on opposite ends of their trajectories right now. 3 2-0s in a row for Top Esports, looking to make it a fourth. Anyone's Legend, 2 losses in a row to JDG and Weibo. They need to prove themselves against these would-be top teams, and it's time for the Anyone's Legend roster to muster some of the strength we've seen them represent throughout the early parts of this split. But now it all comes down to a game 2, the positioning on the line for Group Ascend. A massive move in the table for Top Esports if they can pick up a 2-0 here as we get into game 2. See Mako being pushed on. Love the level 1 coming out from Anyone's Legend, utilizing the Braum a little bit stronger here as well. And as I talked about it, the move, as I said, a Group Ascend, could be a massive one. They were, before going into the series, at a +3 game differential. Obviously down 1 series score there. But if they get a 2-0 here, they go to +5. Weibo at 3rd place are at a +4 right now with the 4-win category. So it'd be really interesting what happens in the later half of this Rumble stage.
Yeah, and these teams are locked for playoffs. We know who's going through into the playoffs and who goes into the Knights rivals, which is effectively our last chance for playoff spots from both Nirvana and the Ascension group. So we know that for the Ascension, of course, Nirvana, there's one last team now to be determined on. That's Tien going to be forced on with the level 1 spear. Not much you can do without that pounce unlocked. You can still walk in late, get yourself some farm on the board to make sure that Lilia, who loves taking up those Raptors first up, is not going to get access to them.
I'm just going to say, I love Krako. I love Nidalee. God, that skin for Nidalee just hurts my brain.
Wait, which one is it?
It's the, Yumi skin, the one that, makes it into, a fat cougar.
Is it the cat one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I have a bone to pick about this, because all of the dog skins are all the champions just as dogs, whereas the cat ones are just people in onesies. Someone at Riot is a dog person and not a cat person. They just put all the cat people in onesies. And I'm just saying, as a proud cat person myself, I grew up with
You're a
cats, I
fox
love them.
person, not a cat person.
Okay, that's true, but they're not great as pets, and I wouldn't trust myself with one. That's
They're actually
PSA
really good
because
pets. I'm just going to say, if you have them trained.
All right. There's a degree of it there. Anyway, I'm just sad that all of the cat skins aren't as lovingly made in that kind of sense. I know that they're trying to go for the different aesthetics, but I don't like it, Marcel. I'm upset.
I'm just saying, cats and dogs are forming a team here, and you might go back to that 2000s movie and think that might not be possible, but here Shanks on the Corky skin gonna have a lot of fun with the maybe presence that Krako can present. But Tien, he's looking to go right back to the aggressive form, trying to get back those cheeky nuggies that were stolen away from him. Spotted out though as Krako comes around the corner. This is gonna be fisticuffs for it, and Tien, I need to back away as Ala. He's come down all the way from topside, and he's going to get the hook shot there. Damage down on Tien. Spear not going to connect, though.
Yeah, we did say, hey, AL, what's happening with that early game? Let's get something to get Krako into the game. This helps a lot. Right there, Tien ended up... it's not going to do much after that point, but Tien got the AoE damage onto all of the mini Raptors, but didn't kill them, which meant that he had to back off, because Krako could just go swipe across them and just take all of the small Raptors to pounce and the swipe. So AL, they take away almost one full set of Raptors, they secure their own, and Crocker still has his own camps to go towards as well. So at least this time, Tien is not going to be running over the early game jungle matchup in the same way. He still tries to contest in the way that Tien does. He goes over towards those Raptors and tries to fight, but yeah, he's lucky to get away with his flash and his life, kind of. If the hook shot had come through a little closer to Crocker, it would have been a spit, could have been a flash follow. After that, Tien would have died.
Love to see also Shanks picking up the prio in mid lane this game number 2. That was not the case in the game number 1 whatsoever. It felt like Kareem having his number time and time again, but here able to help push a little bit more as the 3-level spike came through. Now Tien did end up taking the Scuttle Crab here, but looks like Krako is looking to try to go for a little play like Tien pulled off in game 1.
Just make sure he's got some extra work in this thing. He's waiting for his
He's waiting, dude. He set the trap.
Yeah, and if he walks past there, he's going to get the mark put onto him, which gives you the increased pounce range. He's going to be spotted, but not walk over that trap. Can Crocker get the smite in time?
Try to get it around the corner. He goes for the deep swirl seed in the end. He does make it out as well. Krako doing his best impersonation of a literal cougar.
Yeah, that's exactly what we needed to see from Crocker, because his early game last game where he had the flash blown early, died in his own jungle, was about worst case scenario, and then Tien just kind of ran over the entire game. So that's something already good from AL. Tien now does have flash, could put the swirl seed over the wall. Crocker is here to defend this because the way it's coming in. Ships in the night right now, though. Neither jungler knows the other one is there.
Tien sticking around maybe a little bit longer. Krako completes the back. Ala, he's very low. He has no mana. Tien waiting for the perp. Ala with the moves. Is it going to matter? No. Top Esports, another one. Bites the dust and a first blood for Tien.
And Ala also finds out the hard way. If you get hit by the outer ring in the Lilia Q, it does a little bit of true damage as well. So the magic shield doesn't matter at all. Ala goes down. He'll teleport back towards lane, but the kill going over to Tien despite the effort from AL. To shut this Lilia down, it feels pretty bad for them. This has been a way better early game already than in game 1, but is it going to be good enough? Because at the end of the day, it is top esports.
How is it that Tien yet again finds another mind-numbing play against Krako?
Because I think what happened here is that the vision plant went off. They spotted the vision plant go off, but then they thought, well, Gromp 3-timer should be up right now, so that should be respond. He's probably on Gromp, because he spots out into that tri-brush as well, and he sees that traps in there. Then he turns up in his brush, and they get the timings wrong. They realize, okay, that's a problem. True damage comes through from just the edge of that Q there as well, a little bit of that coming through. Tien now goes back to his Gromp. That's the thing that they probably thought he was taking in that play, and that's why they were caught off guard.
You saw pings, red pings coming down to that Gromp side there as well, so maybe getting caught in the play a little bit, but that's been the name of the game for Tien so far against Krako. They will be proactive, though, and this will be a trade at the same time. This is something we haven't seen in this series, and something Top Esports doesn't necessarily like.
No, but given the early game from Crocker and Kyle trying to get in with the Braum very early, and then Nidalee, of course, in their early potential as well, this is still fine for Top Esports. This is better than it could be. Tien is, of course, very far ahead where he could be now. Ala has himself at level 6, and he can start doing some damage against the Xante. The thing about this Camille and what AL will be looking towards that, the early game has been fine from Crocker and Kyle, it's got them some value, but now the problem is they actually find themselves at a deficit. What they're really looking for is 2 item spikes on everyone, but particularly, of course, you've got the double tiers of these carries, and then the 2 item Camille is absolutely great. Once you get towards Triforce and that Ravenous Hydra, then the Cassandre really struggles in these matchups. If you get that early enough for the Camille, then the Cassandre really struggles to play out the game, and I'm sure anyone's legend will be waiting for that anxiously.
The problem is, though, this AL team composition, they want to stay as mobile as possible, and they don't really, okay, we're going to get a 2v2 on both sides here, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be used by Jaculov, sidesteps the Winter's Bite, and here comes the rest of Tien. I have to stop my story because they're about to 4-man dive on a Hope and Kyle.
Oh, that's the swell seed as well. I guess it's a Kyle. Here comes Creep.
There's the satchel charge already popped. They don't have the wave there. Jackie Love needs to push it out. Here comes the rest of anyone's legend. Top Esports, you got to get your hand out of the cookie jar real quick. They're going to go for 2 chocolatey ones here as they try to get the damage. It's not going to be enough. Tien falls, and now the best laid plans of Bison Men as it's Shanks picking up another one, and Top Esports, they're heading for the hills, but the hills, they have eyes, and Krako's going to be chasing down Creek. Can't get the spear in the end, but they have concussive blows, so it doesn't matter. And Cream, one more spear to the back. Krako takes another.
The dive takes too long. AL fire back, and they get themselves that gold. AL, they wanted to, probably buy their time after this early game and get towards 2 items. They would love to be going there with a lead, though. The fact that now Crocker gets 2 kills, he can power himself towards What looks to be that Lich Bane first item as well, to be a bit more of the assassin nearly, is really going to help out anyone's legend. They kind of needed this. The fact that Top Esports failed that dive, they waited too long, it gives them a bit of a gift in that sense, and it's rare to get that against Top Esports, but they'll take that with both hands. They'll go back towards base and get themselves closer and closer towards those first items and back into the game.
And that's a big, massive question mark for Top Esports. Why the play was being pulled off in the first place anyways. But we'll see if they can recover themselves a little bit. Anyone's Legend showing some teeth of their own, and Kroko having a much better game of keeping his head above water in the second one. But might be a little bit of question mark there now as well, as he will be pushed out of his own jungle. He's going to try to steal away the red, but is unvisioned.
He needs to be careful though, because Tien did use his ult in that last play. There's every chance that he could be CC down. You haven't got something like Merc Treads, nor do you think will lose the Nidalee. Yeah, eating up that ultimate, not particularly great. So this is going to be the full dive by the looks of it. Cream jumps over quite early, but he's going into the shield. He pulls out not a great roster shot. It ends up meaning that Hope doesn't trade back auto attacks onto him, but it's a really slow dive. The wave doesn't come out quick enough, and then this is a really good play from Hope and Cal to realize, actually, we can leave turret now because Kroko's here. We don't have to stand directly on the turret. If we did, they probably would have died, so that's good conversation between the bot lane and the rest of their teammates to make sure they can all coordinate this four-man defensive dive.
Shanks flashing forward to make sure he gets it. Meanwhile, the Winter's Bite from Kyle. Love to see Kroko and him combining strongly for once here in this series. And they will continue to do so as we take a look back, though. Kyle is with Kroko, but Tien looking pretty strong himself.
Arrow.
There's the arrow coming out. Now the go button has been pressed by Top Esports. Big true shot barrage, though. Hope trying to get down Cream. Now, meanwhile, Tien singing them sweet lullabies again. The burn is going to be enough, and they're going to try to find Shanks too. Look, Jackie Love has been untouched. Kroko going forward now, though. Jackie Love, he's trying to step up to the plate, but Kroko, he's got them claws, and he wants to pounce. There's the TP coming in now, though. Cream coming to rejoin. Cream looking for the resets, and here he comes for them. Reset City. Top Esports pull themselves back into the game.
Cream has left the station. Shanks are teleporting back in, looking for something more, but he's used his Valkyrie, he's used his flash.
Oh,
so he's going to get jumped
no.
up by Cream again. He could just die to Cream here. Cream
He might have
feels
just
it.
lost the trade. Oh my goodness, now here comes Kyle, though. They might have just turned it right back on its head. Both these mid laners just putting their bodies on the line.
Cream gets himself into the game. Couldn't do in that bot side dive, but Cream getting so much gold is a problem here for anyone's legend. For those of you who missed the changes to Justana, it's like, we'll have to wait a bit. There's all that way. We want to talk about builds, talk about fights.
369 looking for revenge from game number one, the solo kill, you know.
Okay, alright, so that's a small thing. But the gold on Tristana is really, really important. The thing which has changed about Tristana, there are two things. One, her Q got major changes, where she gets 15% less attack speed per rank of that rapid fire. It also costs mana now. It costs 50 mana. It used to cost nothing. It was a free skill to cast. But then also her W did get slightly lowered in its mana cost, so it can maybe sometimes even out across longer phases of play when you've got multiple jumps. But on the whole, Tristana has more mana issues than she did, and she gets less attack speed than she did. She's still fine in regards to when she gets that Q max, that sort of ridiculous amount of attack speed. Anyway, you get it through. Cream with the kills he's got coming through and the cull yet to be cashed in. He's happy to still be in a good position.
And comparatively to that game number one, this is much more akin to the Anyone's Legend that maybe we've come to expect in this split so far, but still far from the absolute fight fest that maybe they would want against Top Esports. We take a look at that play starting off by Anyone's Legend playing pretty aggressive.
Yeah, and you know, you look through this and Tien still has his ult throughout all this. He has his flash. He's still stacking up a passive. He gets himself a two-man Q. This is a pretty big change here, where he doesn't actually get the center of the W onto Shanks, because he can't walk that far forward. He probably would have walked eaten an extra auto or two, which he meant he would have died. So he gets Shanks out of the fight, but it doesn't kill him. Would have been nice to get that kill immediately. But on the other side, AL didn't get Cream out of the fight. He comes through. He gets himself into that play there. And Jackalove kites like an absolute monster to make his way
Oh
out.
no! Get the windows, time arrow! Oh god, Grubageddon!
Grubageddon!
It's Grubageddon! Oh god, Top Esports, they have complete control of the grubs now. Oh god, Tien. Grubageddon is coming for him! He does get the nice little CC knockback though from 369, and he picks up the kill too!
Yeah, Ola could maybe take the 1v1 versus Tien, but not the 1v3 versus 369 and Mako as well. The Peel squad has arrived. Top Esports, if there is one specialty that they have, outside of so many others. I do think that 369 and Mako are some of the best players at bailing out their team fights in the entire world. We know this about 369. He did it on JDG. He's done it on top esports before that for years as well. He makes his whole team's life so much easier with plays like that and, of course, into team fights later on. And AL, despite them having a better early game now, they're getting to a point where they are going to have to deal with the Peel squad, dealing with healing for a very, very strong Lilia later on.
Yeah, and that's the most terrifying thing as well for anyone's Legend as a whole. Cream playing a bit with his life there under the turret. Really good damage from Shanks now that he's being able to hit some of those spikes. And you start seeing some of the poke that's coming online for anyone's Legend, what they kind of drafted their composition around and try and get to those 2-3 item spikes.
Yeah, if they can get towards that, that's important for sure. But then the problem is that it's quite hard for them to combo up with good setup. It's not like they have, because poke can sometimes turn into assassination when you have a Nautilus hook or a big engage factor. And of course, Zoe used to be the same with stuff like the bubble back there. Sometimes you just need one bit of CC, but everyone has to land their stuff and just someone gets the food. Hard for AL to do that. They have the hook shot, but that commits to a full fight. Herald's going to go down. AL having to set up the poke shooting gallery so far, so they'll just have to play Safari League of Legends and watch the local wildlife. In this case, the Herald goes down.
Man, what I would pay to go to a wildlife sanctuary that had a Rift Herald, that'd be incredible. I think it'd be very scary. I don't know if it's like the San Francisco Zoo where they're just like roaming around.
Shelly.
Yeah.
We have like
Watch out, she's charging! Oh god!
in
It's like, oh man, how do the mechanics work in real life?
I think the only thing I'd be more afraid of than a Herald charge is a Hippo charging. Folks, if you don't know how scary hippos are. Hippos are terrifying. Do not get between a hippo and the nearest body of water. That is how you become an ex-person.
Yes, it is. You get unlifed in those those times. Speaking of unlifed, though, anyone's Legend, they're trying to make that happen on 369. They will end up getting the TP from top lane from Cream. They're trying to stop any of the play that could be going on bot side, but it isn't anyone's Legend who feels like they need to be a bit proactive here, as Hope still playing super confidently in the mid lane, as Kroko now has done cleared and is going to be looking for active plays himself.
Yeah, Hope is in a good point of power. Of course, one of the things which AL can do with this team composition, which maybe catching out Tian here, that's passive.
Oh, he can't get it. Okay, there's the pounce. They got the damage down. Lilting Lullaby is coming through here. They're going to get the sleep, though. Kroko trying to follow up. He got the Seekers. They're getting the damage back from Cream. Tian flushes out. Oh, my God. This is masterful. As Tian does end up sacrificing Cream for it. Mako going to save out Jackie Love. And anyone's Legend make a play on bot side.
And we see the Braum Shield block the Lilia ult. It is technically a little particle which flies to the champion, so Carol gets slept, but Kroko doesn't. They can't turn on to the Nidalee, who would be the target they'd love to put down, because she's much more squishy is the Nidalee than the Braum with that shield up especially. Kyle gets the heal, and top esports, they found a little bit wanting for the first time in this game as Tian blows the Seekers, loses his life as Flash as well. So that's a big win for anyone's Legend. They get themselves a couple of important kills. They're still behind in gold, but it will give them advantage on the setup for the next play. So a couple of key interactions here. So Tian is on vision. One thing you need to know is that when someone has the Dream Dust on them, there is a particle that flies to them when Lilia presses the ult. That's exactly what happens here. The spear happens, great combo coming in from Kyle and Kroko, but watch this. The Dream Dust is on both of them, and the shield blocks are heading towards Kroko. That's not a bug, that's just how it works. It doesn't feel like it should be a particle effect, but there is a little tick which flies towards them, so Kyle gets himself that heal as well, so he gets out alive, and they get themselves an important kill. They're on to Cream as Tian, of course, blows a lot of important things like his flash and his sequence.
And it's still surprising how much damage Shanks does. Like, the Trinity Force does some wild things for Corki, but he's also almost being on that second item. We see some of the poke coming through there. But Dragon is up. Anyone's Legend have had full control over this. They do not want to wrestle it now, as the Distraction Carnifex will be used in mid lane by top. Cream caught in the side, though. Allah is going to get the Hextech ultimatum on him. Cream in some trouble. Does get the reset on the rocket jump, though.
Yeah, he gets himself that full bomb versus old One Eye in the mid lane, charges towards that turret, and goes forwards, trying to take down more and more of that turret HP. It's not going to kill the whole thing. They have 6 grubs though, and it might fall soon after that. AL, they've used their big engage, and they get hit by the arrow.
That was the straight flash from Shanks! They end up not being able to follow it too much, though. They are going to get the difference maker for 369. Big true shot barrage there, as Allah is not here to join the fight. There goes Kroko, stepping a little bit far forward. 3 knockback, though. Kroko is burning, and he's going down. No primal surge available. Tian gets Winter's Bite put on him. Hope can't hit the Mystic Shot, though. And now the slows starting to come to bear, as Jackie Love will pick one up for himself. The Genius might need to just make a genius play here now, though, as Hope and Allah, they are the last last standing bastion for anyone's legend. Cream coming over here, but Dragon is going to be the focus.
Yeah, huge plays from top piece, huge plays from 369, the god of Peel himself. So he comes through and finds a lot of nasty traps over there. Ola does have flash.
Ola with 2 kills ends up going down, but the flashiness comes alive, and in the end, it doesn't matter as Top Esports will deny soul point from anyone's legend.
Yeah, Ola sees the angle. Shanks is in now with 2 dead. Can Top Esports defend this?
No
They'll take the
way!
dragon, but can they get out?
Cream ends up getting the dragon. Here comes Shanks, though. Look at the damage he can put down now as well. Flash forward's going to come through as well. Not yet, at least. And now you do have the poke from anyone's legend that helps to secure a lot of these back-end plays. Tien going to be spotted out here. Kroko not wrapping back around, though.
369 is very, very happy with this amount of HP. They can't really take him down. And Top Esports, once again, just showing that with the frontline champions which they have, the champions which can heal for each other, like even stuff like the Lily Roll can help with that one. 369 in particular, just showing exactly how hard it is to close off clean kills versus Top Esports. Against any other team, it felt like they would have walked away with another couple of kills at that point. But every fight they're being made to work, that's just a little bit harder for it. Now they're at the point where they're facing off against 2 items on Cream with those flicker blades. It means that if you get enough auto attack uptime, you get yourself a quicker second bomb and a quicker W. It wasn't available for this fight as well. And yeah, Jack's flashing the straight line. He gets himself some distance, but he's still in a huge amount of danger. The problem with the Form Shield doesn't stop the Recon combo, and doesn't stop someone like 369 shoving the back as well. This is the key point here. Use that barrier. But look how 369 plays this. He knows that 369, he can basically get the kill, but he can save the lower HP members before him by throwing his body into the fray. It's full contact team fighting. They attack you, you attack right back. Try and tackle them to the ground and get yourself some good value as you're going down. 369 understands that wonderfully. And Ola, he still has his flash after this time. Of course, he uses it later for the 2-person kill, which is flashy, but
isn't this a classic Ola play?
He's
like, all right, well, the game's lost. Things are not looking great right now. I'm going for the plays.
Yeah, he gets the 3-man stun. It's alright. It's just the problem is you're going into... you don't kill the people with a whole load of damage at the end of that, sadly. Ala back on the map now, and sadly not able to catch Cream. You know, I respect that, Ala. He gets 2 for 1. I call that a win.
Absolutely. I'll see if he can continue to have some pressure in the side lane. Oh, Shanks. Tien hits that. He's like, maybe I go back. The rest of the team is missing, though, for anyone's legend, so not going to turn that one over anymore, as it still is a pretty sizable lead for Top Esports, and especially a 2-item spike for Tien, but the Zanya's completed.
Yeah, so we talked about the Cream 2-item spike before. The other one I was going to talk about is Tien on their Zonyas. Lilia with Zonyas is a completely different champion to without. You are a low-range champion who's not that survivable, but as soon as you have that stasis, you can do enough damage and you can wait out the ultimate to proc, so you can come out and the CC's already there. The problem with Lilia when she procs her ultimate, it's not instant. It takes a little while to charge up, of course. It means that you can buy that extra time. You flash in. Once you have flash, Zonyas and ult, you are so ready to win team fights. So watch to see how Tien can have even more impact than he's previously had.
Well, for a side lane play onto Ala, they know he's pretty strong here, and they can't necessarily deal with him as much. Now, Tien, with the burns, this might be enough to get Ala down. They're going straight in on Mako, though. Nice little spear blocked by 369. There's the arrow that I was expecting. A little bit more damage given, and tanked up by 369 by Hope going forward with the Arcane Shift. Does have True Shot Barrage to follow up. Ala deciding not to go forward with it, but this is where AL, they can find strength. It's on the back end of the fight. It's the poke that can come through. Now, Top Esports, they've been lying in wait. They're looking to go back in, but they don't have a good angle, and Ala still threatening the big hook shots.
Yeah, Ala's threatening, but the problem is, the poke's not on someone like that Tristana. It's not like Top Esports don't have poke of their own. The 12 seeds can help. The volleys can help, certainly, too. So, AL, they get themselves a brief moment where it feels like they can chase down some good brawl cues, help with that as well. But Top Esports, they hold their ranks, and they make sure that no one is left alone to the Wolves. AL, yet again, not able to find clean fights, not able to find clean kills, because Top Esports keep pushing back into Manala. You know, he's strong. He is a 2-item Camille. Even though he's down individual gold for 369, he is a strong Camille in terms of the item breakpoints. But he can't push up in the side lanes the way that he wants, because Tien is constantly shadowing that lane. And AL, it's been a way better game than game 1, but they can't find those clean points of attack.
The triple Triforce has been completed, the trifecta, if you will, for anyone's legend. They will be on 2-item spikes, even though I'm making a joke about it. This is a massive power spike for both Hope and Shanks, as they have the evolution now as well.
feels like it should be like the cube force at that point. It's like, rather than squared, it's cube. That doesn't sound right, because the cube is
It
like
doesn't, yeah.
Like, what I said. It doesn't, but it was like, yeah, cube. Math. Yeah, okay, well, maybe not this time. But hey, some form like I'm sure will be able to be the voice of reason on this one. Anyway, getting ourselves back onto the map, Dragon spawning, it would be sold point for AL, but it looks like they're leaving well alone on that. Ala left alone, and his hookshot cancelled.
Yeah, I mean, those in Tofu start doing some serious work. Ala, though, waiting with the sweep of the leg. Try to take down 369, goes for the blast, goes for the play. Hextech ultimatum, though, 369 getting away, and here comes Mako! It's never a 1v1 when you got Mako at your side. Trisha Barrage not going to be enough in the end, but look on the other side, the poke is not going to land, and Top Esports pick off the side lane.
Pick up the side lane, importantly so. Ala is at a point of power. It is an important point to play through towards Enio's Legend, but they've not really been able to deal with the fact that other people have just been able to interrupt the Camille's flow too much. That's going to lead to an easy Dragon for Top Esports, and AL can't even start anything really on the top side towards the Baron. They might be able to push in for a top lane in a turret, and indeed they do. So they get themselves that. That is some gold traded back, but it's not really the trade they wanted. If they could have got the Baron, that would have been a much better prize for them, but they can't really burn it down in the same way that they would have liked. Cream with the 6 scrubs, being a Tristana, will also damage the Dinner turret on the bot lane very, very quickly.
They just completely take that down. That's going to be a ton of standing gold over to Top Esports. They will balloon their lead to just under 3,000 gold. It's been fluctuating a little bit as we take a look back at the side lane play.
Yeah, this is one of the big things you can do is the Xante versus the Camille. Use your ult to cancel that hook shot. No way you're getting away from that one. Stick them into the fight with you. Thing is, Ala is still at a very big point of power, so he can still make the play in the 1v1 in a lot of ways, but problem is, he's just not alone in that side lane. 369 buys enough time for the Guardian, the
get you
shield, and
somebody.
everything that comes through. Mako, huge plays with those extra shields.
Gets you a man like Mako. Everyone should be looking for a man like that. I don't know. That was incredible. He also stepped away initially because he's like, oh, there's no way Ala goes back in. Definitely does, and taking advantage of that one all day long is 369. Now on 3 items himself as well. Gonna be the Cassante that all the coffee pastas are made out of, as we're getting ready to scuffle over this top side.
Yeah, so Top East was largely be focusing on defending against Ala in the bot side for a while. They've already lost their bot lane out of turret now, so they don't have to pull as many resources towards that bot lane to defend it out of no longer there. Baron's up, and no, AL, they do have themselves a good amount of damage. They have themselves the triple Trinity Force, we talked about that before, but also the double Muramana, of course, worth noting as well. AL, they have the damage. Can they land it, and can they finish off a kill before the kill comes in from Top Esports? That has been the real kicker this game, and it always is against Top Esports. They are so good at peeling for people who are on low HP and trading off frontline duties, where everyone's low HP, but the one person with HP will then go and take up the frontline duty. Makes it very, very hard to finish off kills. AL will need to really smack that first hit home.
If they do so here as well, because I think in a lot of situations this poke would be super difficult to deal with, and we see a little bit of that being pulled off right now by Anyone's Legend. They can push you off of your turrets in a defensive manner, but it is also a situation where they aren't necessarily threatening a Baron to be burned down immediately.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not uncontested poke too, which we mentioned a little earlier, where this poke looks great from AL up until 2 people get hit by a spell seed. And at that point, it is not very good. Now, you do have a QSS on Shanks, you do have a cleanse on poke, but still having to blow them defensively is not what you want to see. So some emphasis on TN. See if he can get himself those unassisted spell seeds. Our best Lily is in the LPL, which TN is amongst them. I think you've got players like Xiao Hao, I think Kanavi's fantastic. Look, there are a lot of good Lilies in the LPL. It's one of the reasons we pick it so much. But one of the things that the best Lilias do within the LPL is find those spell seed angles and read people's body language. And now he's in the bot side. No.
Oh, I love that they even brought down the Enchanted Crystal Arrow instead as well. They are going to try to get the collapse here. Who are they going to give it to? It's to TN. Of course it is. Meanwhile, on the other side, they do not have the resources to try to pull another side play.
Yeah, AL, they have never sent anyone else to Ala's lane, and Ala is playing as though he has 1 or 2 extra people in his lane, and it has been to his detriment. Maybe if someone was there, you could play around the Camille a bit heavier, but Top Esports, they have been quick into the side lane, they've been decisive in the side lane. Ala is behind in this matchup quite heavily now, especially compared to where you should be.
Oh my goodness, you see even Cream playing with some confidence down in the inhib turret of Anyone's Legend. As it is still feeling like Top Esports world here. You have to remember through all of this, we said how much Top Esports have been turning it on here recently. A 3-win streak, but all 2-0s. And see if they can continue that streak here. Jackie Love going to be stopped from his back by Hope.
That's a good recall. That's a good recall cancel too. Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's up now. You have to defend this mid lane out. So you'll probably lose it anyway. Cream's jumping in now to try and get Jackie Love a little bit of help.
There's the instant cleanse. He doesn't have the Dream Dust on him anymore, but the Kyle down will mean Cream gets the resets, and Hope now in some trouble. He had everything available to him. He used it all, and it didn't even matter. As Linkin Park comes to mind, Top Esports have dominated this series.
Yeah, AL maybe left feeling a little numb as they go crawling back towards the Nexus. They are sent backpacking after they tried to stop the recall of Jackie Love. They overstay. And Top Esports, they are the ones to take this Baron, but Les Crocker can steal.
They're going to deny him. They get the golden out of him, though. It's getting a little low. Croco, he can't make the play. Now Cream just flashing for the kill to put the Cougar pelt on the wall. And Top Esports come away with Baron. They do lose a tier 2 in bot. They do lose their outer tower in mid, but pity prizes for anyone's legend.
Yeah. And AL, they went towards that Nidalee. They thought that human Cougar hybrid theory would work out for themselves, but it just hasn't had the value. They had that early game, which helped out a little, but they've been struggled to transition that into the mid game. And Top Esports, they have been sinking the fangs in every time they can. It is so hard to get clean kills versus Top Esports. And on the other side, feels like if you make one mistake versus them, the whole game just explodes. It's happened here again, and now it's going to be Soul Point, Baron pushing in waves, and AL are left in the dust.
I just want you to know that there is a deer with fangs, and it's a water deer.
What?
From Korea
yeah, I've seen that
and
before.
China.
That's great.
Yeah, hey, it fits perfectly here because Tien definitely is a water deer. That deer's got some fangs on it, and it's looking very terrifying. 6-1 and 5, 2 back-to-back masterclass series games from him. And now anyone's legend trying to make their play, trying to get the engage, get the X-Tech ultimatum on Mako, but that's not your target as Kareem and Jackie Love have been untouched the whole time. You're starting to lose the health bars. Look at the burn while they're asleep. 369 knocked back at Tien, takes him out. Kyle is gone. Your front line is gone, but the siege continues by Top Esports.
Another fight, another two-man shove from 369 with his W being the field goal once again. This will lead to the inhibs going down. This will lead to AL probably heading towards a 0-2 and their loss streak continuing. Top Esports racking up momentum themselves.
As anyone's legend slips, Top Esports pick up the ball and run with it. This will be 4 2-0s in a row. This will be a regaining of dominance for Top Esports, a team that found themselves in the finals in spring, and they got to fight tooth and nail for this one. The Nexus is down, and they will make a huge jump in the standings in Group Ascend with their 2-0 victory over anyone's legend.
Yeah, game 1 wasn't really a contest. Game 2, it was. Credit to anyone's legend, they had a better early game, but that's step 1. What are steps 2 through 10? They cannot fell this beast. And Top Esports, I mean, what do you say? Every time that you showed a weakness to them, it feels like they pounce so effectively. And when you feel like they've made a mistake, they cover those weaknesses so incredibly well too. Every team fight, you look at Mako and you look at 369 and the way that they're healing for their carries, the way that 369 is always there, putting like the W up from Cassante to shove someone back away from their carries. The way that Mako is putting the shields on as well makes everyone else shine so well. This is what we saw from, back when we saw 369 over JDG as well. It just makes your carries look that much better. The fact that you can play with that confidence that you are going to have that backup from the supporting cast of this team makes it so much easier to play the game. And Top Esports, they did lose to LNG, they did lose to BLG. They are not the top dogs in the LPL as it stands right now, but they could very much well be, again, especially with gameplay like this, if they start building that momentum.
Because again, you have to remember those losses came at the beginning of Rumble stage for them. It was literally their first 2 series in this stage after taking some time off. So really nice to see the momentum go their way. And again, just giving so much chaos in terms of the seeding that it was going to be going down for the playoffs as well. Because if I'm not mistaken by math, I do believe they move up to 3rd after all of that, after starting the day off in 5th. But it is something where it's really, really curious to me for this team as a whole, when they've been so proactive, how do you stop the train? Because they look like once they grab control of it, they aren't getting rid of that with a death grip.
And yeah, that's a huge problem because once they get the momentum, they have the extra gold to play around. I think particularly for players like Tien on the AP junglers, when you get gold on them, it buys you second HP item quicker if you're going towards something like the Leandri's Rylai's, or it goes towards the Zhonya's quicker, which gives you that extra degree of safety. All of that difficulty it is, even when they are behind the game, gets that much more difficult when they have the extra defensive luxury stats when they're ahead of the game too. That's just part of the meta right now. When you have these carries which get that extra XP, they get their extra gold, it's not just about them killing you quicker, it's also just harder to reach them as well. And Anyone's Legend kind of found that out the hard way. I think that Anyone's Legend, I have serious concerns now about what's happening with this jungle support throughout mid-game and early game. It feels like they can get one of them, but maybe not the other.
Yeah.
I still think that their carries can do well if they escape that early game. But even players like Shanks, which I've had so much praise for in this split so far, very quiet series from him. He was blown out on lane versus Cream. And for a player that was looking to be an elite mid laner, he couldn't do that versus Cream here today.
Yeah, that, and also like a lot of the plays that centered around that mid lane, the priority that was given by that lane itself, very interesting nonetheless. And then Hope having another very quiet series yet again, or not yet again, but both of these guys having a very quiet series in terms of Anyone's Legends proactivity. And again, a jungle.
How about that one Ziggs kill?
Yeah, you know.
That was it.
But it is a situation where Kroko and Kyle have been a mainstay force for them, and if that's not working out, where can Anyone's Legend turn to? And you see what happens when you are forced back-to-back fights. Tien is just mind-gaming you in the jungle, and honestly, at least for me, I think he earns MVP here, but it was 2 back-to-back incredible Lilia performances from a guy who is very dead set on proving he can be the best in the LPL.
I think because Tien is so important to his team's success, like there's never a bad game to put Tien as, most of the time, as him as MVP. I think I'd maybe throw on towards 369. Just the way that he played against Ala in the laning phase, like that is he took the counterpick matchup against the Camille Nidley, which is the one setup lane in there, and he won in the side lanes. He had incredible team fights. I mean, every time I watch 369 play, I feel like he's just the unsung hero in every single team fight. He showed that once again. One of the greatest top laners to ever do it, and one of the best. I mean, the great thing about 369 is that he's been the greatest. He's been like the top list of like carries and tanks over his periods of career as well. I think he's maybe one of the best tank. He might even be the best tank player of all time. He's up there. The fact that it's in the conversation is insane, and stuff on the K'Sante allows him to do kind of both.
Yeah.
So the fact that he walked away with that game, really, really impressive once again. But we come to expect excellence from top esports.
We do, and we have found that to be pretty successful in a lot of ways. I think leading off the back of Tien and Mako having some very, very powerful synergies in terms of how they want to direct this team as well has been really nice to watch, because you can like, this is one of the teams where you can physically see Mako shot calling a lot of these plays as well.
Oh, Mako was so fantastic in a lot of the sidelines. Now, funnily enough, we're going to start off with a poorly shot called play where they take too long in the bot dive and things go badly for them. And you know, AL, the early game wasn't the problem this time. The early game actually looked pretty good. They managed to get Kroko onto the board. He got a couple of kills through this one. I think that Kyle and Kroko comboed up well, but it just really came about in the mid game when it came to side lanes. I think that Arlo was playing as though he had the confidence of his team and the support of his team rather in the side lane, and he didn't. I think that the rest of the team probably should have thrown stuff towards the Camille. And what that meant is that because they weren't playing as well around side lanes around the Camille and around their lane priority elsewhere, it just meant that the fights in River were harder because you don't have the same ability to lock down where the arrow is coming from because your vision control is good. You don't have that same ability to lock down Tien because he's free to walk into the river as well instead of getting blasted by Nidley, Camille, and by the Braum. Everything starts to become that much harder. And it means that top esports get those openings in these fights to just keep skirmishing.
Yeah.
The way that top esports do. They are very, very good mechanical players. They're very good at using the second round of cooldowns to just win these fights.
Oh, some of those health bars are going to be stinging Anyone's Legend here, but it really was some great setup plays as well that you were mentioning from 369. And once you get to this point, you have all opted into the kind of the poke setup for Anyone's Legend. If it starts going awry, this is where the kind of stable composition that Top Esports brought to the game really, really sung out.
Man, these team fights are so exciting.
It's so good, man.
I every time I get to cast top esports when they're on more fun. Look, the last guys are a little bit more sad. I mean, I really appreciate this play, but every time I see top esports playing their team fights, I am blessed to watch this team play League of Legends. Like, I really enjoy watching top esports in the way that they team fight, the way that they play around, handing off their frontline duties, buying space for their very aggressive carries. Now, Jackalov and Cream are very good at threading the needle, but they're allowed to do that as well because their supportive cast do so well with that. You know, Mako and 369 comboing up for this one as well, and showcasing how well they could shut down the sidelines, which could have been a win condition.
It's deja vu.
For AL. I've been in this place before. Yeah, it's just these side lanes for AL were not well played with this Camille. I feel like they really should have indexed harder towards it, but they never really sent the numbers to it, and Ala ended up,
This one
well,
hurts.
yeah, not having the best time of it.
Yeah, the fact that Swirl Seed connects, forcing them to play a little bit slower to get away, and you just can't do that against this composition for top esports, because once they get going, they do not stop. Look at this happiness coming out from top esports themselves, but it is an anyone's legend who are going to be a bit down in the dumps now. Obviously, both these teams still having some fight left to give. Top esports could be facing off against FPX and JDG to finish out their season, as we'll be waiting for the MVP of that one. That's not an easy finish, I'm just going to say.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we've seen a lot of our teams in the Ascend group show quite very level forms. When I say FPX, if they ever take you to late game, they just somehow beat you, even though they're not really the best team in Ascension right now. You just can't let them get to like 30, 35 minutes. So I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, and on the other side, at least, it is a situation where that big slump is still incoming for anyone's legend, but they can not really rest, unfortunately, because it's LNG and BLG next. It's not a schedule you want to have on a 3-game slump.
Yeah, that's looking pretty hard. So AL, they're gonna have to they have to triage a lot of things now. They need to triage more consistent early games. They need to triage their early lane pressure from multiple lanes as well. And then also when that's happened, they need to find solutions to that, which also give them mid-game options. I mean, I've typically liked seeing Croco on the brand. The brand obviously didn't work very well in the early game today because of various issues, because they didn't play the level 1 out well. It's not always a draft thing. Sometimes it is when you have lanes which are not working out in the way that you expected of them. So AL, there's a lot for Coach Tabe to do. I had a lot of belief in what he could bring to this team. I think that we have seen a lot of those snappy response teleports in the way that they quickly and decisively play the map at points. Tien does walk over the MVP. My shout out was to 369 for Tien, of course. There is never a bad game when he's on form like this to give himself another MVP. 9 MVPs in summer so far. This guy has been having incredible form.
Don't worry, as soon as we go to break, I'll be working on a water deer thing for Tien. Don't worry, it's coming. Incredible stuff to show his fangs, though, on 2 back-to-back games of impeccable Lilia gameplay. I feel like being able to stop a lot of the forward advance that anyone's legend was bringing early was very nice, but then you have all the setup potential that Tien brings to the table. I still think his brain is one of the brightest we have in the LPL.
Absolutely. So Top Esports, they walk away with a very impressive victory, and I can't wait to see if they can climb back towards the top of Group 7.
4 2-0s in a row. That is dominating. Now we are going to continue on in Group Ascend, but we're jet setting off to Shenzhen as we're watching NIP versus BLG next after a short little break. We'll see you there.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
Welcome back, one and all, straight back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. As you see, we have crested into our final series, and we have jet set over to Shenzhen, as it will be NIP trying to take on BLG.
This is a big old matchup from spring. Hasn't necessarily matched that coming into summer because NIP have already locked themselves out of the top 7 of the ASN group. They will be fighting in the Knights Challenges, which is effectively a last chance at playoff spots into the next round of the LPL. BLG, of course, had a weird old group stage, and now coming into the Rumble stage, they have kicked on the afterburners a little bit. They did drop one series, and they haven't fully woken up yet, but they did show some of that upper level, particularly when they beat down top esports.
Biggest thing, obviously, is Wei coming into the roster itself, maybe providing a little bit of that generalistic nature that he brought to RNG after Xiao, who had left him, and Ming providing a lot of strength in shot calling efforts. But we have seen a massive difference in direction since Wei is being brought into the team, and I think now that it's been a couple series, we can start to digest exactly what he brings to the table for this team.
Yeah, I think what Wei brings over someone like Shun is a bit more stability. I think that Shun is a very creative jungler. I love how he continually finds aggressive ways to get into the enemy jungle and make some big kind of combination plays with the rest of his team. But I think that if you're not playing towards aggressive junglers, I think that Wei is very, very good at his baseline kind of level of play, and he's very good at kind of using lanes in not a dissimilar way to Wei, where when they have aggressive lanes, they can leverage off it. They leverage off it in a different way. There are very few lanes which are as aggressive as Knight versus Rookie, who are two of our laners which in the mid lane focus on laning phase, or at least Rookie has done more so. Knight, he's ummed and ahed a bit on that, but both these players against each other, this is our marquee mid lane matchup from spring. They're not in quite the form they were there, but they are still top of the tree.
It's honestly a marquee matchup for the LPL as a whole, a classic one between two legends, and it's so interesting. They're different track records to an extent, especially looking at recency, right? If you look over the last couple of years, but also holistically, Rookie, obviously the international hero for the LPL, lacking in some recent domestic success, where Knight, he's struggling to find any international success, but he is dominating domestically as he's been able to try and go for a 4P now.
What's actually quite funny is the fact that Knight still has the same amount of international titles that Rookie has, because he has an MSI. Of course, he never got that World Championship, which is, of course, like, that's the marquee thing. But, you know, both these mid laners are some of the very best that the LPL has to offer. You know, Rookie, of course, came over from KT back in the LC. Well, back, actually, it was called the OGN back then in 2014.
Going way back.
Yeah, no, well, he was such a star back then. Oh, man, that was a special time. It was 2014 OGN. That was a cool time. He won one of those titles over there. Of course, now he's been over in the LPL for a very long time and reaped a ton of rewards for it. He, however, is on a team which is struggling, and he himself has not been to an international event since 2019 Worlds. And every time we now look at NIP, I think the Rookie fans amongst us sit there and go, well, is there anything I can take away from this series that shows that they can build forwards? Is there any chance we can see Rookie internationals again? And is there anything we can see there? It's not looking good, folks, right now. BLG ahead of them, too. This is going to be a hell of a match to try and show that improvement, because BLG are on, they are a level above them right now. To say BLG are on good form, I don't always know if that's true, because they've shown some weird games about the place too, but they're still a level above.
And I also find the interesting point is that we have just seen, or at least going into it, like the difference in jungle being an actual big difference for BLG. When I was looking at this matchup on paper coming into the season, I was like, oh my god, we get to have Shun versus Rookie. It's going to be great. A little bit of tie back to IG, but now it's a little bit of a different story where Aki is coming into this one for NIP on the back foot. This is an NIP who are 0-6. They've only won one game, and it was on red side against FPX in week 3 of Rumble stage. And I think trying to find any way to stop this BLG roster, it has to be done tonight.
It's so hard for NIP, and I would also like to publicly show my condolences to you, Mazel, as one of the greatest Shun fans out there. I'm sorry for your boy, but we'll see how BLG play around the junglers. Hey,
see, I love Wei too, though. Like both of these guys have been some of my favorite junglers to watch come into the scene, so I'm torn.
Bit of a personal moment here, but so when us two were out in Xi'an last year, of course, we got to see a lot of the players walking around the hotel and stuff, and I've never seen Mazel as giddy as when he saw Shun at breakfast, and it was like, Nightmare.
It was like my last day there, too. I was literally leaving.
I was like, I've been waiting for this the whole time. Can you please say my So anyway, now Mazel has a picture of the ship.
Yeah, I do. And I'll hold
sadly, he's not playing him.
Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
but I will say, in regards to BLG versus NIP, completely agree with what you were saying about the jungle matchup. NIP, they've also brought in Lian
Yep.
as well, so he'll be playing at some point for this roster, potentially. We'll see whether he comes in future series. Currently serving out a 2-series suspension, so he's not available for this one if people were wondering about that one. But Aki has really struggled. NIP as a team have struggled because, to distill it down into a sentence or two, NIP's been destroyed by the meta changes because they are a team that needs specific things for quite a few players. Shanji has the specialty champions. He's been trying to force specialty champions, which aren't working very well. The Kennen hasn't worked for him very well. The Siobhan has not worked very well for him. The Cassante is good, but you put it into losing lane matchups, and that's not great. You have Aki, who really wants the AD bruisers and tanks as well. The AP junglers haven't been his specialty either, so that's another point against them. Rookie's fine. Rookie's fine on the AD mid laners, but even then, I preferred him on the roaming AP mid laners like the Talia, the Ahri, and the Aurelion Sol from Spring. He's still not the problem when it comes to that. The question is whether he can carry from that position. The answer is we're not necessarily to the same level as Spring. And of course, there's Photic as well, who I feel like really needs to be on less traditional AD carries. Stuff like the Senna, stuff which doesn't have to position like a Lucian or something like that. So the Ezreal's worked out a little better for him. The Ziggs has worked out a little better for him. But when you put all of these pieces together, it's like, okay, so there are 3 very quite niche players here in terms of what they need from the meta, and they're not great within the meta right now. So NIP, it is hellish trying to draft for them, especially against teams like BLG, who can do whatever the heck they want.
And yeah, it's just really interesting. I also like anytime I get to cast or watch Rookie and Photic, especially since coming back to NIP, it always harkens back to the highest highs that these two carries can bring to the table. When you look back to that regular season V5 roster, the undefeated streak, and obviously not playing off in playoffs, but it is a situation where we just haven't seen NIP find their strength again that maybe we saw in spring to some extent when they were really leading a lot of the meta changes as well, and like the lane swaps and things like that. It was really curious, but now we're pretty stuck in the mud here with what we've got in the meta. A lot of AP farming junglers, stuff like that, and BLG have utilize that to their strengths.
Yeah. We did see, for a brief while, NIP try and just go away from the AP junglers altogether and just say, look, we'll just go back towards stuff. And I still feel like that was a better approach to the meta for them than it would have been elsewhere. I mean, from watching other regions, I do think that maybe LPL, look, I like AP junglers. I think they're fantastic, and I think that they are one of the strongest classes in the meta right now. You don't always have to go. We have seen a lot of that Sejuani coming back into the meta now here in the LPL too, but I think for a couple of teams, we've seen maybe a bit of an over-prioritization on AP junglers. I think NIP, at points when we see Inaki not always have the best Brand or Zyra games, whereas his position is not great, and he ends up dying quite early in teamfights when he could be outputting more damage when he looks for the flashy burst play instead. It's a different mentality, and I just wonder whether this team should be just trying to flip the meta now. At this point, you're going down into the Knights rival stage anyway, which is our last chance qualifier for playoffs. You got to try and find some semblance of a meta that works for you again, because it hasn't been working for NIP so far, and the whole system's fallen apart.
I will say, as we go into this one for BLG on the other side, talking a little bit about their track record, it has not been a clean stint from them since week 3 against LGD, but they have been dominant in their own regard, and a lot of times, you know, setting up around objective control, objective dominance for them is the playthrough.
If BLG snowball through bot lane, they look like old BLG. They look like the dominant BLG. When they play towards the Kalista and stuff like that, they are still that same team. The problem is when they try and do some other things in the early game, they sometimes just kind of fling themselves into plays, they fall behind, and we saw the best of BLG against top esports when both top esports and BLG came back into the Rumble stage. Since then, I still haven't been 100% convinced by BLG. They had a couple of slip-ups versus LGD, even though they had the 2-0. They had a couple of slip-ups versus LNG, and they lost that 1-2-1. So BLG, there's still some room for them to prove things, even though they are currently at the top of the Ascension group in second place with 4-1. I believe there's still an extra level they could unlock, and I'm still waiting tentatively to see if they'll reach it.
See if that comes alive tonight. As NIP, they have a tall task ahead of them. 0-6, not the scoreline you want to be going into BLG with, but they have the chance to do one of the funniest things here in the Rumble stage. Now, we do have BLG on the blue side to start us off, as we have the
NIP
Rumble.
NIP actually stands for Ninjas in Peak Comedy.
I love that. I love that. BLG, though, they are going to focus those Go tools against NIP. It is going to be Sejuani as well joining that Rumble and the Braum. It is, on the other side, the setup in a different way, as the Kennen and the Lilia are the bans by NIP.
Yeah, so what are we going to see as our first pick? So the Ashe is less valuable because the Braum's gone, and we talked about that in previous games in the day, where the Ashe Braum is really what elevates both those champions, but Ashe is still strong. Ezreal's very good right now, but Ezreal opens up stuff like Kai'Sa. You could allow NIP to take it and allow Elk to take the Kai'Sa as well, because he's very, very good at that. There's also things like the Leona on the table too, if you want to lock in something again, just kind of S+ tier in terms of individual roles, and that's the easy one. They lock that in, there's no Braum to counter the Leona, easy lock in.
Give on the tools. I've been very, very happy with the synergistic developments between Wei and On. I think it's very clear that they are a lot of the voices leading the charges for BLG, which Wei is a very confident place of that, but On maybe taking that mantle a little bit more on his own. It is the Renekton Lucian locked in for NIP, so we fighting, baby.
So the Renekton was kind of telegraphed by the Gnar ban as well, very powerful. So now Bin can't play the Gnar into the Renekton, which is, he's one of the best players of that matchup in the world. He might pick up something lane bullyish again, but he could also just go towards the K'Sante and outlast it all the same. Now, because you have the Leona, Ezreal-Leona is actually a very strong laning combination. That's a very easy one to take into all comers as well. The question is what Knight is going to take into the Lucian. Now, Knight has been about the place with his own performance on AD mid lane as well. There is still room for them to go towards an AP mid laner if they particularly wanted to, and go towards the AD jungler for Wei, just because Knight does, of course, like those. But it's going to be a real question of what Knight wants to take into that Lucian specifically.
Just a little shout out there. There was some mention of On playing Shen recently. It's solo queue. A little hover by Knight, have a little bit of fun with it. But I want to see what they can lock in with some stability here. It is going to be the K'Sante for Ben.
So you get that double frontline in. Leon K'Sante, two of the tankiest champions in role. So it means that you can play towards this very heavy front line and then the back line kind of hiding behind them and making sure they can sit in the pocket to do damage. Renekton can struggle to get through this front line, so NIP already, with the picks locked in, will be looking to make sure that Shanji gets a good early game, can use that to get side lanes, and then use that to get towards bigger team fights later on. Photic locks up some magic damage for the team in that Ziggs. That maybe opens up Aki to go towards one of his more engaging champions if you want. Something like a Maokai would also not go amiss as well for him, which is kind of halfway house between engage and magic damage as well. Also fits the wheelhouse of Photic, because Photic, we said that he wants the less traditional AD carries. This is good for him. Shanji gets one of his specialty picks, and maybe Aki can get something he's more comfortable on as well. So as far as drafts go for NIP, they're hitting a fair amount of what they want for their players' archetypes.
We are in the second phase now. We'll see some adaptation of what they want to ban away. Does the Zyra immediately by NIP, so taking away some of the jungle matchups potentially, which we are still waiting on. I mean, top lane is not going to be a counter pick. We got to see what is going to in the end for NIP on the red side, but it is the Rakan by BLG banned away.
So Drop not going to get himself one of those primary pairings with the Ziggs. You need a heavy CC support. You're looking for probably Leona is one of the best ones. You want a CC combo that lasts long enough for the Ziggs ult to land. Of course, Leona's been locked away. The Rakan is one of Draw's favorites and also better in laning phase. You're probably looking at something like a Rel now for that. You can also go towards the Nautilus, also the Alistair as well. But I think the Rel is better kind of scooping people together and helping reach that backline access a little bit more conveniently on that one. We did say that the Maokai would be better for Aki. I think that it works out on 2 levels. It is halfway between that magic damage and also that tank. It's just a good go button right now. This is much more comfortable for Aki. And back on OMG last year, it's something which he would combo up with very, very well with his solo laners as well. So this is already looking like a better draft for NIP again, based on what their players specifically want. NIP, they have to conform to their own kind of meta because their champions, their players rather, are kind of quite typecast at this point.
I do really like how much proactivity they can have between the solo lanes, and especially if Aki can play towards Shanji and Rookie. Yep. We'll see, though, in this second phase what BLG want to prioritize, and it's going to be the Tristana here locked in. So much damage, and we'll see if the changes are going to affect this one yet again.
And it really wouldn't surprise me to see that brand locked in as well. You need the magic damage from somewhere. And when you've got the Maokai and the Renekton jumping in, they're not that tanky, so it's very, very dangerous for them to walk into that Pyroclasm and they're quite low range as well. The Lucian can struggle with that one. I think I'd still prefer the brand all in all. Might go towards this Karthus. Okay, we don't see nearly as much of that Karthus. You can definitely farm through the mid game very, very effectively, and Wei has been playing an awful lot of this over on RNG as well for the rest of this year. And now we get this last pick from NIP. I'd like to see Aki take out that Maokai, but it can of course be put down towards draw as well.
And honestly, kind of like to see BLG get the sticks over to Wei. I think they'll have a lot to say with Knight and Elk, obviously being on double marksman here. But if Wei has a bad game, this is going to be a lot more difficult to navigate for BLG as a whole. It will be the brand locked in the end for NIP.
Okay, so Brand goes after Aki, so we will go into one of those AP junglers. I don't know, I just feel like every time I see Aki on one of the major junglers, it is a skill set which you're not tested on by any other kind of class of champion within your role, with the kind of way positioning that you go towards it. I guess when you see the Karthus and you have the Maokai, you sit there and you think, well, I don't want to be down 100 CS too early into this game, so you try and pick something which can go towards the Fated Ashes as well. But this is when I say that some LPL teams, I think, maybe over-prioritize the AP junglers. I would have liked to see maybe something like that Rel instead coming in from draw and the Maokai going towards Aki instead. You might have fit their players just a little bit better with what they have shown comfort on so far. BLG, they get themselves pretty much S-tier picks from the last patch at least in most of their roles. The Karthus we don't see nearly as much of. The Tristana has been nerfed, but they're still strong on 14. You get that Ezreal Leona as well, which means that, of course, that bot lane has some damaging potential as well. NIP, 0-6, need to find a way to claw their way up at least into a single win before they go into that next stage. If you feel like they're going in winless into the next stage, it's not going to get that much easier to gain momentum.
Especially with some of the track record that NIP has had in recent history. This is not what we expect from this team, and now the question is, can they do anything in their power to stop this BLG team who have started to take the league by storm since Wei's entrance into the team? The direction has been key, and now on the matchup here against Aki, he's going to have a lot to say as well. We're getting into our final series of the day, and it's game one between NIP and BLG. Love to hear the crowd in Shenzhen getting loud there, but a lot of BLG fans as well, as expected. Team that coming off their first championship in spring, and losing that series early on in the Rumble stage, but since then finding a lot of dominance as well. But still, it's been 3-game series all along for BLG, so maybe looking for them to clean up a little bit.
That's the big question for BLG. We know there's an upper gear they can go towards even beyond this, but can they reach it? They had a fantastic series versus Top Esports that they were outvalued against LNG to the point where Knight even lost on an Ahri game, which is one of the best Ahri players in the world, and he played a lot in spring. It's kind of out of meta now, but I just didn't expect him to lose that win streak against LNG. But then again, I don't think I expected LNG to be quite as good as they have been here in the Rumble stage. They've woken up. See if BLG can follow suit as well in more than a couple of series in a row. Where he's going to start off on this blue buff, kiting it off well. We've been some autos here and there, and we will see exactly how well he can do on this. What we've been seeing from the Karthus recently is, because the first strike is going to come back in vogue, at least in LPL, even after it's been nerfed. I'm surprised that we had Dark Harvest on him while first strike was strong, and then first strike got nerfed, and then we go towards that anyway. But yeah, we'll see how much value you can get out of that.
Shanj. Don't have to go burn Flash yet, but my goodness, that Croc is hurting. And already trying to fight in that 1v1, but do want to take a look at the jungle matchups because they are out of everything instead of the solo lane focus going down towards bot side right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 bot lanes with decent follow-up, and it does help particularly the Karthus to start with the blue buff as well. It's nice for him to get that extra mana regen for his first game as well. So we'll see what happens in that bot side. We're really focusing here on this top side, though. Has been doing well to get this early push into Shanji. I guess Shanji knows that both bot laners both junglers rather are pathing away from that lane, but you would have thought he'd be able to get some better level 1 trades. The Cassante was of course picked into the Renekton, but the Renekton has been very good blind pick so far here in the LPL. To see it losing so hard in the first few levels is not great for Shanji. Been getting the better of him very much so there.
Little thing, Aki having a little bit of knowledge that there was some vision around his Raptors, did end up skipping that. Oh my god, you're going deep on, and that's a couple turret shots to lead out to first blood for NIP.
Oh, it's an off day as it goes in, gets 2 turret shots onto. Come on, this team, this bot lane has played very aggressively for a very long time. You would have thought they'd know their tower ranges by now. Gets dragged back even without the use of the flash by Jwar. You can sometimes occasionally flash a Leona backwards if the Zenith Blade tags onto you at the right kind of time. But NIP, very easy first kill for them. BLG, they see their jungler turn up towards bot lane. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to make a play now. Oh, you've died, have you? That's not great.
Not great at all. See where the communication structure goes now. As BLG is still going to be pretty proactive, though, in the end. Get the Scuttle Crab on bot side now. Make a play is on. Trying to redeem. Is going towards mid under Rookie. Does not hit the Zenith Blade, so no redemption will be found for BLG.
What's interesting about this mid lane matchup, of course, Rookie's getting the early push. You can do that with the Piercing Light. Knight went for the press the attack, too. So if you're forced off the wave, and particularly early when Tristana has low range, the Lucian can really struggle, can really make you struggle. Now what happens here is he flashes in place. So that's great, flashes in place. Nose has gone too deep. That's, yeah, it's an off switch moment.
Oh my goodness, that's wild, Nightmare. That's what that is. We're gonna take a look back though at this bot lane, and there will be a push coming in for an IP. So Elk, worse for wear, gonna be trying to get a back off down here. We will have Dragon coming up. Now, other series so far today, we haven't seen a big reliance on the early Dragons, but BLG have had a lot of objective dominance in their path.
Yeah, BLG need to see if they can leverage off anything. Shanji, level 5's level up right now. Ben just about to hit it again.
Ben does a lot of damage there. And that was just the combo. Meanwhile, mid lane, gonna try to move Knight up potentially for this fight.
Maybe, but he's very low HP. I don't think either mid lane is going to be roaming to this one. With Shanji getting the push under the tower makes it a lot easier, but Wei trying to poke at Aki instead. Pass it onto the Gromp. There's a smite for both junglers.
Dun, dun. Oh, it's Wei that comes up with it. All right, so Aki going to be denied in the invade. Wei going to go right back to clearing, right as Rain back down towards this bot side where the Dragon is up.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying for Aki because he wastes a lot of time trying to go towards that Gromp, and Wei gets it anyway. He gets it with a Q smite. Of course, the single target gives you the extra damage on the Q as well. Out on the map as well. After leaving Elf with a extra kill in his 480 carries lane. He's like, I've died to them. It's your problem now. But he'll at least be getting some vision out of his own jungle and seeing if he can get Wei to that level 6. And as soon as he gets to that level 6, and especially if he gets towards, it looks like Wei is going towards. Obviously, he's going to afford towards the Fated Ashes item. Interested to see what the Karthus build is going to be. We've seen some umming and ahhing about the place. I would like to see the Liandry's into the Malignants. I think that's completely fine because you're going to see a decent amount of HP built on the other side, but not a huge amount of magic resist. And that gives you like good value for both those items. I'm not a huge fan of the Blackfire Torch, but it does give you some extra cooldown reduction. But as soon as you get towards that 2 items and you get towards the Malignants ult cooldown reduction, it is so good for your first strike value. Just kind of farming up extra gold over time.
We'll have to keep an eye on that one here as Elk, he's already used the Arcane Shift. Yeah, Jwel going for the flash play. Does get the cleanse out of Elk in the end. It is the Grubs, though. 3 of them and plenty going away. Now mid lane. Oh, my God. Knight goes down to Rookie and solo bolo to the man himself.
Rookie solo kills Knight, and said this one a few times. Apparently, Knight in this game takes after the chess piece and only moves in L's. Rookie doesn't have the flash, but he won't need to use it against on. I wonder if Knight knew that someone was roaming into his lane and he was trying to get himself a kill with the Buster Shot auto. It's decent damage early on, but loses out on that trade pretty heavily, and of course goes down under the turret. It would have been a 1-for-1 at best.
Really, really interesting stuff between the mid laners, and a lot of priority going to be fought between, I think, going on forward, as we are going to be level 6ing across the map, and especially for Wei, going to have a little bit more to say on the map with the Requiems, but Aki in those team fights going to be huge. So we got to look at the setups coming across, because it is a play right now by BLG, looking like developing bot side as Wei is on his way.
Yeah, Wei can also just gank the entire map now, in the way that only Karthus can by pressing
Is it a gank, or is it like a nudge?
Well, if it's doing like a couple hundred damage, it definitely can be. You might do it just here. That's the ult thrown up by Photic, and it's a heavy trade. They do have that Karthus ult. You've got to be careful here at IP. If On goes with the flash forward with the Ignite, that could very much be a kill angle. They're playing quite dangerously here.
Photic doesn't have mana. They are trying to get it. That's going to be the flash out from Photic. He will end up having to back. Has the TP to get back, but his flash, that's something can be revisited. Aki looking to revisit the enemy side of the map, as he will end up spotting out Wei coming back up.
That's a bit of a missed opportunity from Aki. He just steps out of that brush. No, Elk is a load of also
no, not again! Okay, Photic stuck around. It is Elk that's going to be forced his flash and gets out. Oh!
Everybody's like, well, I came here for first strike. I'm gonna get my damn first strike. Gets away with his gold, and he's got himself 200 gold up on Aki now. Yeah, nice.
Let's
cool.
go.
I would call that a gank. It's an economy gank with this gank. Right, we're going to go into the mid lane now for what happened here. Rookie gets a really clean combo. Jump comes in from Knight, eats a lot of that culling, does hide behind the minions, and right here, he knows he's only going to get that 1-for-1. If he gets a single auto after that point, he'd get himself the jump reset. Maybe there's a chance he gets out there, but Rookie just plays out the harder trade a little better.
Love to see Rookie getting some of the early resources here. Obviously, with the Scepter now, going to have a little bit more strength to sustain himself in the lane. But they've got to utilize it now, as we are going to look back at this mid lane now and often. On trying to hit level 6 here. Still about half a level down from it, and so is Zhuo. There is Aki around the corner, though.
Now, one thing I find very funny is, hang on, well, yeah, we'll wait to see if the play erupts. I don't think it will do, because I'm just shielding here. But one thing which was talked about AD carries and why they're so strong in mid lane is, their first items are really good in talking about, Shiv or Kraken Slayer and stuff like that. Look, we're seeing Blade of the Ruin King already. Like, 2 other Evolution games that are already on Blade. You can nerf those items. There's a lot of problems that AD carries mid right now. I think in the next patch on 14-15, we're seeing Fleet Footwork and Absorb Life taking some hits as well, so it's less sustain in lane. But that Blade first item, really, really powerful on some AD carries too. Tristana's used to build that in the past. Dragon goes over to NIP. They had the mid prior, they had the bot prior. Obviously, that was going to go over towards them. And you take that very cleanly. But yeah, I don't think we're seeing AD carries leave mid lane anytime soon. If you can get like Blade first item mark, it still fixes a lot of the issues with cutting some of that sustain.
And even though Knight will be able to recoup a little bit of the CS, we're seeing a solid advantage for Rookie, as he is going to get his back off here. See if he chooses to wait out the TP cooldown or just walk back out of lane. Looks like it'll just be a walk there. So they will have some TP plays to play with. And again, this is a situation where you're proud of what you've gotten for NIP. You got first blood on BLG from their mistake. You're 1,000 gold up in a season and a specific Rumble split that has been really rough.
Yeah, and NIP, this is now a platform they can play off of. Now, you do have some issues here, and the fact that Shanji is even with Bin, that's not great, but in the matchup it is, because with that Renekton, you do need to be ahead. Aki doesn't put the Smite out. Smite comes from Wei instead. That's going to be one grub going down. Shanji still gets the top prior for now, though, but later into the game, as soon as this Renekton gets towards like the 2 items at the same time, it kind of like that Cassante will do. The Cassante is just going to be way more useful than the use. So NIP will want to try and find an acceleration play to make sure that Shanji can still be useful to the level which Bin is going to obviously be on the Cassante later into the game.
And BLG were able to sneak in there, grab their 4th grub, so they will have the spawn of mites, and only 2 go in the way of NIP holistically. Oh god, Rookie. Nice little dash out. Solar Flare going wide. Rookie starting to take a lot of the pressure from BLG. Still does end up burning his flash out, as here comes Zhuo, though, trying to lock down Wei. As now the damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb going to go a little bit wide. NIP do end up using a ton of ultimates, but stop BLG's advances.
And they do end up getting Wei's flash. Karthus without a flash is not a happy Karthus. So that's something they can revisit at some point. No, he does still have flash. He might even be forced to blow that there if Alcana... Another Q coming off the cooldown. Of course, Ezreal, when you start hitting those Qs, the Qs come back quicker. DPS goes through the roof. Draw playing with fire a little bit. Yeah, the Mariko support... it has been a flex pick between jungle and support. I think for NIP typically I would have preferred it going into that jungle because Aki's been very good on the engaged champions and struggled a bit more on the damage champions at the same way. But when you put that Mariko in support, still have the same ultimate, you're just less tanky when you do it. So you need to be careful about your HP values. If you jump into someone like the Ezreal or the Tristana, they probably reposition away from you. They still kill you anyway because you're not actually that tanky. So there's going to be a burden of execution on Zhuo. He's also not had the best split so far for himself. I think he's probably not suspect number 1 when it comes to the issues faced by NIP, but still not something which not like a gleaming split for him on the same kind of level.
He's had some fun plays already on the Maokai in this game. We'll see if it continues here for him, though. As we get to first item spikes for BLG, that's where some of the hurt really starts to come online. First, got the Thorn Mail for completed first item for Bin, but more importantly, you have the Torch there, lighting the way for Wei.
So it is going to be the cooldown reduction first item for Wei. You know, I think Blackfire Torch is not always the best thing on the card. It's not a huge fan of it. It gives you extra cooldown reduction, it gives you some mana to work with, but no, on misses that center play, so nothing's going to happen. First thing.
Just can't hit one.
Typically, I prefer going towards the Leandries and the Malignants. The problem when you go towards something like Blackfire Torch and then the Malignants, if you're going to build Malignants at all, which I think you should do with the first strike build. Oh, sick. Gonna get some hits on. Not going to kill him there. Next bomb. Also going to miss. Nice. Well, last point about the card this thing before people start trying to kill each other. Again, if you go towards the Blackfire and the Malignants, you lose a lot of raw DPS and a lot of damage. If you go towards the Leandries and the Malignants, you still get to keep that extra damage. And you don't really care about losing the 20 cooldown reduction or whatever it is on the Blackfire Torch just base. You get enough of it from the Malignants anyway. So I think that way, maybe missing out a little bit in terms of the first strike value there, because the Malignants, you don't necessarily, you kind of want the Leandries now as that second item. Otherwise, you drop quite a lot of damage.
All right, we're looking at a top lane play right now. They are bringing everybody to try to punish Bin. There is a TP available from Knight if he wants to come bail him out up here, but they're looking at a bot lane play. Meanwhile, Bin is pounced on. Requiem comes across. Bin burning, and the passive is going to be what gets Aki the kill. So nice play by NIP on top.
Yeah, cross-map coming up on the bot side. Is there a teleport towards the tower? Knight could also cover that wave if he wants, but he's going to push him towards bot side. The plates are now gone. So NIP, they get themselves into the plate there. Shanji shouldn't be here alone, though.
He has Dominus, he has Flash. Maybe he's a big croc today. We'll see. He's going to pop Dominus, try to clear the wave here. Now BLG don't really have an entrance. Wei is tanking up the turret shots there. Shanji, he knew what he was doing when he was coming up there. And that also leads to NIP getting first turret by Rookie. Okay, gets it.
Yeah, fair play. Shanji had the Eclipse. He had himself flash and all. I thought that the Ignite coming down would mean that he couldn't get enough Q healing to survive like a proper dive from BLG, but they pull off of that play. And they also don't respond well to the dive on top side. So BLG, not a great early game from them. Not a great play from him in that laning phase. Set him a little bit behind. BLG are going to get themselves this dragon. They do have themselves those groves, which will help them take towers a little quicker throughout the entirety of the game. But this is why we say we're a little bit worried when it comes to BLG. They had one awesome series versus top esports, but they've not really consistently shown that same level of play. And coming into early games like this, they've now given NIP some openings. This is a significant lead for the timestamp in this game, which NIP could play off of. Even though they are a 0-16, they're still in the Ascension group, and BLG, they're not immune to gold leads.
Again, we said at the beginning, like, NIP have only won one game this Rumble stage, and it was against FPX in week 3 of the Rumble stage. So, getting any win is important, but now especially against BLG, who now Elk has to burn the flash out. That'll be revisited for sure. Photic, he's chasing. He had vision on Elk. He wants to get at the flash play. Oh! Photic, you're so incredibly nasty.
Kobe throws the blind Q over the wall and catches out Elk from an absolute mile away. 2-0-1, had himself that Ludens completed, and suddenly now with the Herald Charge to get the mid lane turret and another play.
Tempo on, caught out by Dwo. There's the Solar Flare in response. Aki going to take a decent amount from Wei. Rookie goes forward with the culling onto Wei there, as the Rift Herald going to be charged back over. Oh, it's the wall in the end. And try to get a little bit of this presence onto the enemy jungle here for NIP, who are consistently turning BLG away.
Yeah, now BLG, that's another time where they feel just a little bit passive on the map, a little bit lost on the map. Like, what is Elk doing? He's playing out of war. He's got Cassante nearby, but he has no business being here. You don't have Leona. Leona's back in base. Karth isn't there as well. And well, Ezreal's good at staying all alone on his own lonesome. He's not completely immune. Aki
Oh, Pyroclasm going down. That's enough to get Elk down. Aki gives him a thumbs up on his way out. His way also goes down. Requiem, that's just a silent night right now from BLG, as they have not found a single kill in this game. And Knight's going down too. Photic picks up another. NIP are running BLG down.
What is happening to Billy Gaming? 0-7 in the kills. They are getting blown away in this early game, and a lot of it has been through disrespect. A lot of it has been through them leaving those openings for NIP, who have punished, for sure. The BLG, they look lost on the map, and NIP, they now have significant gold leads, and these plays are only going to get easier for them. On walking up, and this time he's the one with no presence behind him. He walks up into Fog of War. Elk and Wei were not close enough there. Aki then walks up out of Fog of War too. They don't see him at this point. Then suddenly you've got everyone jumping forwards with no way to jump back. Then Aki gets himself the easiest flash ult of his life to get that passive onto both of them. And BLG, they are just not aware of where NIP are moving, and they don't know where they should be standing in this fog of war. They're being so disrespectful. And NIP, we said they're 0-6, but you still can't take an Ascension group for granted, an Ascension group team for granted, as they just keep punishing them.
I didn't even notice it, but Ben had the TP out of that top lane push that was getting surrounded on as well, so won't have the TP available to him either. We are looking at NIP making moves on bottom side into BLG's jungle. Maybe this is where BLG can answer a little bit back if they overextend.
Well, now you can see that BLG are really afraid of Fog of War. If we could toggle that vision over, you see that BLG, they don't see anything beyond just their turrets, and they're in the turrets already. Rookie starting to pin down Knight, huge advantage for him. The only matchup which is going well is that top lane matchup, but it's not been about the Renekton. It's not been about the Sensei.
Wait, he's just dying from off screen. He's going to get blocked by the team. Solar Flare coming out again, but how many times have we seen that as a defensive tool instead of an engage tool for BLG?
Yeah, it has been very, very lackluster from BLG in terms of their aggressive plays, and now it's at the point where you're so far down, what can BLG do? You're kind of waiting on NIP to slip up on an objective now, you're waiting for them to slip up in a side lane so you can pass, but BLG are making those slip-ups first. You know, this team, they're currently second place in the Ascension group. NIP are dead last. This is not how we expect this matchup to go. It's not like BLG have had the harshest schedule in the last few days as well. It's not like they've had like back-to-back games or something like that. There's been a couple of days off for them. They've had time to prep for this. The fact that they're coming in with this kind of gameplay into the first game, this is not a great reflection on the form that they're on right now as NIP. Yeah, I mean, mid lane's going well for them, bot lane's going well for them. We've often criticized Photic, but he has been the better AD carry than Elk by a mile so far in the first part of this game, and he's going to provide huge value now on a pick which he's comfortable on.
Well, that's the biggest difference because he's not playing an AD carry, he's playing an AP carry. So you know that, hey.
And he's still a better AD carry.
He's
Incredible.
still a better AD carry. BLG, we're trying to make a play on top side, but need to be a little bit careful as NIP are surrounding the wagons around them as now Dragon is coming up. BLG going to stay on this top side of the map.
Trying to give some extra protection for Bin. I suppose playing towards Bin at those two items, maybe the way for BLG back into it is to finally get Bin onto the board, because as much as NIP are not immune to gold leads, they are also probably not immune to Cassante. Two items now hit from Knight as well. It's also gone towards the Blade of the Rune King first item. Rookie's done the same, then gone towards the Essence Reaver, so now he has functionally infinite mana, which used to be a big item for Lucian back in the day as well. Gonna get themselves that dragon, but I think BLG are pretty happy to just sit here and farm up some gold at this point. They don't want to be forcing plays, but they don't have to. They don't have the gold right now. It's not giving over an easy soul point. Just soak it up for a little, take the lumps, and then come back when you got your items.
Because the biggest strength for BLG's composition is when they can take the long distance engage from on and key off of that, right? Their single target is huge, right? The Mystic shots, but not only that, you know, Knight being able to jump in there and get the resets. I think that's how they can find a way forward, but again, the pieces are not strong enough right now. You are on 2 items for Knight. That's going to be nice, but 3 items is going to be the ticket, especially for Wei to even have any influence into this one, and that means that NIP can continue kind of pushing tempo around the map.
Yay, Wei got like 50 gold from that ult. I mean, it's something. It's like an extra bit of a cannon minion.
Oh, Knight versus Rookie. They've been going at each other's throats all night, but it's going to be the addition of Photic coming in to make the difference. And now NIP, there are pings here. They might just start this one up. They have the burn damage, and they have the spikes.
Yeah, Knight tried to play around the Fog of War. He just played himself. Rookie takes him down with the help of Photic. Baron's going to go with it, and BLG, who were just looking to stall, might have just fallen into the abyss.
A vintage Photic and Rookie combination game right here, as it will end up being the Baron buff for NIP. We're going to go down and look at Ben getting cut down to size by Shanji, and that's a big croc, and you've gotten into the river. Does end up getting away with On coming to support him from mid lane. BLG going to make a play for some bounty gold as they take down an outer tower.
Yeah, they still don't have a single kill though, Mazel. They're currently 0-8. Just keeping a track of that one, just so you can see that. Front and center, top of your screen. BLG do not have a kill versus NIP in 22 minutes of this game.
Look at Rookie,
Nice
look at Rookie!
in the side lane again.
He
and that's
wants
gonna be
him,
half
man!
his HP at least.
Oh, goodness. On is going to flash just to make sure. It will be the flash burn by Knight as well, but now On maybe overextending a little bit. Elk is here to lay down some damage. Rookie is feeling himself right now, and it's a pleasure.
Yeah, he's so far ahead of this matchup. So far ahead. He's 2.7k up individually with the Baron buff now as well. He'll be able to stick out on the map. And, you know, Photic is also doing an incredible amount of damage. The mistakes from on in the laning phase, the mistake from BLG in side laners as well, has let NIP well and truly into this game. It has been a good snowball, a good punish from NIP. And, you know, it would be, if you turn the nameplates off, I think this matchup would be the other way around at this point.
Exactly, and that is why we love the LPL, because it just breeds chaos every chance it can get. There is the reset coming out from NIP as they did some lasting damage. It's going to be a TP onto Bin here. They actually have a deep collapse if they want to go for it, as Woe coming around the corner. We'll end up seeing Elkin on there, so going to back away. And resets should come through for NIP to get some of this gold spent. Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be another, well, it's another teleport in. Technically, it's a extended form of the reset. Rapid fire cannon now, put in from Rookie, so we can dash forward and get that double tap, and it will do a lot of damage. So NIP are going to keep chasing down onto these turrets. They have themselves the Ziggs, they have themselves the Lucian. They also push this down. The wave clear is not there from BLG. Free turret with the rest of this Baron buff, and that's the calling.
Can you imagine a world where BLG don't get a single kill here? Because it's happening in real life, as NIP have rebuffed them at every chance of the team fights, and now they're taking down the inhib in mid lane. Shanji is going to end up taking all the pressure from BLG bot lane, and NIP, they're surrounding BLG right now.
Yeah, BLG, they've not been able to leave their base in forever and a day. The ult's coming up again. It's just what an economy ult. It's not what they need. They don't have the damage. They don't have the tankiness either, really. NIP, this has been a open and shut case. They've just completely blown BLG out of the water.
And what a performance from the carry duo of Rookie and Photic. Photic having a lot to say in this one with the consistent AP damage, but Rookie had kept pressure at mid lane for so often, had stopped Knight. Now they got to step up here too, as that Pyroclasm just completely wrecks them. They will get so much damage on L2. The birds coming through, but they're just waiting on this next minion wave here. They still do have a siege potential, but they lose their Baron buff. Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, may as well spend their ill-gotten gains, get themselves some items. They haven't got them already, and head back out onto the map. Aki is at a huge point of power too. Stopped off for the Seekers. You see this a lot more with Stopwatch because it was cheaper, but he can go towards that Seekers and finish off the Rylai's instead of finishing off the Zonyas, because he's only going to need one stasis this game if everything goes to plan. He can spend that gold onto a more important item. BLG, disrespect for the early game, disrespect in the mid game. I think that on an individual level, you know, Rookie has just mashed Knight in 1v1s the entire game. Knight's been caught sleeping again, and Rookie just continuing to put out the damage. This has not been close.
Has not been, when especially for a BLG who have only lost one series. We said they've gone to 3 in a majority of their series, but it still has been a team that's been dominant, and they've had super heavy objective control in a lot of their wins. We did see a little bit of that early on, but we're seeing that there is just not an answer across the board right now for this game number 1. And Rookie is going to continue pushing up. They're going to have this vision super deep into the red side of BLG, and they take Soul Point.
I think the big problem now for this kind of game state, when you're on the losing end of this, you lose your jungle camps like you've seen with the Krugs here, you lose a whole bunch of stuff across the map, and you end up being in a position where you lose out on so much gold, particularly against farming junglers. It's going to be in an extended 1v1, which I'm going to imagine is probably won by Shanji at this point. Pops the ult.
He's going to try to chase him down now. There is the siege continuing. Bot, though, as all that play's going down, they're going to TP. Okay, so BLG's choice is just sack their base and go for this top lane play. They're going to try to kill Godzilla. He gets one back, though, as meanwhile, at the base of evil, BLG are being trounced.
Shanji almost gets himself a second kill there. Knight will commit the teleport, but he's not there to defend. Way, gun down, throws out the ult as a last salute to this game. It will be a single kill for BLG. They will not go killless in this game, but they will probably go without the win as well.
They have resets available for Knight. Rookie stepping up, though, getting the satchel charge on him. Knight takes those all day. Knight coming to clean up now as well. They do end up taking down Elk, but now Knight has them pinned against the wall. The CC chain, no way. Is the burn going to be enough? Knight gets the cleanup kills, and now they have to save the remaining Nexus turret.
So BLG go from 0 to 5 kills in the space of a couple of minutes, and as NIP, they overstay in the base, and Rookie kind of underestimates Knight's turnaround damage. So NIP, they take themselves 2 inhibs, they take themselves 2 Nexus turrets, but BLG get the shutdown, so the gold is not quite as bad as it was. Still pretty awful. Now, BLG pinging on the top side of the map. Baron has spawned. You can't realistically, though, go to... Sure, guys, you can't do this. There are double teleports in NIP. They're going towards this. In 10 seconds, NIP's carry is going to be up, and they're going to end the game.
Yeah.
They are going to end the game, BLG. You need to be very careful.
Oh, there's so many pings.
That's the
Yeah,
teleport.
there's just
BLG,
so many
Baron
pings.
for Nexus, is it?
Here they go! NIP! They want to take down this last Nexus turret. They don't have it, but now the satchel charge comes up clutch, and NIP, for only the second time in the Rumble stage, they'll find a victory screen, and they take BLG to match point.
That was a pretty awful showing for BLG about the board. Early game, a load of mistakes. Side lanes in the mid game were also a problem. But there are two ways to focus on this, right? You focus on it saying, okay, well, BLG, what the hell? We expect better. But NIP, the 0-6 team just took down our second place team in the Ascension group in this first game. And let's focus on the positives there, because I think Rookie, fantastic game. Photic, fantastic game. Both there at the Nexus fall as well. This was a comprehensive performance from NIP. Everyone stood up.
Love to see that carry duo that is known so well to work together coming in against BLG. Now, BLG, we've said, they go to 3 games all the time. Now is the time to bounce back. We'll see if they can after a short little break. We'll be back with game 2.
No matter how we fight today, yeah. No matter how much honor they display, we'll dominate. Spills of war, we'll come and we take them They'll hear my deadly last whisper, right before they die. This melody seeks a new victor. Let it penetrate their I will revive one more life to ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall, let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back, one and all, straight back to the LPL Summer Split. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and what a banger this series has already started to be, with NIP claiming their only 2nd win of the Rumble stage as they take a 1-0 start-off victory against BLG in this best of 3.
Photic walks away with MVP. I think Ricky also had a decent shot of it too, with the way that he was solo killing Knight left, right, and center too. But Photic had his own flashy plays and his first MVP of summer. He's been a player which has struggled to find success alongside the whole of the team, realistically. And doing it against BLG, I'm telling you, NIP today, it stands for Ninjas in Peak Comedy, apparently, because the way that they walked away with this game was absolutely fantastic. You know, they walked away picking up some punishes on the mistakes of BLG. Ended off with a backdoor as well, because BLG went towards the Baron. They did the classic Baron for Nexus trade. No idea how they thought they'd get away with that, but NIP, they just stomped down. This was not a close game. Look at the goal graph, not close at all.
And BLG were killless for a majority of this game. They only picked up those last 5 kills in like the last few minutes of the game in their defense of their base. So really impressive stuff from NIP. Obviously, with the caveat of it only being their 2nd game win here in Rumble stage, it is a question of can they do it again. But the fact of the matter that they were just able to do this in the first place shows that NIP still have some life left to give.
Yeah, and that's an important thing to keep into consideration, because on one side, BLG, I expect a lot better from them. I expect a lot more from them. I want to see them play towards their peak level more consistently, which they just haven't done in summer. They were fantastic and historically regional dominant between last summer and then spring as well, with different rosters in the regular season. However, for NIP, the fact that they can at least put together games like this is really important for them if they're looking to push towards playoffs. Of course, playoffs are not guaranteed at this point. They'll have to go through the Knights Rivals stage. If they can put together a win here, despite the fact that they cannot qualify for playoffs through the Ascension group because they're already locked in the bottom 2 teams of the Rumble stage in this particular group, they can at least get something to give themselves some hope, which is something they've had so drastically little amounts of in Rumble stage.
And I think also just being able to play around Rookie's confidence. Like at the beginning of this split, we were saying, who else but Rookie can carry? That was the big question. Now the question had turned to who can carry in general. But I think being able to play around Rookie's aggressive nature in that mid lane, the way that he was pressing up on a Knight consistently, and the way that he was kind of making Knight outplay himself in a lot of ways, was really, really difficult for BLG to play around, and maybe NIP can take advantage of that further.
Yeah, it's been a question which is hard to put into perspective for NIP because they are such a narrow team in what they want to get for certain players that it's really hard to judge them because their drafts are quite hard and a lot of their players struggle off of their comfort. So we kind of left Rookie as kind of the person we look towards to carry more often than not, and in spring he was so good at that. In summer, he hasn't quite met that. He hasn't been the Rookie of spring and he hasn't been the Rookie of 4 years. It doesn't mean he's not Rookie though, and he can still have some games like this where he does some huge value. It's just looking to see whether he can do that consistently and whether NIP can draft consistently enough to give their players the comfort to play out the way they did. They're already not going to get 2 of their champions which they won that first game with.
Little interesting enough, though, I'm just going to say Wei had a really bad game. They're not subbing him out, so it will be the Wei ticket forward here for BLG.
Standards for him,
Double standards. I'm just saying. Hey, I'm just pointing out the obvious. No, I'm joking around a little bit of it, but it is something where I want to see Wei not on the Karthus this time around. It is going to be the Lilia and the Gnar band joining. That Kennen for NIP on the blue is the Lucian and Ziggs so far from BLG, so giving a lot of respect to what NIP are able to do.
This might be a first pick Renekton angle for Shanji, because I think NIP were really afraid of the Renekton versus Gnar matchup, the Rumble now being gone. Yeah, I think this might be a first pick Renekton angle, but then the problem is Ashe Braum is available. So do you focus on Shanji and say, look, you're not going to get hammered by Bin, go towards the Renekton, you won't have his choice counter in the Gnar? Or do you pick up the Ashe and say, look, we can go towards that Ashe Braum, potentially counter a Leona pick coming from on as well? It's too valuable. They have to go towards that Ashe, but that leaves now the Renekton open for BLG, and Bin will smash that lane if he goes towards that. That is a problem for Shanji.
Don't really know what the answer is going to be either into that. I think not only has Bin got the pass of the blind Renekton, but it has also just been one of the most terrifying things in the LPL. It is going to be locked in here for them, so we'll see what the double combo is. I expect for Wei to have a lot of facilitation between his solo lanes here if we're already going with this style for BLG.
So Shanji, he's probably looking towards something like Kasanse to try and survive in that matchup for NIP. BLG, it's harder for them to lock in something like that Leona now because the Ashe is on the table. Now, some teams would opt to take away the Braum. That does mean that you'd have very little engaged as a team, though, so they might just let the Ashe Braum go over for Photic and Draw, and then try and get a non-Leona support pick, because that kind of sucks into that duo, if at all possible. The Braum's the easy lock-in, and then what do you go towards after that? Do you go back towards the Brand for Aki? Nope, the Kasanse into that Renekton. It's the easiest of the... It is the lane which loses the most graceful of those top lane matchups of the tanks. However, I will say Bin on this end of the Renekton and the Kasanse matchup is someone I'm very, very scared of. Bin did manage to survive versus Shanji on the losing end of it. Now he's on the winning side. How bad is that top lane going to be?
That's the biggest conversation is, will there just be a floodgate let loose up there? And what the answer is going to be, if that is the case. Hopefully the towns below clear out in time for NIP, but it is into the second phase. We get the bans for Sejuani. So going to take down some of that go button aspect for Aki. Also something they've been very happy to hover over towards, but maybe even some more of this setup focus, especially around the supports for NIP's second ban phase.
Yeah, I think that NIP, maybe you want to ban away, you could ban away Rakan. Rakan's not a bad ban. On is obviously a very good player of that. It gives you engage and also gives you a good laning phase into the Braum. It's going to be the Ezreal as well. Again, another pick which is pretty good at dealing with stuff like the Ashe Braum, so you can outrange the volley. You can kind of play on the edge of the volley range and play with your Qs. And of course, you can put a lot of poke down onto those melee characters as well. I would expect something like a Rel last ban here coming out from NIP as BLG try and ban away the more supportive junglers from Aki.
That's got to be the focus this time around. Maybe they'll end up giving Aki something with a little bit more presence themselves, but still trying to enable Rookie and Photic seemingly works if you can do it right. Now it is the Renata ban last against On, so taking away some of that spacing ability. I did like the Ivern play ban away by BLG, but now we'll see what BLG themselves want to grab here and what we're saving for that final counter pick.
So, BLG, of course, they do play a lot of bot lane Snowball all the same. They keep playing stuff like the Kalista Renata to great effect. They lock in the center, so that's one of that's going to unlock On to pick some different champions. It also allows them to go towards a heavy engage support. Problem is, you go towards the Ornn, that can get blocked out by that Braum shield, so that's not going to be the easiest engage from BLG. It's still going to be fine, though. You can't play that, Photic, or Rookie, of course. You can only play that as well. You can play that as Swarm, but not here on the LPL stage. Then IP look towards some AP damage if possible. Looking towards Aki, maybe going towards that Brand, while Rookie hovers his AD options and goes towards the Yone.
Like this combo with the Braum, though, as well. So, Aki, he's facilitating this game, and honestly, all eyes for me are on Rookie. They're going to have damage from Photic, but he is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that will bring Rookie to the promised land of a potential 2-0 against BLG. It will end up being an on-classic of the Ornn.
So the center Ornn comes through, which is not always the easiest lane versus the Ashe Braum, because if Ornn misuses the E or even the W, you can kind of get pinned down and with the CC of the Braum passive, and then you kind of get chased down by the approach velocity. So eyes on Ornn to not have an off game, like in game 1. Like we saw that from the Leona. And then also in the team fights later, that Braum shield is going to be so important from NIP. They have the go button of that Maokai, and the Ashe Arrow, very good for them to go forward. I was wondering whether Aki would even take that Maokai in game 1, because it's something which he showed a lot of promise on in OMG on 2023 from NIP, and see whether that engage becomes a difference maker from NIP. Again, this looks like a draft which feels like it fits the players of NIP. This is something that they have struggled to do. If they have found a way to get their players onto more comfort picks, which they are happier playing, as opposed to conforming to a meta which never really worked for them, that is good news for them. It has come a little late. They're already locked out of players from the Ascension group, but they will have another chance through those Knights rivals. Other side, BLG have themselves a hell of a lot of damage. Not always the easiest to engage, but hey, BLG have made it work with a lot of damage before.
NIP on the verge of doing one of the funniest things here in Summer Split, but it's also BLG, who have not had a clean series since their series against LGD in Week 3. Then they went on to lose against LNG, their only series loss here. Now we expect their bite back, and we'll see just how lethal it can be. All eyes back on Rookie versus Knight in the mid lane. I'm very excited to see what this priority can lean towards for both these two guys as we get into game number 2 of NIP versus BLG. Love to hear it. Ooh.
I think I heard what LGD at the end there. After that, though.
They really want Ben to step up. Oh, they're not on vision yet. They will be spotted out now. Ben in trouble. Oh, the volley doesn't hit. Though Ben, the slowdown. Okay, look at that. The slice of dice level 1, though. And going to get away from NIP as they moved in for a late invade.
Yeah, it's a fairly long cooldown to level 1, so we can't stick around to do anything more. Yeah, been a little bit greedy going towards that, but then I suppose Braum, if he chooses to set up somewhere on the map at level 1, which he kind of has to, is always going to be a big threat. So, wait, going to be forced away from topside. One of the ways that we saw, there was a really great game. If you want to do your research on this, watch. It was a lost game, but the early game was great. FPX versus JDG, when they played Diana into Diana Braum into the Zyra, did exactly this. Invade one side, stop the plant spawn. Invade into the other side, stop the initial camp spawn. Now we've had Zyra move from both sides of the map and will not get any passive spawns for her first camp of the game. Zyra is going to be massively slowed down. You can't wait there, going through different seeds spawning up. Aki's going to get into the enemy jungle. Great level 1 plan from NIP to slow down the Zyra.
Man, where has this NIP been? I love this kind of stuff. Obviously, it's small, it's little things, but it could lead to paying dividends for both these sides, or at least for NIP, as they are going to try to look to push onto this bot lane here. The Freljordian combo is known to be pretty difficult to deal with, I would say, in that 2v2.
Yeah, particularly the Ornn, you can overstep very, very quickly into huge amounts of CC and damage coming through that as well. Braum's early damage is nasty, so they don't want to be walking up to that as best they can. Elk trying to get as many double taps as possible to get those souls coming up. You can already see just the Ashe Braum, they're standing beyond the wave, not taking minion aggro, using the approach velocity, threatening the concussive blows. It's kind of rough. There's a big reason why, not just in the mid-game combos, but in the laning phase too, Ashe Braum is so valued.
And honestly, might still be reeling from NIP taking a win in game number 1, but that was almost a perfect game in a lot of regards. So we will see NIP spotted out on the bot side play. Rookie, worse for wear in mid lane against Knight, finding a lot more presence here in this 1v1 as well.
Yeah, good level. Oh man, he's at 100% false bomb accuracy rate so far. Started level 1 with the Gatling gun as well. Aki is on bot side and it's still level 1. Elk on. They have themselves a cleanse and no heal or barrier. They pulling the waves away to make sure it crashes a lot easier, but now Elk might have just gotten on far enough away.
He does get the cleanse. There's a flash play from Aki. Doesn't really have any follow-up as Photic was actually going on to the minions here. Try to get the wave crash. Elk going to be forced out on, still under turret. There's no help coming. Luckily on the other side, the Wei still being proactive, going to be taking away the jungle of Aki.
Yeah, so Aki goes into Wei's jungle early on, denies some farm, won't be able to control his own farm though. Good knock up onto Draw. The mini-wave is just about alive, so Tower Aggro doesn't go through. Now suddenly you've got level 2 and level 3, so the dangerous pass from Elkanon, and luckily in this kind of lane is the Ornn that's farming, so the center being away from the tower means much less in that sense. So BLG, they get away with that early side, weak side, and this is a huge improvement for BLG. They've never been good at playing weak side bot lane. It's never been their thing. Pushing towards top side, Bin making a mistake.
Shanji, we were talking about how scary Bin can be in this matchup if he gets ahead. Now Shanji able to fight him back. There was a hover from way up here. Oh, Bin getting a little low. Does have the heal up though as well, and getting some presence from way up here. Finally going to pull off his back.
Yeah, that's huge. Bin didn't even get either of his empowered Qs. He finally gets an empowered Q to get some healing back, but at what cost?
He's baiting him so hard right now. Oh my god, that was incredible stuff from BLG's top side of the map.
That's not an honorable 1v1. That's not a gentleman's 1v1 in the top lane. Bin gets help from the plant lady in the jungle, who has completely ripped through the farm in the way that Zyra does. Even with the slowed start on the Zyra, Wei gets himself onto the board and gets himself a load of farm too. Aki's going to go in for the second spawn of the wolves. He might actually be in trouble here. See how quickly he can go through this. He doesn't have the smite. There's a chance that Wei gets down here in time, and On does have flash. This is not an easy takeaway. He doesn't have smite. You're going to see that with the plant now. Nice pushed off Rookie.
Rookie. He does have the cleave, does have the shield. Knight has the angle. Flash going to come out of Rookie.
This time, I think Knight's taken the game one personally. Got solo killed a bunch of times by Rookie in game one, but BLG, we asked them to slap back and show us what they're capable of. NIP, somewhat embarrassing them in game one. Knight in this early lane has really helped against the weaker early lanes of the Urne. Also, Aki not able to steal away those wolves again on the second spawn of them. So he gets himself the assist, gets himself back onto the map with the Fated Ashes as well, so he's going to take off in terms of that jungle clear ability. And BLG, a much better early game, surviving on weak side bot lane, which has never been their specialty, doing a whole lot else in the early game.
Nice little root timing there from Elk as well. Both junglers were kind of foaming at the mouth to try to get that mid lane. Both mid laners being so ridiculously low there. Now we actually take a look back at this one. Okay, yeah, he just took it. He took what was his.
That way, yeah. They're showing that way, smited away the way, which is fine. Good combo again. Eesh, level 3 on the center, not the highest in that one, and the Ash Braum doing well to do that, denying summon. I think they just showed that.
Pretty sure he missed
the
that.
cannon minion though, which is great trading. Welcome to CS there, buddy. But yeah, BLG much better in the early game, and Aki now going to be falling behind that matchup to the Zyra. Zyra is just going to pummel through farm at this point. Can go towards the grubs as well. Uses the W twice over. One of the things you need to know about Zyra taking grubs as well is that if you kill a lot of those the mites as well, you get a lot of W cooldown. Elk sets that Q to be safe, but Zyra's very close, very good at taking the grubs, particularly because of the way that her W refresh happens by killing units.
Really, really nice. I already see pings by NIP down towards this dragon. They did have immense priority down there for Photic and Jwo. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the even trade here, as the 3 grubs had already been taken by BLG. Jwo looking on bot side now, though. They might have the angle here with the chase down onto and he's going to get the heal out as well and be able to make it out of that potential sticky situation. The dragon does get started up by Aki.
Yeah, at least bot lane control really good from NIP so far. Aki's going down towards this.
Level
Knight
6 for
does
Photic.
have push in mid lane. Photic does have level 6. This isn't the best fight for NIP, though, I don't think. I think Knight can roam first.
Yeah, he definitely has move. He's actually looking onto Knight. It's unfair. Knight just gets locked down, and now he's able to dodge out. Flash is trade at the instant. It's going to be the kill trade by the legendary mid laners, but we go right back to the Fisticuffs region, and it's the Dragon Pit that we're looking at as Photic takes away the first dragon for NIP.
Yeah, it turns out neither mid lane is moving first because they're dying. Aki caught by the root might end up dying.
Oh, he's going for the play. What a turn. Aki showing his stuff, and Photic with the thumbs up.
Draw to the rescue, puts the Ignite down too, and BLG, this hasn't been the cleanest early game they would have wanted. It's better than game one, but giving up that dragon, giving up that kill there, especially with Wei going down, is not necessarily what you would have liked from that first series of play. Getting ourselves back out onto the map, NIP getting more from this early game than they potentially bargained for beyond this as well. Stepping in onto some of these matchups, again, this mid lane matchup has been back and forth now between game 1 and game 2. Knight gets hit by that arrow, chooses not to flash that one. Rookie doesn't have the soul and bound, but does have himself that fate steal. Knight just about enough mobility, of course, has the flash up while Rookie didn't, to make sure he can buy some space to that final round of cooldowns. At least makes it a 1-for-1.
I love that he was waiting for the Q3, because if he predicts, like if Rookie uses that early, he's down. But God, watching these two guys go at it, I love to see it represent. They've been going after each other's throats all series long.
And I think particularly in Spring as well, Knight and Rookie were the best and second best mid laners from LPL Spring 24. It was such an important matchup, and they played off a bunch of times. I love watching both of them play the Knight. I love playing the Ahri. I love both of them playing on their mages as well. When it's come around to the AD mid laners, I think that particularly Knight has taken a bit of a dip in performance, but he's shown some good games at least. But they are still the same players. And still seeing these Knight names on my screen makes me happy. And seeing these players play off against it is always a very entertaining thing, and I'm glad we're seeing a whole bunch of action in this lane. It would be so boring if they just snooze fest went to sidelines instead.
And honestly, it'd be a snooze fest if NIP didn't show some teeth here. They have taken that a win over BLG, so BLG at the risk of going down. Feels like for the first time in a little while, even though they've had a lot of 3-game series here for themselves. So expected to have this bounce back now, and maybe leaning towards the strength that Bin is going to be bringing on the Renekton. But on the other side of things that are looking strong for NIP, this bot lane is going to have a lot of say in how their go buttons are pulled.
Absolutely. Might have to focus on the top side though. Shanji at left lane has flash, has ult. No one's coming to help him right now. Rookie's roaming top side, but no teleport.
Wei just going to lock him down. Does flash away just to make sure he can deny any exit from Shanji.
So that's going to be flash down from Wei, an ult down from him, but I think that's a very worthwhile investment. Bin is now very far ahead of the matchup. We were worried about this in the early pick, saying, okay, NIP went for that Ashe first pick, and they gave up that Renekton, which they prioritized. I think that Shanji has been struggling in lane matchups individually against our top-tier top laners. The Renekton can be a bit of a stopgap because it's such a strong laning pick. But the problem is, we saw in the last game, Shanji was on the winning side of that matchup where the Renekton beats the K'Sante early most of the time. Now he's on the losing side, and he is now down 1,000 gold. The Eclipse has come through from Bin. Bin, I don't think he's going to take any prisoners in this matchup. Shanji needs to somehow find a way to impact the game before Bin kind of tears his throat out here.
That's just a looming threat on the horizon here that we have to think about as time goes on. Now, there is another episode of the Grubby Tubbies coming up. And we'll see. It really is. It's one of my favorites. Something we see all the time, almost every day. Literally almost every day. Now, it is the move, though, by NIP to try to deny Grubageddon from BLG.
And they get themselves that first one, so it's, yep, you can keep your windows and your curtains open, folks. And Grubageddon has passed. The weather forecast has changed. So BLG move up their bot lane towards the top lane. Problem here is that they've left bot lanes out unattended. They get themselves a load of gold now onto the shared members of Wei, Alk, On. It's going to be sometimes quite important for the Senna, because Senna doesn't, because they're not farming as much, doesn't get as much gold. But you completely fine to get that from turret plates and get that where you can. Shanji's coming down to clear what they can, but it's still going to be first right over BLG. Maybe a kill.
That was questionable at best to step up to that, as he will be immediately punished by BLG.
Whereas on the other side, Bin realizes he shouldn't be under that turret. I believe he's taken away the Raptors from his own jungle, noticing that his top side is the weak side of the map. Bin, much better understanding of weak side. Back in Spring, Bin had the best laning stats of all top laners in the LPL with no jungle attention. He was the lowest jungle attention, highest laning stats. Incredible stuff. I don't typically like to talk about stats because I don't think they always paint the picture which you want them to. Those ones very much do, though. Bin has learned how to play weak side so effectively well with his experience over time, and he's getting a huge amount of value in this game, even though he has the advantage. Now he has flash, has ult. He can walk up now because he's judged his approach correctly.
Woe does spot out Elkanon up here, so they do end up presenting a 3-man front to deny NIP, who did move Photic up this way to try to get some more gold under his belt.
But look at the difference in the approach to that weak side top lane.
Yeah.
You know, Shanji walks up to the bot lane turret dies, he dies. And he's now 0-3, down a whole load of gold. Bin, yeah, he doesn't get to clear out the wave on the first wave, but he gets himself the Raptors because he realizes his team might have lost them anyway. Walks up on the next crash wave because the next wave going he knows that he can clear out the wave in the next time around. And he had teammates there. He gets more value out of it, gets himself more gold from it, and he does things is he uses his lead responsibly, and that can be a rare skill set.
Yeah.
He could have just stayed in his strong side mentality, plans out on that mid lane, but yeah, the difference in top lane right there really on display.
Really nice to see Bin, who has been a key figure of the LPL in recency, but showing A little bit of a level up against Shanji here, where Shanji might have had a little bit of a better of him in that game number 1. We do end up seeing though some of those item spikes going to be coming across as well. The entries has been completed already for both junglers, but we're going to be looking at the item spikes for the solo lanes. Clips already there for Ben as we get 2v2s kicking off into a 3v2 in mid.
Yeah, and worth noting, Elk has got really good soul count right now. Oh, he has no
That's
time
a little far there, bud, as they will end up getting the denial, and Elk goes down to Chwo of all people.
Great punish by Aki. Aki, when he has that go button, looks like a very different jungler. Yes, Leandri's on the Maokai. It's not necessarily the tankiest engaged champion, but still gets a really good punish there as Elk oversteps. That's a good kill over to NIP. You don't get that much from it. It allows them to keep up vision in topside because now Draw can go up to topside jungle knowing that Elk can't fire the ult across, can't help that play. And Knight is also at a little bit of a salient up here. He's on his own and head in enemy lines as he pushes away from his tower.
Wondering now if they actually want to make a move on a Knight up here. He's by himself. Rookie was waiting for a potential combo there on the end, but now we go back to the map because they engage in mid lane trying to punish Photic, who has been a strong piece to NIP. He's going to get the outplay there, but does have this flash burn now to revisit.
Bin also popping the ult, waiting for something there. Photic only has the ult back up now. I wonder if On mistimed the ult cooldown of Photic, thinking that you get ulted on the turret, because then that would have been a danger. I don't think he had to flash out. I think he could have saved it and just used that W as well, but afraid maybe of some response. Does lose that summoner spell, but you will definitely take the flash off of Photic for the flash off of On. It's much easier to punish there, especially with the Ornn ult coming back up on a much low cooldown. And the arrow goes wide.
A little wide. Was hoping to maybe catch them with Aki collapsing there. Rift Herald had already been started up by Wei. 4-man strong are BLG, but the TP. Oh, this is the play. They might be able to do it. Bin just leveled up trying to get there, but the Fate Sealed going to go through already. Wei in some trouble. Shanji has found him. Now the TP's coming in from Bin. They've already gotten one, and Wei's gone down. Now the all-out coming through it. But Shanji, out of nowhere, he activates, and Kashanji has made himself present.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be Braun that had the steel chair with a luchador skin, but turns out Kashanji coming in from the top rope as well makes the difference. We were criticizing Shanji for his play on the weak side and in this matchup, but we know exactly what the Kasante can do and what Kasante can do in the hands of Shanji. Impacting those team fights is one of those things. Rookie gets onto the key targets, Shanji gets himself some gold as well, and suddenly now NIP get themselves Herald to get themselves into a side lane, and what was a very BLG favored early game is now becoming much less so. Even with the arrow missing, they get themselves Amplingate right on top of the Zyra. Zyra doesn't have the ability to escape that. Flashes late, that's not great from Wei. Probably should have just flashed early in that one. And then you get Sanji onto the backline after that teleport as well, coming in from the unexpected angle. Gets himself into the play.
What a turnaround from NIP. It is not to say that Bin is not going to be terrifying throughout, but the fact they're showing some of the life in this one is huge. Now Rookie going in on the Knight does have a lot of damage now. Both of them going traded blow for blow. Knight almost going down in the end. Some sustain going to be helping Rookie keep up that push in the side lane.
Yeah, maybe don't Valkyrie while the Vione has Q3. There is that chance we're getting cancelled out. Knight getting shown the Blade of the Ruin King, and it's pass back right there. Do you see BLG potentially looking to push out mid lane again? They don't have themselves the Herald. They want to push in, and there's the engage coming in from NIP.
Photic, he cannot hit the combo yet. You do end up seeing the Stranglethorn used as a defensive tool to get BLG out of that mid play, but the Rookie starting to farm himself up Storm. And that's where we got to start talking about what these teams look like when we come to these big 5-on-5s, because NIP as a whole, we said it from the beginning, it's the Rookie show here, and that 3-item spike is the saving grace for him. Still a while to go.
Yeah, I think particularly with the Yone having a whole bunch of targets he can hit, he wants to hit anyone but the Ornn. As long as you hit everyone else, that's completely fine. And having the Maokai ult to corral people together, because they want to huddle behind one person tanking one of those Nature's Grasp roots. Oh, Photic has the cleanse, has to blow it.
Does end up getting the roots too. Oh, and Rookie, he tries to go in, but gets obliterated by Knight, and there's some payback for ya.
Yeah, also the extra burst damage, popping the Brittle with the grasping roots, gets the extra damage onto Photic, who was left alone wave clearing. In NIP, we were talking about how they could look towards the team fights. Well, it doesn't help if you're dying like that before the team fights can come through. Bin does have his dominance, might be forced to use it. Doesn't have to right here, though. BLG get a quick pick, and suddenly we're talking about NIP coming back into the game. Might be much harder now, losing this many turrets.
Yeah, that door is getting very, very close to closing, as BLG have turned up the heat in this one. 1, and a much more expected presence from them in this game number 2.
So, Votic, did he just get caught up by a center W? Yeah, so what Elk does there is I think he ends up hiding the W with his Q animation. He ends up hiding that one.
That skin is dirty. I'm just going to say.
That Brettle prop also ends up getting put through by the Zyre, and he hard sees who will proc that extra burst damage. Votic just completely blown out the water because he just didn't see the W behind the Q.
That set of skin is dirty, man. Oh my god. They look like the same ability. Anyways, that is the dragon going to be end up taken by NIP, so they'll get the second dragon for themselves on their way to a Mountain Soul. That's going to be something to stand on.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. That's definitely something you can work with. Maybe now you can play towards Yone in the side lane and wait for that 2-item to 3-item spike as well, which you've highlighted going into this, because Rookie's going to get himself towards a shield bow, and then he'll look towards maybe something like an Infinity Edge after that point. I think he has to go for the full damage build on the Yone this game. Going for the tanky build is going to leave his team with very lacking damage. Herald now put towards the bot side. If they can get in a turret into Rookie, that'd be great. It's not going to kill nearly the whole turret though. Put down Bin. He pulls out that dominance just to make sure that he can clear through that and make sure that the inner turret survives. I think Bin understood that the importance of not giving Rookie over that tower gold. 700 gold or something like that, but they just keep pulling the ultimate.
Yeah.
They really want to take this inner turret.
Another little late arrow from Votic. It's fine. It's fine. Only one needs to hit. And another turret does end up going down. They will be trading it, though, for BLG's side lane turret in the top side. So at least it is the 1-for-1 in that regard,
okay.
and it's going to be BLG continuing their lead.
Yeah, that's okay at least, because Bin delays enough that there's no ability for like Rookie to take inner turret back off and teleport top lane if BLG wanted to cross map there. It delays the play enough that they can take the turret. Now suddenly you have 2 items coming up for Knight soon. You're going to have Elk with a decent amount of gold too. Knight in fact does get us off that Muramana. Knight has the most gold in the game, which is kind of terrifying. Knight was very far behind in that last game, but the Corki is going to have a great time standing behind the Ornn, getting the extra heals and shield from the center as well. Unless he gets nailed by the Yone, I think Knight is very free to teamfight in this game.
We are getting second items completed aplenty for both sides, especially NIP, so maybe feeling a little bit more confident. There is a lot of vision being played around by BLG right now, spotting out the move from base by NIP. So moving into this one, though, it is all about mid lane prio here.
I think particularly when you've got such big engage tools, you don't want to be heading into Fog of War, because those W's come out of Fog of War. You have the Ornn coming out of Fog of War. And of course, on the other side, there's the chance of Yone hopping over a wall, and Rookie is probably the best player in the world at playing around Fog of War himself at an individual level. But look at this. This is exactly what we're talking about. You push out mid, you force NIP to come through the jungle instead of coming through mid lane. It makes the game so much harder. You have a Zyra on the other side. They're standing there to get the passive spawns on the Baron. You just stand there to make sure there are seeds. If this is going to go down long enough, there will be enough plans to rush this Baron. And as it stands, NIP, they don't have the best angles to go towards this. Rookie just pushed out top lane, but there might be a fight coming.
On, maybe looking for the choke point fight here. Nature's Grasp going to come across. This is a front-to-back fight for NIP. Rookie has an angle. Stranglethorn going to be dodged out of there in the end. On going to use the dodge out the other way to make sure he gets a little bit of distance separation from NIP, but you see a little bit of the fight that both these teams give.
Yes, for clarity, folks, On did that to get a little bit further away. He knows there's no killer coming down. If he ults forwards, he gets a mini dash towards the enemy team while he's on about 400 HP.
But it looks funny, Nightmare.
It looks pretty bad. That I'm going to equivocate that to like Sion ulting backwards saying "cowards" as he runs away from the play. I'll give him a pass for this one. Would like to see those ults be more impactful in the future, but this all came about because NIP have been starved out of vision. They've been starved out of this top side of the map. Rookie pushing out that top lane can give NIP some options, but they'd love to be able to win this mid prior so they can push in through this wider brush into the top lane or bot lane river, depending on which objective they're fighting around. BLG just keeping NIP back in much the same way that they were kept back in that first game.
And just kind of grounding us a little bit. I'm just going to say, this is a pleasant surprise from NIP. We come into the day and you're like, oh, this is going to be like a 45-minute series in totality for BLG. But it is seriously a step up for NIP. And even if they are behind here, they are still in a moment's breath away from taking back that initial, at least, tempo for themselves.
Yeah.
Now, we are looking at a setup to regain some of that vision priority for NIP around top.
Yeah, and of course Rookie is really benefiting from just getting a load of side lane farm. Knight does have the most gold in the game. Knight is still very strong, but Rookie getting gold is very important for NIP as a team comp because Rookie can potentially try and one-shot the backline if he gets a good angle. One thing which will stop that, Wei has flash. Wei has also gone towards Zhonya's second item. He's going towards the full Zhonya second item too. He hasn't just stopped off on that C because he wants to go towards the full Zhonya's. He's not going towards a Rylai second. I will say, I think this is something I want to see more out of stuff like the Brand and the Zyra, because I think that it just means that the backline access like that Yone, which could potentially flip the game in the enemy team's favor, becomes a lot harder to land. While the Rylai's Leandri's is an incredible core spike, you need to be safe enough to use it. You have to pass that minimum threshold first. If you're dying, you don't get to use any of the items. So keep something safe. Sometimes the defensive item, it's a bit of a consolation, but you can do that all the same. We're fighting over this mid-prio. Again, Dragon spawning soon.
I will say, Photic has not been Robin Hood this game.
Nope.
But you only gotta hit one when it matters most. So we'll keep an eye out on if Photic can actually hit an arrow here. But there's been a lot of wide enchanted crystal arrows. The frequency is going to be nice, though, with that minute cooldown or so. But Dragon is up. Would be a soul point for NIP. BLG want to deny that.
Sucks because Photic was so on point with the skill shots on the Ziggs. He's not made those game-changing arrows. He could have forced cleanses. There's no cleanse to be forced on Elk right now. Could have changed everything. It's hard to go through the Ornn, I understand that, but not having that for the Dragon setup kind of sucks. BLG first into the river again. They have a lot of damage. And NIP don't have great engage combo. If that arrow is down, particularly if BLG are split up, it feels like the Maokai can lose value trying to go into the river. They do have the Yone, they do have the Maokai, it is something, but as it stands right now, they're not in the best position to use that engage in this kind of map state.
Taking a look at the entrances right now. Bin on the side, looking for a pincer over. Shanji, he's going to be the man that needs to mark him. We're looking at mid lane right now for the push. The Dragon is going to end up resetting here as NIP move down to this choke point. This is perfect for BLG. If they can line it up, On is just waiting to pull the trigger.
Yeah, you can see Alk getting the double taps, getting good damage down, getting poked down. NIP, they can't get into the damn river to get this Dragon.
They go on to Bin. They didn't need to. The Bin flash over the wall to get him to safety now as Aki, he's stepping up. Aki, when you need him most, he shines like a light. But now he is the focus, and he is immediately turned back on by BLG. They will get the soul point for NIP, though, and that's huge.
Yeah, it's going to be soul point for NIP, but they might give up the Baron, and that is a problem. No ults except Shanji's now for NIP. They can't find themselves an easy engage, and when you've got the Zyra and the double AD carry, all NIP can really do is try and, I don't know, push out mid lane. I don't think they can even fight this.
They will be having a little bit of poke. Rookie doesn't have many tools, does self-deflect. Look at the damage the Baron is doing. Starting to get a little low for BLG. Elk not using his sustain on the team so far. They are going to turn back onto the Baron. The engage comes through for NIP. It will end up going over to BLG, but Shanji has now gone all out on the way. He's by himself, though, and Elk will not be countered on by NIP as well. So, NIP come to the task, but they leave with nothing.
Yeah, BLG, they take that one kill onto Aki. Yes, a great smite still. Wei ends up smiting early. Aki gets that one, but they lose the Baron to NIP. And BLG, now they can start to turn on the afterburners. Wei, in fact, actually feels so confident himself. He goes towards a death cap, second item. Hasn't even had to use that Seekers yet. Goes straight back onto the map. Next time he turns up to a plate, maybe that can end the game. Going to the side lane, Rookie does have flash, does have ult. BLG looking to push out the entire map and lock NIP across that river.
And we're so close to the Rookie 3-item spike. Is going to be going for that little bit of a tanky nature here, but you can see how difficult it can be for NIP to get in these fights.
Yeah, it's a short range arrow, so it's not the longest amount of CC, and there's so many ults. There's 3, 4 ults thrown out. Aki's using ults for Dragon, of course, not relevant there. He gets a good smite, but then flashes backwards, and the Ornn ult's still available. They've used so much onto Bin, rather, and they get nothing for it. Bin escapes with that one and ends up getting himself over the wall. NIP tried to cheat their way out of not being able to get into the river, but then they don't have any of those ults here to contest this Baron. You know, Shanji, the threat is he can flash in and bring Wei over a wall, but the problem is there's still no one that can secure that Baron all the same. He goes towards withdraw and they get themselves into the pit, but then Shanji really doesn't have that much follow-up. Rookie can't get that much damage down. It's a clean Baron take from BLG.
And it's a really good turn on the Baron to finish it off. Now we go back to BLG turning on to NIP as they use this siege to take an outer turret in bot side and looking at an inhib turret in mid lane from Bid. So this snowball just came from hell, and BLG are knocking on the door to go to game 3.
I think the ice is melting a little bit as the snowball from NIP that they tried to build up in parts in this early game. Didn't work out. Rookie
Trying to
on
make the
flank.
play on the way and on. Is it going to be enough? He goes golden, though. He's buying so much time. Photic, he needs to get some damage down, but it's truly Rookie who's going to make the difference. He's stepping up. He's got one. He's locked down now, though. He can't even move. The man was in 2 souls at once, and both of them just got killed as BLG, ruthless as ever, step into the face of NIP and say, "You will not easily fell us."
BLG got shut out of that first game. Honestly, it was an embarrassment to them, but they are willing to slap back and ready to slap back against NIP. There is another teleport coming in this time
No
from Shanji.
way.
Not really sure what he can do about this. Knight is still very strong.
Oh, he wants the all-out combo, but Elk is going to make it away with the flash. Now, Knight still having his flash available. On might be the focus here, but it is Knight putting down the poke on the end of it to get them out.
So BLG, heist completed, 2 inhibs, they get themselves out as well, and it's now all of the globals down from NIP. They use the teleport on Rookie, they use the teleport on Shanji. They don't get a huge amount for it. Dragon spawning in a minute, that would be Mountain Soul for NIP. I think there's a brief problem there, though, is that if they go towards that dragon, they might just die. And while even if they get that dragon, pretty sure they just lose the game if they lose the fight as well. So that's going to be a problem the next minute for them to contend with. Bit of a split fight here as both inhibs went down. Way got like a huge amount of damage. Now, Zyra doesn't have great AP ratios on her. They were changed around a little bit to have a bit more on the plants as opposed to base damage, but still, the death cap really hurts when you hit your abilities. And of course, he's got the E-Max out at this point. He's gone to the E-Max second, which you don't always see from Zyra. It means that Rookie is lifted in place for such a long time. This has been rooted down that he does go down very, very scary amount of damage there coming from BLG to keep him locked up and not impacting that fight.
I just can't believe that he just had to sit there and watch. Like he got the 2 cleanups and then just has to watch as that bar never goes down on the CC progress. And now we go right back onto the map because there's another dragon coming up. This would be a soul for NIP.
NIP, can they get that soul though without dying? If they do that, that's when it kind of works out. But they can't die for this dragon too heavily. They can give up a dragon. They can maybe turtle out a little bit more. If they're going towards this approach, they need to be damn sure they can win the fight.
There is no TP wards in the base of NIP, so they can't have a little bit of their own medicine thrown back at them just yet. But BLG with Bin looking around the side, looking for a flank. Here comes the engage from On. He doesn't end up getting the second cast there now. Enchanted Crystal does hit on the front line, but look at Bin. He is massive. Rookie wants to take him down, though. The Stranglethorn's going to buy him so much time here, too. And now they're taking a front to back here for themselves. BLG, they'll lose Bin. Rookie goes back in and try to get the fight off. He's taking a 1v2 here, but he will sacrifice his life as BLG will crash this bottom lane.
That's a 1 for 2 in the grand fight. No dragon taken. BLG, if they don't think they can end the game, they can just go and take that. And NIP, they do just about live with enough members for it to not be game ending, but it's not getting any better for them. They go back to kind of corral the minions in their base and make sure that they are not getting towards their Nexus towers. They can pull them away from the tower there, and they'll reset towards that top side, because the problem now is that, of course, Dragon's gone down. Baron's up in a minute. The fights don't stop, and BLG are only getting stronger. They get themselves an extra kill out of that. They get themselves another Dragon out of it. This is not getting easier for NIP. On somehow doesn't get his... Oh, he got interrupted by Shanji on the W. I'm surprised that didn't go through, but not the best combo from On. On doesn't manage to get himself the big CC he wanted, but it's enough. Bin is very powerful here on the Renekton 2. He's had himself a huge lead, and while he does go down, he does enough work in the late game to just buy up space in that front line and allow the carries of BLG to walk out.
And you can see what this 3-item spike for Rookie brings, but when you're 1v4 in the end there, I don't think it's going to matter that much. And we do end up seeing NIP stopped in their tracks in that dragon stacking, and now we have a Baron being started up on spawn by BLG.
And they've got themselves the passive spawns from Zyra. They have the Zyra ultimate to increase the duration and the HP of them as well. You can just wait for his W cooldown to come through, and then he'll be ready to go. You can wait for another couple of passive spawns as well. Thing is, you do still have the Ashe arrow, you still have Rookie with that ultimate, so you don't necessarily want to be stuck in the pit, so BLG not necessarily rushing towards that Baron while all the engage tools from NIP are available.
And just get the setup there, knowing that they can pull the trigger anytime they want. NIP will be full force out in this mid lane. You have to remember, though, they have the super minions to deal with in the bottom lane, which will be crashing. So BLG, they start the Baron. Look at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I don't know if they can follow it up anymore, though. Wei looking to pull off of the Baron, so BLG, they will not end up sticking the landing here, but they realize they have that timer in the bot lane that NIP cannot deal with right now. Finally, they're sending Rookie, so this would be a 4v5. There is a TP for Rookie available.
Yeah, he can get into the fight. Wei used his ult already to use those plants on the Baron, but they're now getting chased down.
They're just going forward. BLG just want to fight. There is Rookie having cleared that side lane. Still going to be holding there as all NIP want to do is buy time.
Yeah, they do. And particularly the damage coming through from Photic there. Really chunked that bin with just a couple of autos. You can see the damage that the Ashe can do. BLG can't necessarily disrespect NIP despite the gold lead and despite their position on the map. Rookie has pushed out that wave more than well enough, so it won't be threatening their base for a while now. BLG with those passive seed spawns gone, used up on the Baron, and then also the ult used too. Means that BLG's Baron rush potential has definitely gone down. It's still there, he's still got the Zyra, so NIP can't leave this alone for forever. Using the saplings right now to be pseudo wards, and an arrow lands onto not the best target.
Won't be followed up on either. As Baron pulled off of NIP, just have to continuously poke around this one, but it is that 4-item spike for Knight and is raining in so much damage. We also have 3.5 items for Bin, 3 items for Wade. That is why they feel so confident to move out here, because of this massive lead they have on the map.
Yeah, BLG also, those Ornn items giving real value. Now typically I'm not a big fan of Deathcap and Zyra, her AP ratios aren't fantastic, but Deathcap as an Ornn item upgrade is really nice because it just gives you AP. You don't waste it on HP and stuff like that if you don't care for it. So Wade, big amount of damage coming through from the Rabadon's Death Crown. Built up by On. He has also got himself Spellbook Smite as well for helping in those objective secures. BLG have kind of struggled to pull the trigger again. They don't around the objectives or elsewhere. It does feel like NIP have been able to stall out a little bit, get themselves towards a point where they could potentially fight towards that Mountain Soul, unless a big trigger pull comes in.
Oh, they got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Elk. He will end up burning the Cleanse there. So couple ultimates used by the side of NIP, 3 of them to be exact, and now they do feel a lot worse to try to step up here, and now it's Photic who gets caught by On, and they're just dogpiling him. Stranglethorns onto the choke point, and now here comes that engage we were waiting for, and it's like an avalanche onto NIP. That's gonna be instant point blank there by Bin. Rookie trying to get the wave out as best as possible, but BLG, you're pushing down mid lane.
Rookie tries to do a Marin, teleport to the wave and kill it, but he will not be able to do so. Another teleport comes in. Too many ults were thrown out. Too many ults were wasted, and NIP will be brought to a third game.
That single minion making the difference with Bin TPing to it to save its life. Now back on the Nexus turrets. Here's Rookie and Shanji's best attempt at a defense. And we told you that BLG, they haven't had a clean series. It's been 3 games every time since that clean victory over LGD. And they will bring us to 3 once again as they will stop NIP in their tracks.
BLG, knocked around a little bit in game 1. That was not a good game for them, and NIP punished their mistakes very, very well and then took that lead and ran with it. This time, it wasn't even the cleanest game from BLG this time. They stalled out a little bit. They made another mistake here or there, but they are still BLG. They still have the carries to make the big plays like this, and BLG will bring us to a third game.
I love to see it from BLG. Obviously, some question marks. What the hell happened in game number 1? But it was a lot of really good play from NIP, and I think that maybe was up to par here this time around for BLG's own play in game number 2. Now, we have to see what game 3 has in store after a short little break. We'll see you there.
We are done, nothing death. Here we go. not your pain. Our past was only victory, so we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright. 'Cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past was only victory, so we still remain.
And we still remain.
Yeah!
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope.
Welcome back to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we are into our last possible game of the day. And of course, this one had to go the distance. We talked about BLG not having clean series as they've gone through the Rumble stage. They will end up getting a victory here in Game 2, bringing us all the way to 3 on getting the MVP on the Orn. 1-1-1-1. It's looking like binary.
I don't see a 0 in there. It's got to be weird. Yeah. Anyway, On walks away with that MVP. He's had a weird series. His first game was definitely very poor, but this is the nature of this play. He can very much turn things around from game to game, and he was critical in the way that they were playing through their picks later into the game. There was like one awkward moment where he missed out on an ult combo, which wasn't great in bot side river, but on the whole, he was impacting the team fights in a very impressive way.
And also just being able to bring out the Orn, which is something I feel like of a signature of his and BLG at this point. But it's been really nice to see kind of them play around those choke points.
To say about
maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit. But it really was just centered around waiting a lot of the time for NIP to step up through these choke points and then completely collapse on them. And I think that's just knowing your style very well and executing it well.
I think the biggest difference in this game was discipline and effectiveness of ultimates, where we saw NIP throw out an arrow and they wouldn't hit very many. Or they would hit the arrow and they'd throw out everything after it, and it wouldn't lead to that much, like that play around the dragon, which led to the Baron afterwards, because they threw 4 ultimates at Shanji, and they didn't, sorry, at a bin instead, and they couldn't get anything out of it. And similar things happened in the top side as well, but they just throw all their ultimates at one person, not get that much out of it. So NIP, much better game 1 for them. Game 2, they had some good things happen in the early game, but still not quite disciplined enough, not quite efficient enough with the tools that they have. You can't afford to misuse tools like that against a team the caliber of BLG.
The fact that we're even talking about going to a third game when coming into this one, it was a 4-1 BLG versus a 0-6 NIP who had only found one singular game win. It's just in its own right a huge story for NIP coming back into it here. But it is also a BLG we expect to handle business here. They're on a 2-win streak, and they do not look to be slowing down whatsoever. The big conversation coming into it is, now that we've seen a couple series from Wei, what does he truly bring to the table? And I think after that game 1, the answer is stability. So we're getting into game 3 now.
Yeah, can he maintain that stable factor? He wasn't necessarily that impactful though in game 1 was the problem. Game 2, much more so on the Zyra. He had some less good team fights, but on the whole, you're just going to help the line. And sometimes you just kind of need that, especially on a team like BLG with so many star players, or have made themselves into star players on this roster. It's changed an awful lot. So, again, the Ziggs and the Lucian removed, which won in game 1 for NIP. That's taken off the table, and now no Ashe Braum available because it's banned on red side by NIP.
I do like some of these targeted bans, as well as the Kennen thrown in there for the big team fight impact. But I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ben gonna be going with the big croc once again.
If it fixed, ain't broke it. NIP, what
I don't
are we
like
gonna do
that.
about this now?
Nope. Nope. Go
Well,
back.
Take it up with Rivington. Take it up with him from years ago. Shanji likely to go towards something like that Cassante matchup towards the top side. Again, he could opt into the Gnar himself. He's not necessarily the person to favor that over the Cassante. He had some good team fights in the last game, and the Leona with the Ashe off the table becomes a lot more valuable, because if either the Ashe or the Braum are off the table, you don't get Ashe Braum, and Leona is much happier when she doesn't have to play against the two of them together, because Leona's probably best support in the game when at least that combo is off the table and stops her from being Leona. So that was the easy lock-in. Maybe looking towards something like an Ezreal or that Corki now.
I want to see ease of execution for NIP. I want to see them put themselves in a best case scenario to go toe-to-toe with BLG, who have been one of the most ruthless teams in the LPL since their reign of dominance started in spring. It is going to be the Ezreal-Leona combo for NIP. They do have that singular focus engaged right now from Dwo, and they need to kind of follow that up with some synergistic picks.
Yeah, so BLG, they could do a bunch of different things now. They could lock in choice AP jungler. If they wanted, they can lock in their choice of mid laners as well for Knights. Of course, they locked in the Corki and they won that pretty heavily versus Rookie's Yone on the other side. That wouldn't be a bad pipe lock-in for them. But of course, you have to consider what's going on in this bot lane as well. NIP already locked in their bot lane combination. They've locked in their mid lane around that Yone, but are they willing to let through all of the AD carry and supports through? They could get double banned in one of those roles in the second ban phase for NIP.
Knight's like, man, I saw what Rookie was trying to do last game. I want to do that myself. Let's get some setup here. And honestly, would be very, very difficult to handle with this trio locked in now. Sejuani gonna be the go-between between two extremely aggressive solo laners for BLG in the Renekton and the Yone. It's the Cassante on the other side for Shanji.
Right, so now BLG don't have any magic damage besides, okay, I know Yone does a technically small amount of it with his passive and then his
You're gonna
Q
get
and stuff.
added
He
on
does do
Twitter
a
and
tiny bit,
canceled, just say it.
yeah, like occasionally I've said that. Look, it's not going to be killing tanks with the magic damage is the problem. So NIP, they can ban away the Kai'Sa now, and Elk doesn't really have AP options in that bot lane. Well, I say that. So T1KT, also welcome over if you're coming over from that series. They had I think KT had a Seraphine-Leona combo in the bot side of the map in one of the games that series. The Kai'Sa has been let through though. I'm surprised that NIP have allowed that one to go over because it would give magic damage over to BLG in a very accessible way. They do have the double tanks to NIP of the Leona and that Cassante, so if they can go into a full physical competition, it makes it much easier for them to itemize and just become hyper tanks.
We are seeing all that supportal focus from NIP, but it's the mid lane right now, the focus for BLG as they take away that Tristana and the LeBlanc. So taking away maybe some of that mobility from Rookie. Still big questions on what his answer is going to be into the Yone.
And there is the outside chance of the Ezreal being flexed into that mid lane.
There
There is the outside chance. We haven't seen it in the LPL, but it's worth mentioning that. And this would really be a last pick for Aki in the mid lane. Again, technically the flex pick between the mid and bot rolls for the Ezreal. Zarya going to get locked in for Aki, so that's going to be fine in terms of playing from range and playing for disengage. Kai'Sa, very easy lock-in for BLG. I'm surprised that wasn't locked away. That is the last remaining kind of like pseudo magic damage source from that bot side, alongside the Alistar as well. Elk and On have a very good lane to impact mid and late game.
Honestly, the follow-through for BLG is monstrous. Like, they will be able to find you, hunt you down, lock you down, and then also kill you on top of it all. So definitely is going to be...
nice.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very nice at all. NIP ends up going with the Rookie Corki here to finish off their draft, and they're going to have all that poke and a decent team fight setup for themselves, but they've got to find a way to maybe stop this forward onslaught by Billy.
Yeah, Billy Gaming, they have themselves a lot of dive, a lot of engage. On the other side though, NIP, Cassante and Leona tank his champions in slot right now, so they can hold the door shut for a little while and try and play through plant disengage, try and play through range on their double Triforce marksman as well. So NIP, they want to play range, they want to play for disengage. They do have some forward aggressive options too with the Solar Flare. If they can use that to buy an Alistar ultimate in the important moments, that could be very, very powerful to allow them extended periods of play. BLG looking for them to get themselves a lane lead with that Renekton and use that to make sure that they can get themselves side lane pressure into then those big multi-angle team fights. If BLG get to play out aggressively, I think NIP are going to really struggle because BLG are very good at playing aggressive.
And an undercurrent throughout this whole series has been how just at each other's throats Knight and Rookie have been in this mid lane. I think this one's going to have a lot to say, especially with the Yone Corki going the other way. And it's two legendary mid laners, obviously known a lot for different things, but it is also a situation where NIP have nothing left to lose, and they need to find a potential funniest upset ever in the LPL in this game number 3. The fact we've even got here is a miracle for NIP as they took their second game win of Rumble Stage, and it is a serious moment of triumph if they can find an early advantage or hold on against this BLG team who is looking to go full frontal. It is game number 3 as we get into BLG versus NIP.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
I see the OO sign. I like it.
30秒到战场。
Someone's upgraded the Uru Blaster from Swarm. Yeah, it fires twice as fast. I'll have you know. It's a lot
I don't
of
think
good
that's what
damage.
it's called, is it?
Yeah, the
It's
Uru
the-
Blaster upgrades. It's the OO
Oh,
Blaster.
does
Yeah,
it?
is.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
it
if that
does.
actually did.
Someone's not been playing enough Swarm.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Mazel.
sorry. I
I
apologize.
Yeah, I know left that. Look, I spent thousands of hours on Binding of Isaac. Swarm can't hurt me anymore. Look, Aatrox is bad, but it's no hush fight. Going into this early game now, very important series for NIP to at least give them something to hold on to. They took one game off of BLG, and that was notable in itself. But if they take the series, then it becomes more than just notable. It becomes something to build off of. Having one good game in a blue moon against a team that in BLG, which has struggled to have consistency, it loses some of that value. Kind of gets a little bit tarnished around the edges there. So NIP, they'll be looking to close this one off. They do have the Corki into the One matchup, which Knight was winning on the Corki side of this just in that last game. Rookie going to zone him off the lane right now. And one of the big things on the Yone is you want to hit that Raptor camp over the wall with your Q if you can. They walled that out, and it means that Yone can't get that Q at level 1 to get easy stacks towards Q3 and get yourself some poke at level 1. So that's going to help out Rookie in the lane place.
See if they can maybe manage that pressure a little bit there as well with some entrance from Wei on the Sejuani. So going with a pick that we haven't gotten to see this series just yet, but something that's very strong with the combinations that they have and can be very active. We do see both junglers heading down bot as bot kicks off in the 2v2. Elk trying to get some damage down with those plasma stacks.
Also, what Photic's doing there. I love what Photic and Draw are doing here. You can almost use this as a poke duo. Draw going in, forces the flash.
Instant flash there. Now Elk, he's in a lot of trouble. Gonna get the thumbs up again from Photic in this 2v2 going the way of NIP.
So what ended up there, I think Draw with the ward killed at level 1. Ends up getting slightly early at level 2, and I don't think On respects that. But while all this is happening, the Ezreal Leona, the power of this lane is that it's very easy to follow up to pop the Sunlight passive from Leona as Ezreal, whether it's with Qs from long range or auto attacks in close range. And that damage stacks up if you keep hitting consistent Zenith Blades and Qs. So Photic and Draw getting themselves great value out of this bot lane. Would not have expected Alkanon to be dealt with in this 2v2 as handily over this series. And On has now been forced into pretty bad positions in all of our bot lanes so far. Even the Ornn game, which he got the MVP on. The early laning phase, yes, it was against an Ashe Braum, but he was caught out at times there. So credit to Photic and Draw for having a better 2v2 than I thought they would be today.
Really nice to see, but it's all about consistency and keeping up. If Photic falls behind or isn't able to find consistent skill shots, as maybe we saw in that last game, it's something to think about. But now they're diving as Wei is over here. And we talked about BLG having the dive comp. Looks like both teams whipping out their submarines to go to a 3v3 here in bot lane. The dive not going to be initiated by NIP in the end because of that presence.
And also there is an Ignite on. It's quite hard to die if you think they can force level 3 by hitting a minion or 2 first as you look to angle towards that. Wei was spotted on bot side. They should know that he's somewhere in there. Knockup hitting onto Rookie's not exactly what he wants though. Not be able to take a hard trade here now.
Wei can get a big trade onto Aki though. Rookie getting very low, but now it's Aki in a lot of trouble as Sejuani does a ridiculous amount of damage early. He was actually going for Rookie there as the flail comes through the turret shot. Maybe Wei just falls here. Look at the plants. It's not going to be in range though. Aki, he can't get the grasping roots either. So close, but both teams come out alive.
I thought Wei might be able to get a second E permafrost passive proc, but it doesn't quite work. This is what we saw from that laning phase from Draw earlier. The reason he hit level 2 is because he cleared that ward, and that gave him the level 2, and I'd imagine that's why they're highlighting that one. It's one of the reasons why the bot lane is going as well as it is for NIP, and why On had to blow that flash a little earlier. So as we go through to this mid-jungle 2v2 though, Knight, despite being interrupted at level 1, wasn't able to hit that Q over the wall onto the Raptors to stack up that Q. You don't aim to take the Raptors, of course, but you look to stack up that the Mortal Steel on it. Is still doing fine in this mid-lane matchup. Rookie was suffering on the One side of this against BLG in that last game. So Knight, considering how poor his lane went in the first game of the Tristana versus the Lucian, doing a lot better in the subsequent 2 games.
Nice to see him step up, obviously. Been a big series of years, it feels like, for Knight. Moving a lot of teams, but finding success with every single one of them, it seems. And, Rookie maybe lacking a little bit of that domestic success here recently. Still is the guy to step up for NIP in a lot of regards. Him and Photic been monumental for them in any of their hopes in the last 6 months or so. But BLG, a tough opponent to deal with in a lot of ways. We are looking at collapse around the dragon on the bot side, while grubs are starting to spawn in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Draw into that bot side. Rookie pushing in that mid lane definitely helps. Way coming down towards bot side will help. He is behind the XP to Akeen. He doesn't have that flash still, but he might not need it.
Whoa, just getting put behind the enemy lines, but he took so much damage and he just dies to the ignited Duo. Here comes Rookie around the corner and BLG. They are pushed off of the play, and it's NIP. They get first blood.
Draw gets out, as importantly too, so it's not even any turn back kill from BLG. Way a little bit low HP, but with jungle sustain should be fine with that one. Ult put out in that top side, at least by Bin, trying to take a good trade into the isolated 1v1.
Get the all out there under the turret, which is a little far from the wall to get him through there. Gonna be a nice little trade from both top laners. Obviously, Ben still having TP to go back up to the top side if he wants to reset.
Knight losing priority at quite an important moment there as NIP managed to use their mid lane to get in towards that bot jungle. Knight does have that teleport if he wants to go back.
This is bold way.
He gets the first one for free, and he does use the smite for it. I think he just sees Shanji walk up and he notices he doesn't have that ult. It would have been dangerous if Rookie was also there at the same time, and he would have been able to potentially queue out over the wall. Now Knight is back and he has himself those tier 2 boots. He's much safer to do this. So a little bit risky, but hey, it comes with a reward.
Risk it for the biscuit, as they say. As On, maybe risking a little bit too much, but they are going to get the grubs. All three of them just started off for BLG, a team that has been known to have extreme objective dominance in their games. Going to start that one off here by trading those objectives here. First Dragon did go over to NIP in the end.
It's dangerous giving over those grubs to Renekton, who does quite handily win against the K'Sante in the 1v1 early on, and then also potentially towards that Yone as well. You can use that Soul Unbound to get towards turrets. We talked about that previously. It does make it very easy to kind of walk up. You can tank a couple of shots and you can kind of ping back away from that turret. So we'll see whether Knight can get into a side lane in about 4 or 5 minutes. Tends to happen around that 12-minute mark after you've gotten 2 sets of grubs through and you're outside of your traditional lanes at that point. While that's happening, of course, we need to see what's happening with our lanes before that. Right now, top lane going quite well for Bin. You expect that. Shanji has been, he picked up that Renekton in the game 1. It was a bit of a stopgap because Ben, I think, has just been a better laner, bluntly, than Shanji for most of the series, which isn't unexpected. Ben, I think, has been the stability point for BLG, regardless of how well they've been performing. Ben is still Ben at the end of the day, and Shanji has struggled a fair amount in summer. Now, he's been against the Renekton. Ben has been exacerbating these gold leads quite heavily in both the last game and this one.
They gotta find a way to play around that as best as possible. They are gonna move into NIP's jungle here with the combos, and there you go. Level 6 has been hit, and the Wombo Mambo has been initiated by BLG. Edgewo getting hit by the Perma, and now he just goes down. It's Rookie trying to fight himself out of this one, trying to take kills. Votic has come over. This is the combo we need to come up at night. He's looking to play them all. He finds one. He's trying to get Votic, but he can't do it. Oh no, Votic, he falls bait to not being able to hit the skill shot, and Knight gets away with 2 kills.
That fight is a lot closer than it should have been because of a great true shot barrage going from Votic, but he can't quite clean up that last kill. Under tower from Shanji, but it doesn't get Bryn tower aggro, so he'll be fine here. BLG walk away with a more even skirmish than they would have thought through that bot side, but it's still a lot of kills onto the Yone, and that is going to be an issue. Knight now 2-0-1, pain point for them.
The fact that they just pull the trigger as soon as Wei goes aggressive. Love to see that direction from BLG. Now they have to find a way to play around this 2-0 lead for Knight, which I would feel like is a lot easier to do than maybe sounds like it. It is a move by NIP on the bot side to try to take this red away from Wei as he comes over, though.
It might be a bit risky to stay for this one. The plan is giving them and the blue trinket there, or rather, I think it's a zombie one in fact. Of course, it will be. No blue trinkets available. I should have looked at the score. Sometimes I should look at scoreboards. I hear that's really useful. Anyway, going back towards this replay, level 6 on Sejuani allows you to force plays very well. Ward in the brush. Does the perpendicular little Q ult combo. Great combo coming through. But then they kind of overchase onto draw. Things change out a lot when the Frost Bomb hits onto multiple people and then the True Shot Barrage hits onto multiple people. Even the Valkyrie's helping in terms of the damage there. So Rookie and Votic comping up for a lot of damage. Knight does, of course, manage to get one out here, and then manage to gets himself out with his life too, but just about missing that last skill shot, allowing Knight to escape. That is so close. That is
so
skin
close,
in his teeth,
man. Oh my gosh. Now we're taking a look back at it. And Knight's going to have a lot more sustainability back on the map. That's the Vamp sector, but also the boots completed there. We'll see what they can utilize that for here, as there is another dragon spawning in about 50 seconds. There is the other spawn of grubs as well that BLG are definitely going to be looking at. Now, Elk is the focus right now for Photic. Essence Flux plus the True Shot Barrage not going to hit.
That was a little bit close. Now, Elk isn't going to be able to reset in time for this dragon. He has himself a refill pot ticking over, but he's not going to be able to defend this turret either. There are also grubs spawning on the top side. I think
Oh
if I
my
go
God.
that on, it's just going to die.
I mean, both supports are so low level right now, not even level 6 yet, so he doesn't have any defensive tools, and then a P strike.
And I'm like, okay, so Alex been chunked out, so he's not going to help you there. On doesn't have his ultimate. Now, Wei is clearly sticking towards topside trying to get 6 grubs. Why the heck are you standing under that turret with an Alistair with no ult? So on questionable decision there, in 11 minutes, he is 0-3. That's a lot of deaths for one lonely Alistair, who has contributed, 3 out of the 4 kills over to NIP so far. On had that MVP from that last game, but his other 2 games have not necessarily filled me with a huge amount of confidence for his current level of play. BLG gonna walk away with 5 grubs. NIP gonna walk away with 2 dragons. It's a very different split of objectives. Even though we've been fighting across the map, it has led to still those split of top side and bot side advantages. BLG would look to get plates off of these.
It's Grubba-Get-It, oh my god. It is a potential denial of this dragon, but it is just going to go down to Aki as they do. Ooh, a little spicy. Is going to end up burning his flash, just make sure he can make it over the death wall as BLG were on their way.
Yeah, typically, when you're on blue side, it's the problem when you take dragon like that. But of course, if you're getting pincered from bot lane and mid lane, yeah.
That wall
ways
is
out of that one.
deadly, man.
It is. That wall has, yeah, that is why we see a lot of Ezreal and Kaiser and people that can cross walls. Knight taking good turret trade under the turret. Now with the 6 grubs, you'll see that a lot more.
Way,
He's tanky, but is he
all
tanky
by
enough?
himself. You got to be trouble, though, as they are going to look to turn it if Rookie goes any further forward. Convergence does end up getting popped there. Way showing he is pretty tanky in the end.
Yeah, tanky enough. Pops the aftershock by throwing that ultimate. I was going to say as well, this was a point where BLG would have liked to use that ult very aggressively because the Z's Convergence is really high base damage for a tank first item. It's not, it's not the Warmogs in terms of your supports, in terms of like big tankiness, but when you have that kind of storm around you when you pop your ultimate, it no longer needs a teammate or any kind of the tether mechanics that items had in previous iterations. It has a hell of a lot of damage, so the fact that they don't quite get to use that at one item before Aki had quite managed to get towards his, I think he only just got Leandri's on this back. That would have been a nice point of power for them to reach. Can't quite play through that one, and now we are once again asking BLG to see if they can get themselves in towards these side lane turrets with weight on bot side again. Should be able to get that 6 grubby Yone onto the turret.
Be proactive. Be proactive. That's what BLG need to do right now, as they are getting on to those first
I don't think
items.
that's how the song goes, Mazel. I think you're lying to me.
No, that's exactly how it goes. I don't know. You're being
Right,
you're
okay.
being gaslit by whoever told you it didn't go that way. Anyways,
yeah.
we have this we have this first item spike for, more importantly, the Blade of the Rune King for Knight. I expect them to try to utilize this out on the map.
Yeah, that's why you're seeing like a million people roaming towards this lane, because there's one side, yeah, we want to use this, and the other side is, wow, we don't want him to use that, especially with the grubs on top of it too. The threat is, if someone gets a solo kill in a side lane and gets to hit a turret afterwards, that is about worst case scenario. Also, you need to be afraid of, particularly top laners teleporting into the play now as well. The first item on Cassandra and Renekton. Very, very powerful. That Black Cleaver on Bin is going to make Yone hit even harder. This is going to shred armor beyond that point. So Herald is now spawning. The plates are now going to fall off. There were some plates, of course, taken up by BLG, but they are still behind in gold because NIP have had some good skirmishes, and of course the jungle matchup is going to continue to get more and more further ahead in terms of that farming potential.
Now, Nightmare, we have finally hit level 6s for the supports, so we have some go buttons there for NIP. They finally get there. The other thing to think about is the power that Photic is going to have. Pretty hefty CS differential against Elk, and NIP a little slow to the plate, lose the Rift Herald, but now you have the collapse potentially being played through by BLG. It's not going to come to anything.
Okay, so Rookie, was he spotted over here? Going to take some damage out of the way. That'll be... I got a little bit jump step because I kind of forgot that Corki doesn't have package anymore for a second. I was like, oh, he's so fast. He must have... Hang on a second. That's just a TP move. Look, it's been a long time since we saw Corki without that package. Knight can't hit that top lane turret for free right now. Way is delaying the members from NIP heading towards topside, but you can basically see that NIP don't really want to allow Yone to hit turrets where they can. That's going to take a bit of damage out of draw, and that's going to be it. Worth noting that level 6, Alistair is much tankier than the Leonix. The ult is much better than the not full level Eclipse. Not
There you
tanky
go.
enough, though. That's half his HP gone.
Okay, they're going to commit even more. Why not? Just throw everything you can at the cow. And we've already known that Nightmare is scared of them, so good job. Good job, NIP.
Cows are dangerous!
Bro,
Gotta be
you live in
careful of it.
Texas,
Well,
you cannot be scared of cows. Anyways, Shanji does TP, gets immediately CC'd by BLG.
And you can see again, NIP just really hammering down on Knight's lane. They do not want to allow this Yone to be free firing down there. The problem is, Bin now has teleport. He's alone in this bot side. He also has 6 scrubs. He's also 1,000 gold ahead too. Now, if he gets some time on that bot side turret, he can also teleport towards top side. There's a blue ping on the Tribrush control ward as well. They can take bot turret and then look for this again. They're going to take this turret. They're going to teleport Renekton into top side. That's exactly what they're doing.
Look at the series of events unfold in front of you, Doctor Strange, as you do have Bin flashing away there, trying to get Aki. Run your little legs away! Can he make it? He's just a plant in a plant's world, and now Elk has to turn around. There's a nice little thumbs up from Aki.
Try to punish the flashless Zyra, but the Shield of Daybreak comes in from draw and puts that stun down, so Bin can't get in range. It's sad for him. It was a good play, a good set play from BLG. You can see they plan it in advance. They take that bot turret and they teleport towards the top side. They are still going to get themselves the 2 outer turrets before NIP can take one of the others. It's still great gold over to the solo lane. It's almost 2,000 gold in the advantage for Bin, and then 1,000, of course, for the Yone Knight as well. So NIP still not able to stop these side lanes from exploding. That's a problem. They will be very dangerous in team fights. Now, they might be able to take themselves a dragon because of the map movements of BLG. They've had to reset a bit late because they stayed for those turrets. If NIP can get themselves to Soul Point, then maybe we can revisit things again. Like, remember, they want to be absorbing the engage and trying to play around disengage and range. BLG wants to be diving, trying to blow out these team fights with their solo lanes.
They're going to be diving right now, potentially, as they look for NIP before the dragon, but Wei, he's in a little bit of trouble now. Yeah, they're just going to pull the trigger. They're on, getting the arcane shift out of Photic. Photic with the true shot barrage across. Photic is massive here. He might have some damage enough on Odd. He's dodging. Man, that cow's got feet, or maybe some hooves, as now on the other side, Bin has been spotted out, will be forced away from the play. The Rift Herald used in the mid lane, but the dragon is the focus for NIP.
Yeah, they managed to absorb the engage to NIP, so that's a lot of the threat down from BLG, but Knight
Nice
can go.
Valkyrie, but it doesn't matter. Fate sealed in, and that's exactly what has happened to Rookie as they collapse on the mid-outer. Photic does not have enough strength as the Ezreal, and another one falls. The outer tower is going down, and was the dragon worth it at this point?
No, it was not. NIP, they survived
They
the
still
Alistair
haven't
combo
gotten
earlier.
it.
Photic outplays. Aki pulled off the dragon because he didn't think he had enough time, and now he's done it late.
No, at this point, you got to commit. At this point, just commit to, oh no! Go to the blast code. It's not even going to go to NIP as BLG get everything on the map.
Oh, BLG just toyed with NIP. Yes, the initial Alistair combo doesn't work out in the mid lane, but everything else does. Now, suddenly, you have Knight 3-0 and 2. Now, he's almost at the same gold lead that Bin has over Shanji. And this composition that NIP do not want getting that powerful, so they can keep diving onto them, just on a lot more gold. Wei goes forward, catches Rookie from out of Fog of War. And sadly, the all-star mid laner from NIP goes down. He is crash-landed. This team cannot really pick up the damage outside of that point. The fight just keeps going forwards. The mid lane turret goes down. BLG, huge advantage to them.
And now they're going to be able to lean on the strength of the Renekton as well, potentially. But it really is the strength of Knight as a whole for this BLG roster. And it's been a history of success for Knight as a whole. It seems every team he goes to is touched by that golden left hand of his, might even have a bit of the Midas touch there, and it really has been a huge step up of Knight in the last couple years.
Yeah, Knight in this, the thing is, now's not always the best time to be talking about Knight in that sense, because Knight's summer hasn't been awesome. Now, he's had some better series, but his group stage was not Knight standard. But you think about how Knight did MSI last year, through summer last year as well, and spring as well. This guy has been absolute rocket fuel. There were definitely some games where they can only win because they have Knight on the roster. Photic, he's pushing way too far. He is going to die here.
Yeah, I mean, Wei's even going to add insult to injury by flashing in front of him to body block with that Arctic Assault. It's going to be a cleaned up kill by Elk and BLG as they continue to press forward.
Yeah, I mean, you can't push up like that. No teammates on your side. You're beyond your own little mid lane wall. Ezreal is as safe as his E can take him. If someone can chase you beyond that E, you're done goofed. You should be in a position where an E can't save you. in that kind of situation. At least that's your safe boundaries. He had the flash as well, but didn't even get the chance to use it. And suddenly NIP, they lose all control over mid lane. They're being pushed into top lane. That's going to be ults onto Knight, but he just ults away himself. So that's a solo flight down from Draw. He's still only level 6.
Yeah, I don't know about
he's
that
7
one.
levels up on him.
I
What?
don't even. I thought it was bad when he was 5 levels. I don't understand how Zhuo is not
He's double his
level
level.
7 yet. Like, this is actually insanity. It's more than double. And we see the initial setup here. But it really is, I feel like NIP succumbing to their symptoms because it is Zhuo who has the engage pretty much solely for NIP. So he's struggling to find the end.
It's hard on multiple levels because I think that bot lane early went well for Photic and Draw, but they couldn't snowball it well enough. And maybe a team that was more proficient at playing through that CV2 could have done so. Rookie's not had the best time in this lane. Shanji's obviously not had the best time in this lane, but this is the problem where Shanji will often pick these kind of matchups and just fall behind and try and impact team fights, but then the team fights come late for him to impact them anyway. And this is a continuation of issues for NIP. The first game was a breath of fresh air, and I'm glad we saw that game from them. But NIP are a very narrow win condition team, and this is what got me worried about them even back in the group stage, before the Rumble stage. We're looking at a team now which was top 4 in spring when the meta really suited them, but we've seen just how much the meta changes have affected them with the AD mids and the changes to jungle, everything else. They'll probably have to respond to a Baron startup now. NIP, they are not particularly in position to do this. They might just look to get the TP out of Rookie and then peel off.
I will say there's the double evolution items that have come online, second item spikes for NIP. So they have some strength, but BLG don't even want to let them have any say to this fight as Ben has come around. He isn't going to pop the dominance, going to be popped on. Nice double knockup from On as he's popped the Unbreakable. And BLG, they're looking to do just that. They do get rebuffed a bit. Shanji has made a big difference. Rookie's poke is big. Ben's going to flash away. Oh, big rocket barrage from Rookie and NIP. They're fighting back.
Not a good engage from BLG. They don't get themselves into the key targets, and then once they use their aggressive tools, NIP get to play through. They're disengaged. They play through their range. They get themselves in mid lane out of turret. And just as we're, bemoaning the state of NIP and what's happening, NIP get themselves a fight which their composition really thrives in. It's not a fight where Knight gets onto the backline. It's not a fight where Bin gets onto the backline either. They try and go down the front and center, don't quite get it, and suddenly NIP find themselves with a bit more breathing room than they had before, and now with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, they might even be able to get themselves towards a soul point of the Hextech variety, one of the strongest souls that you can get in the current metagame. So BLG, bit of a swing and a miss from that, and they also committed Bin's teleport, flash, and ult to that. Not a great investment.
That's the thing with the dive comp is you can only dive. And when you miss that big dive, you go straight into the rocks, into the bottom of the sea.
There is a hidden fourth D, which is dive. So you can die as well. So this is after they throw out the ultimate. Bin comes in for the teleport. Yeah. Well, there's no reaper in this game. I didn't realize that. As Bin gets kind of brought over the wall by Keezer from Shanji, which arguably saves his life even more here. But yeah, if you're flashing backwards as BLG, something's gone horribly wrong. Dragon is going to go down to NIP in the picture. Can we see an engagement BLG? Knight's not at the fight, so not quite yet.
Plan's going to be big. You got to look. Stranglethorn is not available yet. Wei gets in there, steals it away, and now BLG, they're surrounding them. Wei is the focus right now. NIP just trying to fight their way out of this one, but everything's coming up, BLG. They're stuck like fish in a barrel, and it's BLG who have a 12-gauge shotgun lined up and ready to go. Photic fighting back at least a little bit, but it's been a triple kill going the way of Ben. He's all by himself, and everything's dark and scary as BLG come up big.
Yeah, the Fog of War toggle shows exactly how terrifying it is to be Photic there. Someone's going to pop over the wall. It just so happens to be Knight. BLG, they can't find the fight the last time, but NIP, they stand their ground too much. They're stuck in the Dragon Pit. You can see that BLG, they get onto their targets. No, there's no smite for them right now, but they don't need it. Wei's going to come up in a few seconds. He can waltz his way over. It is just Draw, the lowly level 8 Draw, watching this Baron go down.
What has become of Zhuo's life? Only level 8, has no entrances. Aki trying to get over here. Finally, Wei shows up, does secure the big purple worm for BLG as they continue to balloon their lead just a little bit over 4,000. And now we go back to that play around the dragon.
Yeah, so NIP can't keep BLG out of the river. Be it away, great steal from him. I think Shanji was even waiting there to see if he could use the ult onto him to get him out of the play. Can't quite manage it. Then Wade casts his ultimate here, gets the Z's conversion running, which is just a nice bit of gold. And while all this is happening, where's the damage from NIP going? It's not going into the backline, it's going into the tanks. I mean, yeah, Wade dies, but sure, what do you do now about the Yone? What do you do about the Kai'Sa? What do you do about everyone? Photic tries his best to clean up, but there just isn't enough disengage at this point. He has one person left, and BLG have more than enough damage to do.
Yeah, I mean, Knight will take him down like sliced ham every time with those double swords. It really is a situation where NIP are showing some life. This is maybe some of the most life we've seen from the All Rumble stage, but BLG are just a different beast.
I could definitely go for like a kebab Yone skin, but like Ichi's just carves off a slice of like
Fruit Ninja. We need the Fruit Ninja.
Oh my god, that'd be fantastic. Imagine the partnership there. That's $1 million idea right there. BLG,
you're welcome.
they don't exactly have a $1 million gold lead, but they do have themselves a lot of items all the same. They're still a pretty big gold lead, and they have the Baron buff. But I don't think NIP are going to be easily wave clearing through this one. Bin going forwards on missed ult away.
That's the thing, though. Remember, we said if you miss that engage, it looks a little bit worse for BLG. They are leaning on the strength of Knight in mid lane. He did just burn his ultimate. See if that's going to be answered to whatsoever. But NIP showing a little bit of siege defense here.
Yeah, you still have the 6 reps. Okay,
there
it was Solar Flare, which is completely fine, so that's going to be the fate sealed down from Knight for just a little bit. I think that makes some sense. I actually don't mind Joao blowing that ult for Knight's ult because, yes, this is a 4-0-4 Yone, who is very, very strong at 2.5 items. Going towards that QSS, might be going towards the Jack Show after that point.
Oh, man.
Okay, this is one of my favorite terms in League. You've heard of the one shot, now get ready for the one shot. He basically gets the Knight in one go. Yeah, there was a cloth armor, but it was about close enough to it. Knight is very, very tanky now, and it means that he can stick around for those engages much more. He has himself that ult coming up on a lower cooldown than Draw, because he has the 3rd rank of his ultimate, whereas Draw has the 1st rank of his ultimate. It's not exactly an even trade in cooldowns.
Oh, they actually are trying to find flaps onto him. He is end up getting in the aggression of NIP to maybe overextend them a little bit. Nice knock up there. Whoa, getting very, very low. The Baron buff still is up, and Elk is going to be getting the resets here on that one. Going to be hunting for more, but the siege is going to continue on to this tier 2 down here by BLG. They still have about 10 seconds, but the siege will end up stopping because of that.
Yeah, so it's still going to be a decent power play from BLG. It's going to allow them to take control of this bottom half of the map for the next dragon spawn. Of course, with the last dragon being stolen, NIP don't even have a soul to fight for. If they'd taken that, if they managed to get the one before that too, where Aki kind of like ummed and ahed and whether he should stick around to take the dragon and ended up being stolen away from BLG too, they could have been on soul at this point, but it is not to be. They have to watch their own tower go down instead, so the 6 grubs so quick to go down.
Nice true shot barrage off from Photic. That tier 2 going down, but this is where NIP can strike. They do get a nice little use of Wei in being able to follow this one up. I think could be the answer for NIP as they're pushing tempo, but it is also the fact that Bin is going to be willing to join down here. Here comes the engage already. Glacial Prison is not available. You don't have any of that disengage from BLG anymore, and NIP collapse. They're using their 5-man strong to push this wave into a tier 2 bot.
Yeah, that was all off of the true shot barrage onto Elk. He's too low HP, he has to run back the entire length of the map. Knight didn't have QSS, and now suddenly NIP, they get to clap back and take themselves an inner turret of their own. Sadly, no objective bounties for them. It's not quite out of proportion like that just yet, but now they can even fall back for the dragon afterwards. This is a great extended play from NIP, and all of this, literally all of this, comes off of that good chunk onto Elk under that bot lane inner turret. They run them down the entire length of the map and get themselves 2 important objectives on that to at least get something from the extended play.
They get a soul point. They have decision-making power there now. They can fight around that next spawn about 5 minutes up.
Yay!
That'll be nice.
Agency!
Let's go! It is also those 3 item spikes coming across for Rookie and Photic. Obviously, Knight had already hit that one, but the big focus now is that poke is going to be starting to do some lasting damage for NIP.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely damage there from NIP. I will say I'm still probably favoring BLG in the current map state because all it takes is one good fight from Knight or Alk and effectively the game's over. Also, Bin, if he gets into melee range of Rookie or Photic, is going to do unspeakable damage. So any of those things happening is going to be a big, big problem for NIP. However, it is not over yet. This gold lead is not out of proportion. There is a Dragon Soul coming up for NIP in 4 minutes if they can set up for that well enough. Baron before that will probably be something which BLG would look to force over NIP. And yeah, I think BLG, they haven't necessarily been the best at pulling the trigger in this game, which is kind of unfortunate given that they are the dive team. See if they can find someone split apart from the team, if they can get Kaiser into the play, Knight into a big play. A lot of this is going to be on Wei and how well timed he is with the follow-up of the rest of his team.
And that has been the big conversation we want to see coming into this series is what Wei exactly is going to bring to the table continuously for BLG. They do just lose their glacial prison onto Photic in the end. It is the cleanse burn. BLG continuously looking.
Okay, so now you don't have the Sejuani ultimate, but it will be up quicker than the cleanse of Photic. Photic E'd out of an Kai'Sa W. Then, of course, can dodge out of the Sejuani ultimate. So that's cleanse down. Need to see now if someone can force Photic to do a little bit of hop, skip, and a dodge. Again, a little bit later on when they have those cooldowns back. Baron has now spawned. NIP are nowhere close to it. They do have a blue trinket on board. They will see this going down. What is their plan?
Barrage going to ring across Elk. Here comes NIP's defense. You got BLG completely surrounding them. They got to commit. That is going to be the Baron over to BLG now. Big knockups in store. There's On getting it. Elk goes over on the side. Knight tries to get the long distance face seal, but can't hit it. NIP, now they got to deal with the big croc, though. Ben is looking unstoppable here as Shanji is going to try to solo out Knight. Ben carves down into the backline, but Photic! 6,000 damage done from this Ezreal, and NIP are not done just yet.
Knight can't get onto the backline. Photic, yeah, he has no cleanse, but he has a flash, and that's enough. And NIP, they take themselves the advantage in this game 3. We said the gold wasn't out of proportion. There's no damage left from BLG, whereas Photic is alive. They can push for more. At least this tower can come up. But already, NIP, such a better trade for them than they thought. The Baron buff is down, and BLG will have 2 of them left, but they can't use that to control the map before this dragon will come up in 2 minutes. NIP keep themselves alive, and they might have just put themselves into position to fight for this Dragon Soul, which they wouldn't have had available before. Looking back at this replay, really important to just talk about how the backline axis is looking. Because, of course, you've got Elk taking down from this Baron. He's not got that much HP comparative to anything else. Aki's not in a great spot, but at least he keeps way out of the picture. So it's just On alone here. Elk makes his way there later, and this is a big mistake. Knight has the flash, maybe should have flashed in for a longer range Q3, a long range ultra, because he doesn't even reach Aki. It's not a great fight from Knight with all of the gold involved in him. It would only take him having 1 or 2 targets being hit by most of his combo, and it could have won the fight for BLG, but it just doesn't happen.
And it just felt like BLG were really trying to force their hand there, feeling like they had the advantage that they could, but they could not. And now, 4 items for Rookie, who had been put down for a lot of this game, but is finding such big resurgence. And of course he is, because he is a staple of NIP, damn it. And now we are looking at the setup for this maybe ultimate dragon fight for NIP.
See that Ben pushing out topside, has teleport, but he'll need to be there towards the start of the combo and try and get himself on one of those flangles, the flank angles. Can he get himself in there? No flash this time. Makes it much harder to lock down Photic or Rookie. Photic still no flash for now. Definitely no flash on him or Rookie. Teleport's coming in. Do NIP? No.
Rookie stops. Rookie stops Photic. We'll see the beast in waiting, though. It's the True Shot Barrage coming across. Double knockout from Shanji. Photic's in trouble. They got the collapse. Dive, 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 says BLG submarine captains as they're going onto the back. They've been split a little bit. Knight by himself, but it doesn't matter. 2 quick kills to Elk, and that is BLG handling business.
Photic can't play the magic and smoke and mirrors this time. He gets caught out, and Shanji clears the wave in mid lane, but the cannon turret is still alive. There's a teleport to the top lane too, coming in from Knight, who might just try and chase down Shanji. NIP, they can't get themselves that dragon. It's not even spawned yet. They died before they even had the chance, and BLG show exactly why you still can't disrespect them. They've had a couple of good fights in a row, but at BLG eventually walk away with the fight and the dragon.
Really massive cleaning up of the momentum that NIP were thriving off of in those last couple minutes, but all of a sudden it's a quiet still air in Shenzhen as NIP in their home arena are being shut down.
Photic is in a really bad position here. He uses E very easily. Finn goes over here as well. Charges his also self-CCs. Yeah, Photic's just in the wrong spot. He's fighting for mid-prime. He puts himself out of safety. Uses that E too early, and that's effectively the fight over. Elk is also just to avoid a lot of the Zyra damage because he has that Zhonya. So Photic had a great fight around the Baron. Pretty awful one here, and that's really the difference between it. The carries are so much easier to shut down this time than some of the one fights from NIP.
And even though Photic had like a massive CF differential for almost the entire game against Elk, Elk has now surpassed him in the items, 4 items, and has evened up that CS differential by a long shot. So BLG firing on all cylinders here. They themselves have put them into 3 dragons here of the Hex Soul. They are looking at a topside fight. NIP are here in full. Bin is looking for a big flank here. They don't have Aki with the team. Bin looking to collapse. They don't see him walk into the bush there. It's a split fight again. Shanji is the front line. Look at Bin. He's being soloed. No, he's going to solo Rookie. And here comes out to make sure the solo bolo in the middle of the team fight for Giga Bin as BLG have been activated. A triple kill. Is he going to go for more? They want it. He's trying to go down. It's not going to be a quadra, but it's a clean fight by BLG.
NIP still on the search for their first series win. They took a game off of BLG. They leave them with a bloodied lip, but they will not take a second Nexus as BLG brawl their way through to a victory.
And this has been a test of time for BLG. They have not had a 2-0 since their Week 3 win against LGD. They will still be brought to 3, but some say it breeds a little bit more experience as BLG have found a 5-1 record so far in the Rumble stage.
So BLG, they keep themselves afloat at the top of the table, go to 5-1. That actually draws them exactly level with game score as well with LNG. LNG have the head-to-head over BLG, so they are currently in second place. They'll stay in the same berth that they started today on, but still at the top of the table, currently in the top tier, which of course means if they stay there towards the end of the Rumble stage, they'll keep themselves that Guardian Angel, which means they start off in the double elimination portion of the LPL playoffs bracket. It was not their cleanest series again. I feel like I'm saying that a lot with BLG. They didn't get all of their best engagements in. They didn't get all of the best early games in here either. NIP took a game off them, made them sweat in some of the other games as well. And for a team that's 0-6, I think NIP showed better than we've come to expect them. It's just not enough. This is the problem. NIP, they've shown us bits and pieces, but this is a team which is currently 0-6. They'll need to fight in the next stage of the LPL kind of format, the Knights rivals, to see if they can get themselves through to that playoffs.
And a series like this is one that's hard to watch for a lot of longtime fans for the LPL. Some big names on either side, and a tragic end for NIP as a whole. But obviously they still have the saving grace of the battle for the wooden spoon against LGD to finish out their split. But it is really a situation where NIP have not looked up to their potential. They did in that game number 1, but there are few and far between moments like that, and BLG will fully take advantage of that every time.
Yeah, the more I think about NIP, the more they just really failed to adapt to the meta shifts and what the rest of the LPL was playing. They have tried to play more of the AP junglers and the AD mids, and I don't think the AD mids are the problem in that part of the equation. I think Rookie has still been Rookie. Now, he's not 2020 Rookie, he's not 2018 Rookie, where he's like hyper carrying every single game.
World
but he's
champion.
still, this guy is still really good, and I don't think Rookie is the problem. This is the problem with NIP, because everyone looks towards Rookie to carry. When he doesn't carry, then blame him, when actually it's a whole systematic issue and there are other players struggling too. It's a mix of things. I think you can leverage criticism across pretty much every member of NIP at different points, and it's how you want to kind of like balance that against different factors. But yeah, as a fan of how they played in Spring, as a fan of so many of these players who I love Shanji and Aki back on OMG, they were such an exciting duo there, even if they tried to find greater pastures here on NIP, and they did find them in Spring. There are so many players on here, and there are stories about all of them, and they haven't quite managed to reach those highs again, sadly.
But on BLG's side, I mean, they're reaching the highs. They were able to reach one of the highest highs in the LPL Domestic League last spring, but also continuing to try to develop themselves into this group stage. Because as you said, like, Knight hasn't had the most intense of group stages here, but when you see a performance like this on the Yone, I mean, it's signature.
Yeah, no, he had some good dives in there too. It wasn't even then like the perfect game. There was definitely the fight around the Baron. I thought,
don't worry about that one. That ulti, you know, that goes like it's just a little bit too short. But it really is the decisiveness.
Yeah, I think that, it's just BLG as a team have always thrived when everyone is going in at the same time, whether that was when they had Yagao in the past last year, and then, of course, Knight coming through when they were champions in spring and then made themselves through to those MSI finals as well. You know, BLG, they're definitely a team with a hell of a lot of, success behind them now. Trying to integrate way into that. I don't know what this means for the upper level of the team. I don't know what this means for the communication of the team, because there's an awful lot of shades when you change a jungler of all things too, particularly in such a jungle carry-centric meta too, which also flexes to, of course, very important shot calling roles and stuff like the Sejuani. There's a lot of moving pieces. Now, I think Wei, first game on the Karthus didn't really get the work done which he wanted to. I think in the games after that point, largely his engage was very, very good here on that Sejuani. Did a lot of work.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that they have a few voices on BLG side, but it's about clearing those up. There were a couple moments, just being nitpicky as always, there were a couple moments where there were some split engages and things like that where everybody has strength, so everybody wants to be the one to make the play. I would love to see maybe a continuation of maybe playing through that a little bit more or trying to find some cohesion there, because the direction for BLG can be so strong. We have seen a level up since Wei has come into the roster.
Yeah, I think in terms of their macro, in terms of the cohesion, we've seen some, we even saw it against JDG. That is an awful stretch frame. How the heck does a waste do that? Well, that's just Sejuani for you. Maybe that's how you get the superhuman power to throw bowlers of that kind of size as the ult comes through. Wei, I think, on the whole in this game, comes away my MVP. I think he was very, very good at finding the engages he needed to. Got himself a clutch Dragon Steel as well. And you can just see that when BLG find an opening, very good at exploiting it. And I think that particularly in this game, Photic sadly did not really have the positioning in the consistency they needed to. When he did have good positioning, they won some team fights. This one,
yeah.
and a couple after, Photic had some really good moments, but that wasn't consistent enough.
I hate to go at it. This will be the last point I make harping on it, but yeah, Photic's last two games, definitely something he's going to want back for sure. I don't think it was a good performance whatsoever from him. From a guy who we know can be incredible AD carry in the LPL. So be able to look at how Wei denied the soul here in a lot of these fights, but really BLG collapsing together with some of their dive buttons.
Yeah, NIP, they sometimes struggle in some of these bigger fights to find a path of retreat. They're in the barrel at this point. They're trapped in there. Normally you have that on blue side rather than red side, but they find themselves caught in the Dragon Pit. All the same. Of course, Bin had a great game too on the Renekton largely. It can be a struggle to get target access into mid and late game, but largely he did a lot of damage. Yeah, this game was... It was winnable for NIP. I suppose we take that as a takeaway, and I think that some of their disengaged play was pretty good. This was another fight where Photic actually got a lot of value, and Photic, for someone, I've criticized him a lot. A lot of people have ended up criticizing his more traditional AD carry play. You can see why the Ezreal is more valuable for him, but NIP across the board, you could point a lot of fingers out on people who are not quite getting the extra percentage out of the top end players that they want, which you kind of need to have in the Ascension group. It is really, really hard to play top level League of Legends against teams back to back, especially as a team like NIP that were struggling with the meta changes.
Now, also to a benefit for BLG, they are behind in series as a whole in the Rumble stage, so they'll still have 2 series left for them. It'll be Anyone's Legend and FPX to round it out, and they have a serious chance of overtaking LNG. They
have that chance, yeah. How likely that will be is yet to be decided because LNG look really, really good now too. The fact that NIP took a step down made me worried about, well, no, it made me quite excited to see who would step into that 4th place spot from Spring, because NIP occupied that before, and I was wondering, well, okay, starter groups, would it be WE? I think maybe that's definitely not the case now. But now we have a lot of teams now vying for that. LNG looking great. Weibo definitely showing some upper levels as well. We don't know what the heck's happening with Anyone's Legend too at this point, so there are definitely there's some room for maneuver. But yeah, I think the fight for the top spots, particularly with BLG also now looking a little bit shaky, it has become very, very open. There is no clear top team. I think you can say LNG, but they also lost to FPX, so who the heck knows on that point. And I'm excited to see exactly when we will get to have that thrilling conclusion.
The Rumble stage has been so fun. The fact that we still had like standings implications as well in both groups for the night as well, and the fact that Top Esports made a leap and a bound up their standings there as well. Really, really nice stuff. But this series in particular, I think it was a statement, maybe not one of confidence for BLG, but one of dominance in a lot of regards. And they, even though they've gone 3 games in a lot of their series, are still being able to pull these ones back from the brink in a lot of regards.
BLG is still BLG. Even if they are not the Spring BLG that we knew, I think... I'm not going to say they're resting on their laurels because I'm not sure if they're working through issues at this point. This might not be the case of, oh, they're still sleeping, they're not woken up or something like that. It might be the case where they're working through a lot of changes to their team. Of course, they brought in a new jungler. It's changed a lot of things. Yeah. The new jungler walks away with an MVP. His trigger pulls were great. I think he largely had very, very good ultimates across this game. And for him to come through... By the way, those MVPs will also count MVPs from the other games he had on RNG as well. So he's actually accumulated a few on different teams now. But yeah, he was my MVP as well coming through from this game. Found the right targets the grand majority of the time.
Yeah, able to find really good drifting around the map on the Sejuani. And this was a pick that we were kind of waiting for going into the series. Was a bit of a focus for NIP and some of the bans in the earlier games, but finally gets through and they get to unleash him. We called it from the draft, right? Like, you literally just have to find a way to facilitate all these incredible damage focus carries on the team, and they did just that. Now, after that series ends, we do have to take a look down memory lane of what exactly we got to see today, because we had some interesting ones to kick us off. TT give OMG their first series loss in the Rumble stage here, and also move themselves into that playoff play-in. Meanwhile, Top Esports has made the big jump in that group ascend with a 2-0 victory over Anyone's Legend, and NIP double their game wins in this Rumble stage, but do end up falling to BLG 2-1.
So NIP 0-7 in series, but they did manage to extend our day a little bit. It wasn't a 6-game day. We managed to get ourselves the next one on the board because NIP really punished BLG in both landing phase and then side laning a little bit later into the game in that first one. Sadly couldn't stick the landing. Going on to tomorrow's games though, we have ourselves a bit of a mixed bag in regards to some of the ups and downs. LNG may be the best team in the LPL. LGD may be the worst team in the Ascend group, but they will still see if they can match, try and complete an upset like NIP were trying to do here right now. Moving on to Ultra Prime versus EDG. Both teams still technically fighting for that last Nirvana play-in spot. They are still a win down on Invictus Gaming, so that'll be a difficult one. And then Top Esports versus FPX to see if FPX can take themselves another high-tier scalp after taking down LNGO.
Back-to-back series there as well in days for Top Esports. So wonder how that momentum keeps going for them. Very, very strong performances today. See if they can utilize that in any regard. But it is also very, very last-second finish that's going to be coming through for Group Nirvana. Very excited to see how that works out. But that is it for our day here. That means that we'll be right back with more LPL action tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.